order. Questions to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Maggie Throop.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, fuel duty has been frozen for 9 consecutive years, saving money for all of those regularly using our roads. And I can confirm that the average road haulier has saved £23,300 per vehicle on fuel since 2010, compared with the pre-2010 escalator plans. However, the benefits to hauliers and motorists of freezing fuel duty must be balanced against the costs to the Exchequer in the context of our need to fund our public services, and so we continue to keep it under review.
Maggie Throop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hauliers have definitely been a major beneficiary of the duty freeze. But would my right honourable friend consider helping this industry further by investing in a new motorway junction between junction 25 and 26 on the M1, which will help improve connectivity throughout the East Midlands?
Genius.
Well, I can say to my honourable friend that from 2020, all English road tax will be spent on our roads via a dedicated national roads fund. That will be £28.8 billion between 2020 and 2025, including £25.3 billion for strategic roads. We have spent £120 million on the recently opened smart motorway between junctions 23A and 25 of the M1, and this will reduce congestion, but we will, of course, continue to take into account the need for connectivity in planning for future roads investment in the East Midlands.
Daniel Zeichner.
Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor says that it needs to be balanced against the needs of the Exchequer. But what about the needs of the environment? What effect during that period have we seen in terms of the failure to tackle emissions, with the road transport sector in particular failing compared to others?
Well, we've got an extremely good track record on decarbonisation of our economy. We've set extremely ambitious targets, and we are ahead of all of our significant competitors in delivering them.
Priti Patel.
Speaker, freezing fuel duty has helped hauliers across Essex. But of course there is another measure that could really help our hauliers and businesses even more, which is to dual the A120. Could my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, have a word perhaps with the Department of Transport to see how we can use the taxes raised to actually get this road dual?
Well, Mr. Speaker, never a Treasury questions goes by without my right honourable friend raises the issue of the dualling of the A120. And of course, we do have a very large fund available in that £25.3 billion for strategic roads, and I'm sure that our right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Transport, is well aware of the compelling arguments in favour of the A120 dualling.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask what is the Chancellor putting in place in terms of tax breaks for hauliers so they're able to continue in the uncertainty over contracts during the transition period of leaving Europe?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've already mentioned, hauliers have benefited very significantly from the freeze in fuel duties, but the honourable gentleman asks a wider question, and of course, if we were to find ourselves leaving the European Union without a deal, a situation which I sincerely hope will not arise, we have a full range of tools available to us, all the usual tools of fiscal policy. I have a headroom within the fiscal rules of just under £27 billion, as I set out at the Spring Statement, and the Government will work closely with the Bank of England in those circumstances to ensure that fiscal and monetary policy are used to support the UK economy.
As Vice Chair of the All-Party Group for Fair Fuel for UK motorists and UK hauliers, I think the voice of Kirsten Hare must be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, hauliers and motorists warmly welcomed that fuel freeze. But what they are concerned about is the disparity in costs for fuel across the country, and of course also the impact of the cost of oil. They're not seeing that at the pump. So would the Chancellor or a member of his ministerial team meet with me to look at an independent fuel price regulator to see if we can sort these issues out?
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course we have a marketplace in fuel in this country, but I do understand the point that my honourable friend raises, and I'm sure the Exchequer Secretary would be very happy to meet with her and discuss it.
When the honourable lady is not busy vice-chairing the all-party group. Mr Barry Sherman.
Mr. Speaker, I do chair the Labour's Backbench DEFRA Committee. But can I say, this Chancellor, he always impresses me. He's thoughtful. And I like him a lot. He's thoughtful on Europe, he's thoughtful on the environment. But can I take you back to what my honourable friend from Cambridge said? Isn't it about time we had a modern taxation system that encouraged sustainable transport? We are killing kids. We're poisoning pregnant women. We know air pollution is of the utmost importance. Could I appeal to his radical instinct? Let's have a new form of taxation that's sustainable.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm bemused by the disappearance of Mr. Angry that I'm quite used to dealing with at this dispatch box. But look, as I said earlier, we have a good track record on decarbonisation and on addressing air quality challenges. We provide substantial support for ULEVs. We've got a highly differentiated vehicle excise duty and company car tax regime which encourages the purchase of the cleanest and most efficient vehicles, and we will go on seeking to change behaviour through a carefully constructed tax system.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, manufacturing output has grown by 8.3% from the start of 2010, having fallen sharply as a result of the financial crisis. The manufacturing sector has seen productivity increase by over 3 times faster than the UK economy as a whole over the past 10 years. It accounts for almost half of UK exports and directly employs 2.6 million people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, according to Make UK, we now have the highest level of stockpiling in manufacturing of any country in the G7 ever. And in the North East, the Chamber of Commerce tell me that stockpiling is putting huge pressure on warehousing and on cash flow. This is a direct consequence of Brexit uncertainty. So what additional support will the Minister offer to manufacturers? And, Mr. Speaker, I asked a similar question of the Brexit Minister last week, and he didn't seem to know what I was talking about. So will he acknowledge the link between output, manufacturing output, stockpiling, cash flow and financial viability?
Thank you. Well, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor and other Treasury Ministers are working with the banks who tell us that they are making funds available to businesses who need support as their cash flow is under pressure and working capital in the months ahead. Of course, the best service that any of us in this House can do for manufacturers or indeed businesses across the United Kingdom is to support a negotiated exit from the European Union as soon as possible.
Gary Streeter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just building on the previous question, I'm told that manufacturing output in Plymouth is holding up well, but this is partly due to customers purchasing to pile stock because of Brexit uncertainty, and that may result in a lack of demand once we get Brexit over the line, if we ever do. Has the government given any thought to supporting manufacturing business through any short-term downturn that paradoxically might occur once we get Brexit over the line?
Well, the Treasury and other government departments do have advanced plans to support the manufacturing sector should it be required in the event of a no-deal exit. But actually, the evidence that we see is that if we can secure a negotiated exit, there is a great deal of business investment waiting to go back into the economy, and this year could turn out to be a strong one for the British economy, if only we can secure the deal.
Sir Vincent Cable.
Does the Treasury acknowledge the wisdom in the letter from the Engineering Employers Federation yesterday to the Prime Minister, representing, I think, 20,000 companies, million workers, in which they speak of the renaissance of manufacturing in the earlier part of the decade, but now express sufficient despair that they're now asking simply for the revocation of Article 50?
Well, if the Right Honourable Gentleman wants to support the manufacturing sector of this country, he and his colleagues would support a deal so that we can leave the European Union in an orderly fashion. We're actually taking a number of important steps to support manufacturing, whether that's increasing the annual investment allowance from £200,000 a year to £1 million, making R&D tax credits more generous, and backing schemes like Made Smarter, which aim to help the manufacturing sector to embrace automation and digital technology and move forward with confidence.
Can the Minister confirm that despite the Brexit uncertainty, Britain remains the second best country in the whole world for foreign direct investment?
I can confirm that. The UK remains the European leader for foreign direct investment, for VC investment, for tech investment, and even in manufacturing, which is under a certain degree of strain, the UK remains the 9th largest manufacturing nation in the world.
Strain isn't the word, Mr. Speaker. In the real world, production and manufacturing output remain 6.8% and 2.7% lower, respectively, for the first 3 months to January 2019 than the pre-downturn GDP peak in the first quarter of 2008. So after 9 years of policy failure, shouldn't the Chancellor and his team stop throwing spanners in the manufacturing works and instead oil the machine?
Not at all. Manufacturing exports are up 35% since 2010. We are investing in the manufacturing sector through our industrial strategy. We're creating a tax system which is pro-business. We are reducing corporate taxes to amongst the lowest in the developed world. The honourable gentleman would do the opposite and reverse that. And the very clear message that businesses tell us, particularly international investors in this country, is that the threat of a hard-left Labour government dwarfs the risk of a Brexit outcome. We want to secure the future of the British economy in a resolutely pro-enterprise country.
What can I say? That old chestnut, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, and the Leader of the Opposition will be in number 10 today as well. Anyway, I admire the Chancellor's perseverance in trying to get the Prime Minister to grasp the concept of compromise, a challenging task, Mr. Speaker, I have to say. Perhaps a less onerous task would be to sort out the problem with production output. In the 3 months to January 2019, it fell by 1% compared with the same period last year, driven by a significant fall of 1.5% in manufacturing, which, of course, includes the beleaguered automotive sector. Mr. Speaker, if the government was a car, it would fail its MOT. He has been putting manufacturing into reverse gear. Isn't it time for a new car with a new driver?
Well, the British economy is remarkably robust at the present state. We're seeing continued economic growth. We're seeing record levels of employment, record low levels of unemployment. Business people, investors and entrepreneurs across the length and breadth of the country know that the greatest threat to our prosperity is a hard-left Labour government.
Mary McCarthy.
Question 3, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll take this question with number 13. The government has increased support for low-carbon electricity generation through consumer-funded levies from £1.3 billion in 2010 to over £7.3 billion today, spending £30.7 billion since 2010. This support has enabled the UK to become a world leader in clean growth, and the private sector has invested more than £92 billion in clean energy since 2010.
Mary McCarthy.
I think that's quite a selective answer from the Minister. A coalition of 20 community energy projects and affiliated groups has warned that the government's decision to axe the feed-in tariff incentive scheme could prove the final nail in the coffin for the sector. And since that warning was issued in February, at least 30 planned community energy projects have stalled. So what conversations has the Minister had with his colleagues in Bays to give proper support to community energy projects?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for that question, but that isn't our experience. The investment that I've just described that's going into the sector is very considerable. Renewable capacity has quadrupled since 2010. Renewable share of electricity generation increased to 33% last year, which was a record high. The UK is decarbonising and we're meeting our climate change targets.
Salkan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We across the House recognise the importance of funding towards renewable energy policies to tackle the issue of climate change and improve air quality. But this does not go far enough. In Manchester, 126,600 children are growing up in an area with unsafe level of air pollution. As the Mayor of Greater Manchester highlighted, further investment is needed to tackle the scale of the problem and protect the health of the most vulnerable, our children. Will the Chancellor commit to providing the vital resources needed to protect our children from toxic air in the upcoming...
Well, the Mayor of Greater Manchester has the resources that he requires. The government is supporting mayors and other urban areas across the country to take action on air quality. And from national government, we're providing money, for example, through the £2.6 billion Transforming Cities Fund, of which Greater Manchester has a significant share, to invest in the transport solutions of the future.
Speaker, whilst there's clearly more to do on climate change, surely action taken by this government since 2010 has demonstrated that we've reduced greenhouse gases, we've got more low-carbon jobs, especially my constituency, and we are also investing billions in renewables, which must show our commitment.
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right. And last month, in the spring statement, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, was able to add to those policies by announcing a scheme to help SMEs to reduce their carbon footprint, a new marine zone around Ascension Island, support for the renewable sector, the new future home standard to ensure that homes from 2025 are built with a low-carbon heating and high levels of energy efficiency, and many other policies.
Tidal energy projects are powering ahead in Scotland and show substantial export potential. The Scottish Government recently announced support funding of up to £10 million to assist in commercialising its use. What support will the UK Government give the industry?
Well, the UK Government is supporting tidal energy. Of course, we've looked at any of the schemes that have come available to us. We have to balance the interests of the ratepayer and the taxpayer and ensure that the schemes that we do support are the right technology, the right strategic technology and the right value for money for the UK.
Clive Lewis.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps the Minister would like to join me and pay tribute to one of this country's most successful publicly funded renewable energy programmes ever. I'm of course talking about the last Labour government's export tariff, the feed-in tariff scheme, the biggest single democratisation of energy the UK has ever seen, cutting 700,000 tonnes of carbon. But this month, in an act of supreme national and international self-harm, the government killed it off. Kaput, finito, game over. In the real world, how can anyone, anywhere, believe this government takes its climate change obligations seriously?
Well, the facts speak for themselves. The UK is on track to comfortably over-deliver the first three carbon budgets out to 2022. The Clean Growth Strategy sets out how we will meet our carbon budgets 4 and 5, which take us to 2032, whilst also keeping down costs for consumers, creating good jobs in the clean energy market and growing the economy.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to our stewardship of the economy and the fact that wages are now rising above inflation, we are able to move on from the benefits freeze, and from April 2020 we expect increases will resume in line with inflation.
Mr. Speaker, that entirely misses the point. Research by the Resolution Foundation published last week confirms that the value of child benefit is at a record low 40 years after it was introduced. Meanwhile, the shambolic Tory government is throwing good money after bad on their botched Brexit plans. Isn't it time that she speaks to the Chancellor and asks him to get his priorities right and give families a much-needed pay rise?
I would have thought the Honourable Lady would be welcoming the fact that unemployment in Scotland is at a record low level, thanks to our policies of getting more people into work and making work pay.
Kirsty Blackman.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked the beginning of the fourth year of the benefits freeze. Since it was brought in 2016, CPI has increased by 6.6%, but working-age benefits have been frozen. This literally means that those with the most need can afford fewer necessities. By 2020, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation has said that the benefits freeze will have pushed 400,000 people into poverty. How can the Chancellor justify this?
Secretary.
Well, I would have thought the Honourable Lady would be welcoming the fact that we're ending the benefit freeze, but it's only responsible to do that when people in work's wages are rising, and it's thanks to our economic reforms, our reforms to employment law and our welfare reforms, that we're now able to do that.
Steve Blackman.
The benefits freeze is a political choice made by this Conservative government and this Conservative Treasury. It is not a necessity. It is one of the biggest cuts to social security that we have seen in recent times. The entire cost of the work allowance concessions over 3 years amounts to less than the benefits freeze takes away in 1 year. When FTSE 100 CEO pay is increasing by 11% in the past year, isn't it now time that this UK government got their priorities in order and protected those who need it most, rather than giving pay cuts to the richest?
Well, she obviously hasn't heard my answer, that we are now moving to a situation where benefits will rise in line with inflation. But let's be honest about the choices the Scottish Government are making. The choices they're making is to raise taxes on people earning £50,000 by £1,500 a year, driving business out of Scotland and making the Scottish economy less successful.
Alex Chaw.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the government's committed to making work pay and ensuring that people keep more of the money they earn in their pockets. Last week, we saw another above-inflation increase to the national living wage, meaning a full-time worker on national living wage will be earning £690 more over the coming year. And this week, the personal allowance has increased to £12,500. So a single person on national minimum wage working 35 hours a week in 2010 would have taken home £9,200. This year will take home £13,700.
One way of increasing take-home pay is to create more high-paying jobs in the first place. Does my right honourable friend join me in agreeing that Cheltenham's government-backed Cyber Innovation Centre, which sees the country's finest cybersecurity minds from GCHQ nurturing small businesses, is an excellent way of how the state and private sector can combine to boost the economy and generate great jobs to boot?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my honourable friend that the public and private sectors can work together to support UK digital businesses, including in the vital area of cyber, and that's why we've established the Cheltenham Innovation Centre as part of our £1.9 billion commitment on cyber security.
Greenwood.
Mr. Speaker, last month Nottingham Trent University released a report mapping Nottingham's employment trends. They found that in the 10 years from 2008 to 2018, earnings in our city rose by just 11.6% compared to 19.9% nationally. Too many of my constituents are working hard but still in poverty and reliant on benefits just to make ends meet. What specific action is he taking to tackle low pay and economic insecurity to ensure that people in Nottingham don't just have work, they have good work?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there are two parts to our approach. First of all, is a laser-like focus on raising productivity, investing in the infrastructure, the skills that we need to raise productivity in this country, because that is the only way to sustainably raise wages. But we also introduced the national living wage and have increased it way ahead of inflation. We will have to set a new target for the national living wage from next year. That is why I announced in the budget that I've asked Professor Arindrajit Dubey to conduct a survey for us of the literature on minimum wages and employment opportunities for people on low pay, so that we can address this issue, seek to raise pay of the lowest paid as fast as we can without destroying their employment opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further increases in the national living wage are vital for tackling the low-pay culture. But does the Chancellor agree with me that as the rates increase, so does the risk of non-compliance? So does the Chancellor therefore think that the HMRC are adequately resourced to be able to go after rogue employers who don't pay a fair wage?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable friend is right, of course, and we have provided additional resources to HMRC, and they are pursuing, wherever they get reports, they pursue, and they also take proactive action to look for employers who are not meeting their legal obligations.
The Dogs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A recent survey by the Centre for Labour and Social Studies showed a third of workers struggle with the cost of living, and 2/3 of workers expect to get poorer this year. Yet FTSE 100 CEOs have been seeing their wages rise 6 times as fast as those of the average worker. That sounds to me, Mr Speaker, like a laser-like focus on increasing inequality.
Well, Mr Speaker, the government is responsible for the productivity agenda, and it's responsible for the setting of targets for the national living wage. And as I've already set out, working in those 2 tracks is the way to deal with the challenge of low pay. I can tell her what won't help workers on low pay, and that's having their personal allowance taken away from them.
Portland.
Number 6, Mr Speaker.
Well, Mr Speaker, we have made very significant progress as a government in reducing the burden of taxation on the low paid, including recently increasing the personal allowance to £12,500, thus taking 1.7 million of the lowest paid out of tax altogether since 2017.
Portland.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What the Treasury gives with one hand, local authorities are taken away with the other. Relentless rises in council tax, parking charges, fees, affecting households up and down the country. What are we actually doing to help these families instead of paying lip service?
Well, Mr Speaker, my honourable friend makes the important point that there are many costs and taxes that bear on the down on the lowest paid, and that is why, that in addition to increasing the personal allowance, we have introduced the national living wage as a party, which has gone up well above the rate of inflation this April. We have frozen fuel duty for 9 years in a row, which has saved the average car driver cumulatively £1,000, and we should not forget that when it comes to income tax, 28% of all income tax is paid by just the 1% of highest earners.
Sangham Debonair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And then the Minister can say anything he likes, obviously, because in fact he knows that this tax system is skewed in favour of richer people. Yes. The poorest 10% pay 42% of their income in taxes, whereas the richest pay 34%. So does the Minister have any plans to achieve greater parity, particularly in VAT?
Well, I'm surprised that the honourable lady should raise the issue of the level of tax that the most wealthy pay, because under this government, as I've just stated, Mr Speaker, the highest earning 1% pay a full 28% of all income tax. Under her party, under the last Labour government, that figure was substantially less, at around 24%.
Does he not agree that taxes could be lower if spending was better controlled, and yet this House provides no scrutiny of spending whatsoever? The Supply and Appropriation Bill, presented by the Minister just over a month ago, was not debated nor voted on. Is it not time that, like other parliaments, we had a Budget Committee and a Parliamentary Budget Office to scrutinise spending and hold government properly to account?
Well, I know that my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary, has just appeared before the Procedure Committee to address just the issue that my honourable friend has raised.
Our social care system is breaking, causing indignity and poverty and hardship to millions of people in their old age. Given that, might it be time for us to consider maybe increasing fair taxes so we can actually live in a civilised society that looks after its most vulnerable people?
Well, Mr Speaker, as the honourable gentleman may know, £400 million went into social care just at the last recent budget. It is the mission of this government to get taxes as low as possible so that we have a strong economy, and our record is good. We have about the highest level of employment in the country's history, more women in work than at any time in our history. We have halved unemployment since the mid-1970s, and all of that is about creating the wealth and the money to make sure we can afford the public services that the public expects.
Question number 7, Mr Speaker.
Distributional analysis published by the Treasury at Budget 2018 shows that decisions taken by this government on tax, welfare and spending on public services have benefited households across the income distribution, with the poorest households gaining the most as a percentage of net income.
Henry.
The £1.7 billion announced yesterday for universal credit doesn't even touch the sides of the £12 billion in welfare cuts since 2015, nor does it contain provision to repay the debts caused by universal credit to local authorities, such as the £2.5 million cost borne by every Highland household 6 years into the rollout. Should Highland Council send the invoice for that debt for council taxpayers directly to him?
No, they should reflect on the range of measures that this government took at Budget 2018, including the new energy price cap, the doubling of free childcare and the steps we've taken to reduce the burden on households by reducing the fuel duty.
Mrs Emma Llewellyn-Back.
Please, Mr Speaker.
Secretary.
Pay has increased by 20% since 2010. We've got a record number of people in work, and wages are growing at their fastest pace for 10 years.
Mrs Emma Llewellyn-Back.
Thank the Minister for that answer. However, the ongoing benefit freeze will result in those on very low incomes being over £800 worse off by 2020. Meanwhile, tax cuts for the rich mean that those who earn over £60,000 will be better off. The UN Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty and Human Rights said that UK poverty is a direct result of political choices. So when is this government going to address the fact that their political choices have led to 1 in 8 people who are in work actually living in poverty?
Well, at the budget in 2018, we put an extra £630 into the pockets of working families on universal credit. And the way we're going to make sure that our country succeeds is by increasing economic growth, it's by building more houses, it's by cutting the cost of living. That is the way we're going to do it, not by saying business is the enemy and trying to crash our economy.
Eden Harris.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What assessment has the Minister made of the rather bizarre policy of reducing personal or removing personal allowances on the low-paid?
Well, I think it's an extremely strange idea. What we need to do is cut taxes on those on low incomes, and that's what we're doing. From this April, we're cutting taxes by £130 for those on basic rate taxes, meaning that they're able to keep more of their own money.
Gregory Campbell.
Mr Speaker, at this stage in the economic cycle, there are many more people in employment, but many of them are in low-paid employment or part-time employment. What steps are the Treasury and the Government doing to increase the level at which people earn a living to pay for the necessities of life?
Well, let's be clear about the statistics. Over the last year, 90% of the increase in employment has come from full-time workers, and 97% of the increase in employment has come from high-skilled jobs. We are building an economy fit for the future.
Greg Hands.
Number 9. The Government, Mr Speaker, has made substantial progress in reforming the stamp duty regime. At Autumn Statement 2014, SDLT was cut for 98% of those people due to pay.
Since we last spoke about this, the Spring Statement showed a further decline in receipts of an additional £2.7 billion over the scorecard, which was not due to changes in Wales and the welcome first-time buyers reforms, which were already in the October budget numbers. So what is the Government going to do to reform the system, to protect revenue, grow social mobility, allow the elderly to downsize and to get Britain moving again?
Well, the year-on-year changes to the level of receipts from SDLT, Mr Speaker, have reduced recently, and that is, though, due largely to the fact that we have put a great deal of relief into first-time buyers' relief, which is already helping 240,000 first-time buyers get onto the housing ladder.
Alison McGovern.
Mr Speaker, however the Minister dresses it up on stamp duty, land tax and other issues where the wealthy have seen their taxes cut, the impact, Mr Speaker, on our economy is clear. So can the Minister explain to me why stamp duty land tax reform would be a priority, rather than addressing the fact that in our country today, Mr Speaker, of all families with a child under 5, a third are in poverty?
It is most certainly not our priority to be reducing SDLT for the very wealthiest. In fact, the levels that we're at the moment, 12% plus an additional 3% if it's an additional dwelling, are at high levels. And I can inform the Honourable Lady that in terms of the amount that we're raising through stamp duty land tax, it is twice the level in 17-18 as it was back in 2010-11.
Jim Matheson.
Question 10, sir.
Mr Speaker, the loan charge was announced at Budget 2016 and was subject then to public consultation. We have received representations, including from campaigners and the wider public. Disguised remuneration schemes pay loans in place of ordinary remuneration with the sole purpose of avoiding income tax and national insurance.
Christian Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, I fully support measures to close loopholes on disguised remuneration, but not when they are retrospective and affect my constituents retrospectively. So can I ask the Minister, if these were illegal at the time that my constituents took them out, why is it necessary now to introduce the loan charge?
I think it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that the House fully understands how disguised remuneration works. And the situation is that if an employer says to an employee, instead of paying you as earnings in the normal way, we will pay you by way of a loan that will go out to an offshore location, to a low or no tax jurisdiction, within a trust, and then the money will come back to the UK to that individual, paid as a loan, which there's no intention of ever repaying it, simply to avoid national insurance or income tax. That is wrong. And as to the matter of retrospection, that has never, ever complied as a model with our tax code, and the loans that I referred to are persisting today, not retrospectively, and that is why it is right, and it is only fair on those taxpayers who pay the correct amounts at the right time, and our vital public services who rely on that money, that we collect it.
Jill Furness.
Number 11, Mr. Speaker.
Loans of less than £25,000 to the smallest businesses are already regulated under the Financial Services and Markets Act 2000. The Government is committed to regulating only where there is a clear case for doing so, to avoid putting additional costs on lenders and businesses. And the Government welcomes the recent expansion of the Financial Ombudsman Service and the establishment of a voluntary dispute resolution service.
Jill Furness.
Mr. Speaker, a succession of small business lending scandals have come to light in recent months, including from Clydesdale, GRG and HBOS. This has highlighted that small businesses are still struggling to get fair access to finance. Last week, Labour set out our proposals to fix this, including plans to set up a post bank which would offer relationship banking for small businesses in order to improve their access to finance. Will the Minister support Labour's proposition for a publicly owned postal bank that will provide trustworthy finance for small businesses?
I'm sorry, I can't give her that undertaking. I really passionately believe that we need to resist additional FCA fees, product reviews, increased compliance and monitoring costs for businesses, stifled product innovation and narrower product choice for SMEs, which is what would be the consequence if we followed Labour's advice on this policy area.
Order. Question 22 will probably not be reached. If the Honourable Gentleman for Witney were standing, I would call him, but he isn't, so I won't. But he does, so I shall. Mr. Robert Courts.
Speaker, thank you very much. The scourge of late payments is a major problem for small businesses, as I know from my many small businesses in Witney, as an FSB member and as the chairman for the APPG for small businesses. Isn't it about time that we started celebrating those companies that support the small business supply chain by paying on time?
My honourable friend makes a very fair point, and that's why the Chancellor announced at the spring statement that we will require company audit committees to review payment practices and report on them in their annual accounts. And this is a part of a range of measures that the Government will be setting out shortly when we make the full response during the call for evidence.
Jim McMahon.
Mr. Speaker, the Government know full well that there is some deep-rooted corruption taking place within major banking institutions when it comes to commercial lending. At the moment, there is nowhere near the type of protection needed to help cover our small businesses in that eventuality. Will the Government take action now, eventually, to give small businesses that support?
Well, we've taken direct action so that small businesses can get a direct and quick response by expanding the authority of the Financial Ombudsman Service and having a retrospective review through the dispute resolution mechanism. What businesses want up and down the country is quick action to deal with disputes that are unresolved.
Kevin Ollinrake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. High street banks are regulated, but the loans they provide to SMEs are not. So there's not even a requirement to treat that customer fairly and reasonably. In the absence of regulation, should there be a clearer warning about the lack of protection if things go wrong?
Well, as the honourable gentleman knows through his excellent work with the Dispute Resolution Service, there are some avenues for businesses to go down, and also many lenders now, virtually all lenders, have signed up to the standards of lending practice, and that, alongside the expansion of the Financial Ombudsman Service's jurisdiction, gives businesses the assurance they need.
Sway.
Well, sir.
Mr. Speaker, UK financial services are globally competitive, and this government is focused on maintaining that competitiveness. Leaving the EU with a deal will ensure that financial services businesses can continue to operate across borders into the EU, and through our Global Financial Partnerships initiative, we'll also build a new framework for rest-of-world cross-border financial services.
How will we ensure that they don't end up being regulated from overseas?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've always been clear that the UK must maintain control of the regulations governing one of its most important sectors, and crucially a sector that the UK taxpayer stands behind. Those regulations have to be made in the UK. And the agreement we've negotiated with the EU in the political declaration means that each side would make its own choices on regulation through its own legislative processes, and that if any of these lead to our respective regulatory regimes no longer being equivalent, then either side would have the right to withdraw market access.
The financial services sector is not above the law, so if I can take him back to the loan charge, what steps is he taking against those accounting firms who told my constituents who are working for the IT sector, for the government department, that these schemes were perfectly legal, and who now find themselves laden with debt from the HMRC and paying back these things? What is he doing for those corrupt accountants?
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right. As well as pursuing tax avoiders themselves, we have to pursue those who promote tax avoidance. And my honourable friend, the Financial Secretary, has just told me that there are over 100 promoters of avoidance schemes who are currently under active investigation by HMRC.
Mr. number 13, sir.
14.
Mr. Glenn.
Automatic enrolment has reversed the decade-long decline in workplace pension saving. DWP statistics show that since 2012, over 10 million people have been automatically enrolled into a pension. Minimum contributions increased this month to 8%, and everyone who is contributing at the minimum rates should see an increase in their overall remuneration package.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for that response. One of my constituents in Hitchin is a stay-at-home mother, and the maximum she can contribute to her pension is £3,000 per year, whereas if she were working, she could contribute up to £40,000 per year. I'm sure the Minister will agree with me that we want people to encourage them to save for their future. How can we increase the threshold so that stay-at-home parents can increase the amount they put into their pensions?
Well, the government does offer generous tax relief on contributions to and investment growth within pensions, and we also enable tax-free access to a portion of savings. It's right the government controls the cost of tax reliefs, and the 3,600 limit is one method of doing this. I can assure the honourable gentleman that all aspects of pension policy and the tax system are kept under review in the context of the wider public finances.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On Thursday last week, one of my oldest manufacturing companies, Dudsons, went into administration. Average service is over 20 years. We now have huge concerns about the pension scheme as much as anything else to do with the administration. There is no money left even for redundancy. Will the Minister arrange for me to meet with the appropriate ministers to ensure that we're getting government support where we most desperately need it?
I'm delighted to give the Honourable Lady that assurance, and a ministerial meeting will be convened as quickly as possible.
Speaker.
FinTech revolutionises financial services, promoting innovation, stimulating competition and incentivising firms to deliver better outcomes for customers. FinTech firms directly contribute £6.6 billion annually to the UK economy, employing over 60,000 people across 1,600 companies.
Thank the Minister for that answer and for the Government for keeping us in #1 slot for FinTech. And I very much welcome the call for evidence for digital payments, but there is a danger that if the wrong type of digital payments are taken, particularly around the interchange fees, that actually we could undermine the sector. So can I urge the Minister to remain open-minded to charging a maximum fee per transaction as opposed to a proportionate fee?
Well, I'm grateful to that question and to the work of the honourable gentleman as chair of the APPG over the last 4 years. The regulator is the UK's lead authority for the interchange fee regulation, as he knows, and it is conducting a review into the fees that businesses face when accepting card payments. I acknowledge his concern, and we are open to hearing views on this issue and digital payments more broadly, as evidenced in our call for evidence.
Thomas. Can the Minister think of one independent trade expert who thinks fintech in the UK will do better once Britain has left the European Union?
Well, as the honourable gentleman knows, that it is the government's policy to have an orderly exit from the EU. But what we do know is that fintech has proved to be very resilient in all circumstances. We had record investment of £15 billion last year, and that's a testimony to the creative power of that industry working in the financial services sector in the city.
Number 17, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I meet the Housing Secretary regularly to make sure that there is sufficient funds in his budget to address the issues.
Robert Neil.
There is a particularly pressing need in the cases of blocks such as North Point in Bromley, where the owner and the developer refuse to take responsibility and intend to use legal powers to pass on the cost of ACM remediation onto the leaseholders. That's a complete breach of the government's undertakings. It needs a fund specifically to fund this directly to leaseholders if necessary. What's the Minister doing to advance that?
Well, I know that he has been in touch with the Ministry of Housing on this issue. We fully expect building owners in the private sector to take action, making sure that there are appropriate safety measures in place, and we've written to all owners to remind them of their responsibilities. In addition, local authorities have the power to complete works and recover costs from private owners of high-rise residential buildings.
Narendra Sharma.
Question number 19. Since 2010, UK labour productivity has grown by 3.9%, leaving it 1.9% above its pre-crisis peak. Slow productivity growth since the crisis is not a phenomenon exclusive to the UK, but is common across the G7. And we've created the £37 billion National Productivity Investment Fund to tackle this.
Narendra Sharma.
Thank you, the Minister, for responding to that question. The UK's productivity remains weaker than most other advanced economies. Does the Chancellor agree that the government should lead the way in tackling the productivity crisis, starting with getting rid of its haphazard transport sector?
No. Well, we are taking a range of interventions, including investing £600 billion in our national economic infrastructure. And over the course of this Parliament, investment in transport and other forms of infrastructure will be £460 million a week in real terms, higher than under the last Labour government.
Finally, Janet Davey.
Number 21, Speaker.
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Department of Education is implementing this policy with the purpose of increasing attendance in schools, and that's the factors they'll take under consideration.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor's spring statement announcement of free period products in secondary schools and colleges was welcomed, very much so. However, he's failed to mention pupil referral units and other alternative education provision, as well as the fact that some children start their periods in primary schools. He's also failed to consider women and girls in vulnerable situations such as homelessness shelters, refugees and women refugees. Will the Chancellor take a human rights approach to period poverty and ensure universal free access to sanitary products for all women so we can put a real end to period poverty?
Well, I know that the Children's Minister has already said he'll look specifically at the issue of primary schools, and my honourable friend, the Education Secretary, is going to consult widely on the issue.
Order. Topical questions. Emma Hardy.
Number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, my principal responsibility is to ensure economic stability and the continued prosperity of this country, and I'll do this through supporting our vital public services such as the NHS, investing in Britain's future, keeping taxes low and continuing to reduce the nation's debt. Securing an orderly departure from the EU will allow our mutual trade to flourish and encourage businesses to invest more in Britain's productive capacity.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shoplifting crime is increasing, antisocial behaviour crime is increasing, violent crime is increasing. The Prime Minister said that austerity is over, so when can we expect to see the Treasury give the Home Office the funding needed to replace the 20,000 police officers lost since 2010?
Well, we made sure in the budget settlement at the end of the last year that there was extra money going into the police, increasing funding, increasing spending power in real terms. And we've also allocated extra funding to deal with the scourge of knife crime.
Sir Patrick McLaughlin.
Claim that their spending on education is higher than it has ever been. Does that take into account the extra costs the government have put on schools?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. We have provided schools with additional funding to cope with the rise in pension contributions. And, of course, we will be looking at school funding as part of the spending review, and I'll take his representations into account.
John McDonnell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the Brexit dialogue ongoing, it's best to leave exchanges on that topic to the negotiations, though I hope we can all count upon the Chancellor, if not everyone on his own side, to continue to insist that no deal is not an option. Can I turn to Google? When will the Chancellor tackle the scandal of Google's tax avoidance? Google has an estimated taxable profit of £8.3 billion in the UK, so it should have a tax bill, according to the Tax Justice Network, of £1.5 billion. That would pay for 60,000 nurses, 50,000 teachers, 7 new hospitals, 75 new schools. It pays £67 million. Why is the Chancellor, year on year, letting Google, the tax avoider, off the hook?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I think the right honourable gentleman probably knows very well, the issue is a good deal more complex than he has suggested in his question. We have announced the introduction of a digital services tax to begin to address the challenge of shaping our tax system to respond to the digital age. But the problem is we have a set of international tax rules which we are obliged to follow, which were invented in the age when international trade was all about goods. Nowadays, it's mostly about services, and much of it is about digital services. The international tax system is simply not fit for purpose, and the UK is leading the charge in international fora, including the G20, which will be meeting later this week in Washington, in looking for a new way to allocate profits appropriately between jurisdictions where digital platform businesses are involved.
John McDonnell.
After 9 years in government, that smacks of an excuse. And let me say to the Chancellor, that the government's digital services tax has been roundly criticised as being too narrow and having artificial carve-outs. But let me move on from one scandal to another, the scandal of London Capital and Finance. LCF collapsed in January, leaving 11,000 investors in the lurch. They had £286 million invested in the company. Most were not wealthy people. The FCA was repeatedly warned of the LCF's dubious structure and operations and failed to respond to these warnings. A decade on from the financial crash, and our regulatory system is still not fit for purpose. What action is he now taking to secure justice for the LCF investors, and what action is he taking to reform our regulatory system?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do take very seriously the failure of London Capital and Finance, and my honourable friend, the Economic Secretary to the Treasury, last week directed the FCA to launch an investigation into this company. We will carry that investigation out and we will look carefully at the findings.
Chris Eaton-Harris.
In question 2 of main questions, the honourable member for Newcastle-upon-Tyne Central told us how Mirror housing across the country was full to bursting point as stocks for businesses prepared for a no-deal Brexit. In a leaked letter last week, the Cabinet Secretary inferred that business was not ready for a no-deal Brexit, which is correct.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that manufacturing companies have been building precautionary buffer stocks of imported components to give them resilience against any disruption at our ports in the event of a no-deal Brexit. But it is also, this tends to be larger companies, but it is also the case, as my honourable friend knows very well from his work as a minister, that despite government's attempts to engage with business, there are still far too many businesses who have adopted the famous approach of the ostrich in the sand in relation to this eventuality, and are not taking precautionary actions to prepare for the possibility of a no-deal exit.
Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In keeping with the non-angry Yorkshire approach as set out by my honourable friend, the member for Huddersfield, if indeed this Chancellor is thoughtful, he will know, according to research by the Centre for Towns, Yorkshire's growing digital sector is being stifled by patchy broadband connectivity across the region, which is costing us money and jobs. Roles continue to flow down south and into London. With the rollout of the next generation of 5G internet technology, will the Chancellor, in his thoughtfulness, commit to making funding available for the accelerated adoption in the Yorkshire region?
Well, Mr. Speaker, rolling out full fibre is essential to Britain's digital future. That will be done largely by the private sector. The public sector's role will be to provide the appropriate support in areas where full fibre rollout is not commercially viable. But supporting the urban centres in all our conurbations, including in Yorkshire, will be an early priority for the broadband rollout programme. I should say to the honourable gentleman, and I hope this will cheer him up, that I met recently an Italian digital entrepreneur who has relocated his business from Silicon Valley to Sheffield and says it was the best decision he ever made.
Mr. Philip Holloway.
Given that the people have already decided, presumably the Chancellor doesn't want a second referendum.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to some reports, I have never advocated a second referendum. I simply observed that it is a coherent proposition along with many others that have been discussed in this House.
Bambos Charalambos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My borough of Enfield has 7 times more households than the national average living in temporary accommodation, with 18% of people in Enfield classed as being low paid. I have no doubt that these two figures are related. So how can the Chancellor defend the government's record on in-work poverty, insecure work, zero-hour contracts that have caused so much hardship for so many?
Well, I think the honourable gentleman should speak to his friend, the Mayor of London, about what he is doing to increase house building in London.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Mr. Speaker, what plans is the government making for a UK investment bank to take over the role of the European Investment Bank in the UK economy?
Well, at the spring statement, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, launched a review of our infrastructure financing, which includes that question on whether the UK would benefit from institutional arrangements. We've also made significant funds available to ensure that there's no shortfall for those businesses that rely on the EIB.
Debbie Abraham.
Last month's ONS figures shows that life expectancy for the poorest has fallen, whereas for the rich it has actually increased. And analysis into the key drivers for this, including Public Health England's own investigations, shows this is the result of cumulative tax and social security changes. So I ask the Chancellor, once again, what is he going to do about this? And particularly, immediately, will he stop the benefit freeze, which is having such a devastating effect on people's lives?
Yeah, as I've said, we are moving on from the benefits freeze. We are in a position now where real wages are growing and benefits will, from 2020, increase in line with inflation. But the best route out of poverty, the best route to help people is to make sure children are getting a good education and we have more jobs available in our economy.
Charlie Elphie.
Mr. Speaker, would the Chancellor agree that, in view of the failure of London Capital and Finance, failure of Premier FX, the failure of individual police forces around the country to investigate economic crime, the failure of the SFO in yet another case, it's time that we had a single economic crime police force in this country to deal with things properly?
Well, we have got a single economic crime board that was set up and was chaired by the Chancellor and the Home Secretary in January to look at how better collaboration can tackle these challenges more effectively.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that savings had to be made, but funding for
schools, road repairs, social services, nurseries, youth clubs in Dudley has almost been halved because Dudley Council has been hit harder than other councils elsewhere in the country. So will ministers meet me and people from Dudley to discuss our case for fairer funding?
Minister, Chief Secretary.
Well, I was very pleased to go and visit the honourable gentleman at Dudley College and see the fantastic work they're doing. And he put forward some very interesting ideas about local transport. We're conducting a zero-based capital review as part of the spending review, and of course we will look at proposals on all of those fronts.
Rachel McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Chancellor agree with me that the announcement that small shops will save up to £8,000 worth in business rates is a fantastic boost for our high streets? And will he please commit to supporting the bid from Redditch for the future high streets funds?
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, the rates relief that we've offered over a 2-year period to smaller independent retailers will help the high street. But retailers have to use this breathing space to adapt to the changing environment that they're facing. We cannot freeze the high street in Aspic, and we have to face the reality of the digitisation of our economy. So let's work together to transform our high streets so that they're sustainable for the future.
Ms. George.
The Chief Secretary has just said in response to the member for Derbyshire Dales, who's no longer in his place, that schools would be funded for the additional costs of the teacher pension scheme. Yet the schools minister wrote to me yesterday to say that he was still in the process of reviewing evidence. Schools have not been informed, they've not been given these costs within their budgets, and they're having to decide whether to make redundancies or not because they don't have this information. Please, will the Minister provide clarification?
As I've said, we have committed that schools will be funded for that.
Tom Burscliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Chancellor of the Exchequer set out for the House why the Customs Union is the wrong policy choice for the future strength of the UK economy?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister negotiated a deal with the European Union which gave us many of the benefits of being in a customs union while preserving the ability to conduct an independent trade policy. We put that deal to this House of Commons effectively 3 times, and it was defeated 3 times, so we have to pursue other alternatives.
Mary Glendon.
Mr. Speaker, cuts to alcohol duty have cost the Treasury £4 billion over the last 5 years. But what assessment has the Chancellor made of the impact of these cuts on public health and alcohol-related deaths?
Well, he observed that the minimum alcohol price in Scotland has actually resulted in an increase in the consumption of alcohol.
Bob Neal.
The Chief Secretary said that yet again it's the government's view that building owners should pick up the cost of ACM cladding remediation. Does she understand, however, that there is no legal means of enforcing that obligation? That absent such a legal means, would she please revisit the issue of direct funding to the leaseholders as a matter of urgency?
Well, I observe that a growing list of companies such as Barratt Developments, Mace Group and Legal & General are doing the right thing and taking responsibility to pay for remediation. And the government urges all other owners and developers to follow these leads of these companies.
Lyndon.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. Housing associations in Parkhead, Tollcross and Shettleston have high levels of tenement stock, and the cost of maintaining these are incredibly prohibitive. So will the Minister agree to look with me to look at the case for a modest reduction in VAT to preserve tenement stock housing, a key part of our architectural heritage in Glasgow?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is not an issue that I'm familiar with, but I'd be very happy to hear from the honourable gentleman more about it. Perhaps he'd like to write to me in the first instance with the detailed argument.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Chelmsford, we love our high street. Does my right honourable friend agree that giving 9 out of 10 of our shops up to £8,000 a year off their business rates will help to create a more level playing field between online shops and bricks and mortar shops?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and as I said earlier, it's essential that the high street evolves to respond to the digital age. But there is no doubt that smaller shops need a breathing space in which to do this, and reducing their business rates this year and next helps them to do just that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I appeal to HMRC to show some humanity with loan charge victims? I've had them come to me in tears. We know nationally some have committed suicide, children suffering because of tax arrangements made years ago. Could I ask the government to please pause these punitive, retrospective charges now and go after the providers with the same vigour that you're going after the little people?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is indeed incumbent upon HMRC to make sure that they take their duty of care towards customers, particularly vulnerable customers, very seriously, and I'm confident that they do just that. There is, in the case of the loan charge, a dedicated helpline available for those who are impacted by the loan charge. There is a vulnerable customers team which provides one-to-one support to vulnerable customers, and of course we've announced recently that we will be extending the Needs Enhanced Support Service to those who have open investigations into their tax returns. The Honourable Lady mentions promoters. My right honourable friend has already highlighted the over 100 investigations that are being carried out at the moment into those companies promoting tax avoidance. There are other litigations underway at the moment in respect of DOTAS and offences around that, which have resulted in wins for HMRC, and the Honourable Lady should have a look at the Hyrax case, which has recently been concluded, which found that the promoter was not behaving appropriately, and this should lead to about £40 million worth of tax being recouped as a consequence.
Mr. Speaker, will we continue to invest in the Northern Powerhouse, and particularly will we fully fund the Transport for North plan for a TransPennine rail upgrade?
Mr. Speaker, as I said at the recent spring statement, the government remains committed to the Northern Powerhouse and to Northern Powerhouse Rail, and I'm working with my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, on the TransPennine upgrade programme.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome what the Chancellor said a few minutes ago to my honourable friend from Wakefield about the investigation into the promoters of some of these disguised remuneration schemes, but for many of the victims that won't particularly do them any good. I have a business in Chesterfield facing bankruptcy because of this charge. So what can the Chancellor say about how his review might actually help the people who've taken advantage of this advice wrongly?
Well, Mr. Speaker, where an individual or indeed a company, and it is largely companies that fall due to the loan charge, currently of the 6,000 cases that are being settled, 85% by value of those cases relates to companies rather than individuals. HMRC has always been very clear that they will make sure that there are appropriate payment arrangements in place to make sure that those outstanding amounts of tax, which are, after all, amounts of tax that have been avoided aggressively and in a contrived way avoided, are able to be settled sensibly.
In the coming spending review, what priority is the Chief Secretary going to give to reducing the tax burden?
Well, I hope to follow in the footsteps of former Chief Secretaries who have been keen to keep a tight rein on public spending and make sure that more people are able to keep more of their own money, because ultimately every penny we spend in public spending is money that people have earned and could be spending on other things.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 55% of Scots pay lower income tax than they would if they lived in England. Does the Chancellor not agree that he should take inspiration from the SNP's Progressive Finance Minister and protect public services and the poorest rather than the better off?
The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that the SNP government are putting off people relocating to Scotland, earning higher incomes in Scotland, because those earning £50,000 have to pay an additional £1,500 in tax every year.
Jim Cunningham.
Mr. Speaker, what is the Chancellor going to do to help WASPI women who have been denied their pensions? It's been on far too long. It's about time that the Chancellor did something about it.
Mr. Speaker, we've had to take difficult decisions because of the state of the public finances and how they were left. And we've already made improvements in terms of those women being able to retire, but it is right that we don't burden future generations because of the existing commitments we have.
Order. I'm sorry, but we must move on. Urgent question. Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister if he will make a statement on the handling of the cases of the 5 alleged Rwandan genocide perpetrators in the United Kingdom?
Mr. Speaker, none of us can forget the scenes of 25 years ago, the horrendous sight of the Rwandan genocide, and my colleague, the Minister for Africa, visited only this week to share in the international recognition and remembrance of such a horrific event. We can confirm that the Met War Crimes Unit within the Counter-Terrorism Command received a referral from the Rwandan authorities in January 2018 relating to 5 individuals in the United Kingdom and allegations of genocide offences in the Rwanda dating back from around 1994. Relevant documentation to this was assessed by the War Crimes Unit, and officers were also deployed to Rwanda as part of our initial work to scope out the allegations. As a result, we have subsequently commenced an investigation which will initially involve a review of all the documentation transferred from Rwanda. Given the complexities involved, this is expected to be a protracted and lengthy process. Inquiries continue.
Mr. Andrew Mitchell.
Mr. Speaker, as the Minister said, Sunday was the 25th anniversary of the Rwandan genocide. The Honourable Lady for Wirral South and I represented this House, along with the Minister for Africa, at ceremonies in Kigali which were dignified and profoundly moving. This House will recall that nearly 1 million Rwandans were murdered in frenzied killing over a 90-day period, while the international community effectively did nothing to stop it. Once the killing was ended, those responsible, the leaders of the genocide, fled. Over the intervening years, many have returned voluntarily to Rwanda to be processed through the Gacaca court system. Others have been extradited to Rwanda, including from the US, Canada, France, Norway, Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium and Sweden. Britain, sadly, is a glaring exception. Proceedings started here in the UK more than a decade ago in respect of 5 alleged genocide perpetrators. In the British courts, in spite of ruling that there was a prima facie case of genocide made out against all 5, declined to extradite. The British taxpayer has forked out already more than £3 million in legal costs. 4 of these 5 are living on benefits, including on housing benefit. The Rwandan authorities, Mr. Speaker, having failed to secure extradition in Britain in the lower courts, have declined to proceed to the Supreme Court and have asked that the UK undertake their trial here. In spite of all the evidence being available here already in the United Kingdom, the Metropolitan Police have indicated it could take a further 10 years to process. Mr. Speaker, the souls of those murdered in the genocide cry out for justice, but from Britain, justice has at the least been delayed and at worst denied. Mr. Speaker, the Nuremberg trials commenced a mere 7 months after the end of the war and were concluded within 10 months. In the interests of those facing these dreadful allegations, as well as for the reputation of British justice, we should surely expect these 5 alleged genocidaires to be on trial at the Old Bailey by the end of this year. I end, Mr. Speaker, with the words this last weekend of the distinguished Rwandan Minister of Justice and Attorney General, Mr. Johnson Busingye, who, when he came here to Britain, the Director of Public Prosecutions could not even find the time to see him. And he said this at the weekend, and I quote, "Anyone who cares about British values and justice should be ashamed. The UK will go down in history as the only country in Europe which knowingly shielded alleged Rwandan genocidaires from justice."
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend is a strong supporter of Rwanda and knows the country incredibly well, and I do respect many of his views on the country and the need for action. I have to say I fundamentally disagree, however, with his last point. The United Kingdom has not shielded these people. He will know that the High Court in 2017, on the 28th of July, the court ruled they could not be extradited for fear of not facing a fair trial. He will know and respect the difference between the government, the police and the judiciary, and that we have to follow that rule of law as they ruled. This government, as previous governments, have been committed to bringing people to trial, which is why he himself has raised. We have spent £3 million in trying to get the right outcome. However, when the court ruled that these individuals could not be extradited, the United Kingdom, under its obligations of the Genocide Convention, and after a request by the Rwandan government, took on the investigation itself, went out to meet and gather evidence in Rwanda, meet officials in there, and there is a live police investigation into a number of individuals for potential war crimes. My right honourable friend will also understand that as it is a live police investigation, there is no more I can say on this particular matter for fear of either prejudicing a fair trial here or anything else, and that is where we have to live. That is the facts we find before us. The government is not shielding any war criminals, nor should it, and we would not. We are doing our best. The counter-terrorism police, I have raised the issue with them. They say that of the investigations they are involved in, the timescale is not 10 years, more like between 3 to 5 years. I can assure my right honourable friend, however, of one thing, that if the police require more resource or they come up against either an obstacle related to international relations, the government stands by to help, to expedite and to make sure those suspected of war crimes face full justice. But there is absolutely no case that this government, nor any previous government, has shielded them from the war crimes trials that they may face.
Nick Thomas-Symonds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for Sutton Coldfield for applying for this urgent question on such an important matter, and to you for granting it. The Rwandan genocide, which took place in 1994, with its recent 25-year anniversary, a haunting reminder of what happened. It was an atrocious act of violence, with hundreds of thousands of people being killed in just 100 days. And that such a heinous act took place whilst the world stood by is a stain on the international community. Mr. Speaker, allegations have been made against 5 individuals whose extradition to Rwanda was not granted by the High Court in 2017, and I will not, Mr. Speaker, comment specifically on the individuals themselves. It has, however, been reported over the last couple of days that Scotland Yard had received a referral from the Rwandan authorities in January 2018, with Scotland Yard officers sent to help with the investigation regarding those individuals, as has been confirmed by the Minister today. Mr. Speaker, it is right that these allegations be investigated in this country. We believe in a rules-based international order, and if that is to mean anything, it must mean that a crime against humanity is a crime against us all, no matter where it takes place in the world. All efforts must be made to pursue justice for victims. Therefore, whilst the Minister must quite rightly be circumspect about what he can say with an ongoing investigation, can he reassure this House that all necessary resources will be put at the disposal of the investigation, that all possible efforts to gather evidence will be made, and whilst it will of course be complex, that this investigation is carried out carefully and as speedily as it possibly can be?
I can give the honourable gentleman that reassurance, and even at the beginning of this year I got an update from the counter-terrorism police about the conduct of any investigations relating to people from Rwanda. I in fact briefed the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield on that about that same time, to make sure that he realises that we are not forgetting this. We're not going to forget the genocide, and nor are we going to forget bringing to justice those people. I am very happy to keep the House posted, as we are allowed to, but nevertheless, with the respect we have to remember, this is a live police investigation, and therefore all the safeguards apply.
Mr. David Davis.
Speaker. Other countries with very strong records of protecting asylum and protecting the rights of individuals under criminal investigation, like Canada, Norway, Denmark, Sweden and the Netherlands, have all seen fit to extradite suspects in their countries back to Rwanda. Why are we not?
If my right honourable friend has a problem with the judiciary, I suspect he takes that up with the Lord Chief Justice. It is the ruling of the High Court that we have to respect in July of that year that made a view that they would not stand a fair trial if extradited. We fought the case, we took it to the court decided otherwise, and we have to respect that ruling.
Patrick Brady.
Speaker, I congratulate the member for Sutton Coldfield on securing the question and you for granting it, Mr Speaker, as the 100 days of commemoration of the 25th anniversary begin. I was part of the CPA delegation last year, I think the first ever CPA delegation to Rwanda, and saw at first hand the efforts that are being made to achieve justice and build peace. But the question of alleged perpetrators remaining overseas does leave a cloud hanging over those attempts, and it's not fair either on those who are accused to be left with these accusations left untested, or on the victims. So, first of all, to build on some of the questions that have been asked, accepting the role of the judiciary here, etc., what discussions have been had with other countries about why they felt able to allow for extraditions and that wasn't felt here? But if the justice system here has concluded that a fair trial cannot be conducted in Rwanda, a way has to be found to achieve justice here. So is he confident that the Met Police have enough resources to complete their inquiries? What timescale is planned once the inquiries are concluded for the next steps? And can he give us assurances that that will move as quickly as possible, not so that justice is both done and seen to be done?
Minister.
I can assure the honourable member, I meet the head of counter-terrorism policing at least once a week, and we discuss a wide range of issues, and if there is an issue around this particular case or other cases of a resource pressure, we will no doubt discuss it and do what we can do to solve the issue. As far as other courts and other countries, they have different statutes books, they have different legislative arrangements. We go by our courts. Our courts have made that ruling. It is regretful. I am frustrated. It's not just in this case. Anyone who is a Home Office minister will often see their decisions, or indeed their attempts to extradite sometimes very dangerous people, struck down. But that is the rule of law. That is the rules-based system we're in. And whether I like it or not, that's quite right. We follow it.
Mr Desmond Swain.
With chain gangs labouring in uniforms of magnificent pink as that worn by the honourable member for Redditch, isn't there much that we can learn from the Gacaca court system?
Minister.
Well, I'm not going to comment on another. I am... Somebody else. Look, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear. We have successive governments tried to extradite these people to face justice in Rwanda. The courts took a different view. We then stood up to the plate, or the police, in an operational decision, had to investigate it. I am not a learned gentleman in this House that enables me to compare different legal systems, and nor am I going to attempt to try.
Mr Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much. Mr Speaker, given the decision of the High Court in 2017, and not asking the Minister to comment on these particular cases, but can he just assure the House that there is no obstacle in principle to anyone who is accused of war crimes, genocide or crimes against humanity being able to face justice here in this country, providing the evidential test is met?
Yeah.
I can give the right honourable member that assurance that when it comes to war crimes, under our obligations of the Convention, there is no barrier at all.
Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 12 years ago, I sat in on one of those Gacaca courts and saw some of these genocide suspects being put on trial, and it was a rough and ready process. But does the Minister agree that over the years there's been a huge amount of work done by the international community, including by British lawyers and experts, to help Rwanda improve the quality of its justice system? They've abolished the death penalty. Does he agree with me that there's no problem in principle in extraditing suspects to Rwanda to face trial?
My right honourable friend, look, it is our view, it was the government's view. It's why we contested the case. Unfortunately, it was not the view of the UK courts.
Mr Stephen Twigg.
Can I plead with the Minister for a greater sense of urgency in this case? The right honourable gentleman, who I congratulate for bringing this urgent question, talked about a 10-year delay. The Minister said no, that was a 3 to 5 year delay. 3 to 5 years is still too long. It is 25 years since the genocide in Rwanda. Can we not have that sense of urgency from the government, please?
revisit. Well, the honourable member would have first of all heard my response that, in fact, it wasn't until 2017 that we started the investigation here at the request of the Rwandans. So it hasn't been 20-odd years where we haven't done it. Look, if there is a requirement for all resource, it will be discussed every week with the counter-terrorism police, and I stand by ready to help with that. But he will also want to make sure that when these people, if these people come before a court, that they are convicted and that we do the best case possible to make sure that the crimes that they are charged with are held and stick.
Pauline Latham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've spent time in Rwanda with Project Emubano, but also with the Select Committee. I've met the people whose families have been slaughtered. I've met people who've reconciled themselves to the fact that they no longer have families. They have gone a long way, and I agree with my honourable friend opposite. It is too long. These people have waited 25 years. Maybe we haven't done it for 25 years, but we should have done, and we should have moved this on, and they cannot come to peace until this is reconciled.
I hear my honourable friend, and I understand, not only if you're a victim, but if you're a supporter of that country, that you want this to be closed and justice be administered to those people who were responsible for that genocide. However, a police investigation is a matter for the police. How they conduct it is a matter for them, and how it is prosecuted is a matter for the CPS. We stand by ready to support them in doing that, but at the end of the day, it is operationally independent, and the CPS is independent on many of those issues.
Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for granting this urgent question. I congratulate the member for Sutton Coldfield for asking it. As he mentioned, it was very important for us to attend on Sunday the Kwibuka 25 remembrance in Kigali. And, Mr. Speaker, I must tell the House that the bravery of those survivors was humbling. Our duty to them, Mr. Speaker, is therefore to pursue justice, and I know the Minister knows that. So can I ask him a broader question about what conclusions he has drawn about the UK's current ability to act in relation to crimes against humanity, and what discussions he's been having with the Foreign Office and DFID about that? This matters, Mr. Speaker, not just directly on this issue to Rwandans, but also to other victims of grave injustices, such as those from Syria, and not just, Mr. Speaker, to direct victims of these heinous crimes, but to each one of us in this world, all of whom rely on the rule of law.
Minister.
While I recognise the understandable impatience of many colleagues around these particular cases, we shouldn't detract from the fact that the United Kingdom, under successive governments, have been a proud supporter on administering justice on war crimes around the world, both Bosnia, former Yugoslavia, and Rwanda and other places. And that is why, and we should be proud of that. And we have not only put our money where our mouth is often, we have used all diplomatic tools in the past. Former Yugoslavia is a good example, to bring to trial some people that thought they were always out of reach of justice. We continue with that enthusiasm and support. If it is a case of resources, I've said to honourable members, I stand by and the Department stands by to continue to support that. We are determined to see justice. There is no resistance on this side of the House from doing so, and we will continue to pursue that to make sure that those people face the justice they deserve.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Mr. Speaker, having been with my honourable friend from Mid-Derbyshire on several trips to Rwanda, and also my right honourable friend for Sutton Coldfield, I entirely share the comments they make. But would my right honourable friend, the Minister, agree with me that it's absolutely vital that we prosecute, this case is prosecuted with the utmost vigour, because if the High Court judgment in 2017 leads people to think that the UK is a soft touch, that will mean that we end up by having people who commit these atrocious crimes seeing the UK as a natural refuge. That should not be the case. They should know they will face the full force of the law, whatever the views of the court system in the country from which they've come.
I agree with my honourable friend. Look, we need to send a strong message. I don't like, any more than he does, seeing people in newspapers living freely in this country having had their extradition effectively turned down, and that's why I would like to see in general, and I'm not going to comment on this case, people who are in this country who are potential persecutors of war crimes are persecuted and prosecuted themselves.
Sir Edward Davey.
The Minister is hearing from all sides of the House that we want action. We want this investigation to happen promptly. We all know that he's not in charge of the courts and that the police are independent. But he does have the power to give extra money to the Met War Crimes Unit now, rather than waiting for a request. Will he not do that? Send a signal from this House that we want the police to have resources to get this investigation done soon.
Minister.
The right honourable gentleman knows full well that if the police require more money for this issue or any other issue, then they come to the Home Office or they have a discussion. Either they internally prioritise or they come to us to see what we can do. We stand ready to do that. And my discussions with the police on this issue is this is not about singularity, about a resource issue. It is about the complexity of the case itself. And some of these cases are incredibly complex, and the untangling of that is one of the challenges and one of the reasons it takes time.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton Brown.
Mr. Speaker, along with my honourable friend, I have actually talked to some of the families who've witnessed some of these dreadful crimes. And can I say to my right honourable friend from the front bench that he, in his meetings with the Metropolitan Police, should urge them to proceed with this proceeding as urgently as possible. 3 to 5 years is too long. If it was a terrorist outrage in this country, the public would be rightly, absolutely outraged that it took so long. Can I urge my friend to urge the Metropolitan Police to get on with this? After all, most of the evidence has already been collected by the earlier court cases.
Yes. My honourable friend may like to reflect that some of the terrorist trials that we are waiting are taking years in the United Kingdom. They take a long time. They are highly complex. Ones that stretch across countries are highly complex, often getting evidence that reaches the evidential bar in order that they can be submitted into court and that they hold the test. And under our system, as under the Rwandan system, the accused has a right of disclosure and defence, and we have to make sure we get that right. But I do hear his urgency. I hear honourable members' urgency. When I meet on Thursday the head of counter-terrorism policemen, I will continue to press that. I will make sure they are aware of the urgency, and we will have a further discussion about whether more resources needed or whether it is a matter of complexity that is taking the time.
Mary Cray.
Mr. Speaker, I too have met survivors of the Rwandan genocide when I visited there in 2006 on a visit to DRC as well. And I know this is a subject that's very close to your heart, Mr. Speaker, so I thank you for granting the urgent question, and I congratulate the Right Honourable Gentleman for Sutton Coldfield for asking it. You will remember 10 years ago when we were joint vice-chairs of the all-party group on genocide prevention, closing the impunity gap in the law, sitting in a meeting with Jack Straw to make sure that alleged war criminals could be prosecuted in this country. And people will look at us today and say that our judicial system and our asylum system is supposed to give sanctuary to those fleeing human rights oppressors and atrocities, not being abused by the alleged perpetrators of war crimes. There is no time limit on justice, so can I ask the Minister why the police did not investigate these crimes in parallel with the extradition process, and if he will report to this House on a 6-monthly basis so that we're not here on the 30th anniversary of the Rwandan genocide still demanding justice for those survivors.
First of all, on her last question, Mr. Speaker, look, of course I can update the House on the progress of war crimes investigations in general, and maybe specifically around Rwanda, but not on individual cases. I couldn't come to the House on those one by one, as I've said earlier about commenting on live police investigations. It is obviously a matter for the police about when they start an investigation, but I think it is clear from the chronology of this case that the Rwandan government had requested extradition. We had complied with that. We were keen to see them extradited to face justice in Rwanda. We had safeguards, and we were confident that Rwanda would be able to deliver a fair trial. Regretfully, that was not the view taken by the High Court in 2017, and almost as soon as that decision was made, we took up the baton and started the investigation here. And we will continue with that investigation and hopefully get to a resolution sooner rather than later.
Lawrence Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I visited Rwanda in 2002, I had the misfortune to see some horrific scenes as a result of the genocide, and it was made very clear to me then that part of the reconciliation process had to be justice. Now, indeed, a lot of progress has been made in Rwanda. I visited again last year and saw some of that progress. But will the government continue to work with Rwanda to ensure that it can continue to make the progress, but at the same time recognising that justice is a very, very important part of that recovery process?
Yes, my honourable friend makes a good point, and I think the reason the African Minister went to visit was to not only remember the horrors of the genocide and say you are not forgotten, but also to continue to commit Britain's support towards that country and the amazing progress it has made since 1994.
Dame Margaret Hodge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my right honourable friend member for Sutton Coldfield for raising the issue this morning. I have to say to the Minister that were we talking about people who were allegedly involved in the Nazi Holocaust, there would be a much stronger sense of urgency on action that needed to be taken. And it's in that context that I would say to him that I believe that he is defending the indefensible. There have been 10 years during the extradition proceedings when information, I assume, has been gathered by the authorities. To say that it takes a further 3 to 5 years, or probably closer to 10, to then bring the matter to trial is just unbelievable. Complexity and thoroughness does not justify this level of delay. And I would urge the Minister to listen to what are unanimous voices across the House and do all that is in his power. It's not about resources, it's about will. It's about a will to act and actually ensure that the police do pursue this and that these people are brought to justice much more swiftly.
Minister.
Please, look, I hope the right honourable lady does not think, because I have upheld the rule of law about the courts, that there is no urgency. I would like to see these people off our streets. I do not want war criminals walking around this country. I don't want them on a day-to-day basis, and I want them to face justice. And I have very strong views that these people should face justice. But I also know that police investigations are complex, and there is no magic wand we can wave to force these things at a quicker pace than they are. We can offer resource, we can offer to remove any barriers, whether they are international or not. We can go to court, as we did, on behalf of the victims, effectively, and the people of Rwanda, to try and get this dealt with. But I simply can do no more than make sure the police know of the urgency, that I can continue to monitor it and press them on a weekly basis if necessary to make sure we get a resolution. But there is a determination on this side of the House and all sides of the House to bring war criminals to justice, and we will continue to press that.
O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I accept the Minister's good faith in this, and I recognise this country's good record in dealing with its international obligations. And I also welcome the fact that neither he nor I hope anyone else in this House seeks to go behind the decisions of an independent judiciary in this country. But will he recognise it's also important in these cases, in particular, to ensure that so much time does not pass that the testimony of witnesses does not fade? You're very often dependent upon eyewitness testimony in these cases, and the longer it is since the incident, we all know, those of us who appear in the courts, the harder it is to ensure a fair trial and fair testing of that evidence.
Minister.
My learned friend knows better than anyone else about the judiciary and the relationship with the executive, the judiciary. And look, I absolutely understand the importance of urgency with evidence and making sure that we can produce trials that are successful. And I think that is really important. Look, all I can say is, I've said to many members here, I will press the urgency on the counter-terrorism police when I next see them. I promise to update the House on progress of war crimes prosecutions per se. But I also know, as he does as well, that we have to respect the judiciary, the rule of the judiciary, their rulings. There has been too much bashing of the judiciary in the last 20 years. That does not help our society. They made that decision. We abide by it. We now must prosecute in this country, and we will put all urgency to do that as soon as possible.
Mohamed Yassin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not long after my elections, I met with a constituent who had seen family members brutally killed during the Rwandan genocide. Her story was heartbreaking. It is unbearable for her that one of the alleged perpetrators of these horrific acts of violence now lived in her town. He is free to continue with his family life without fear of extradition. She is asking, when will she see justice for her brothers?
Well, the honourable member would have heard my earlier answers. As the police progress, whatever cases they have, we stand ready to support them in doing so, and subject to the complexities and subject to the courts, I hope that we see prosecution sooner rather than later.
Mark Pawsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anybody visiting Rwanda will recognise a spirit of reconciliation and a real desire to move on from the absolutely horrific events of 1994. But that's backed up with a sense of justice, often through the specially arranged local courts. The question is, if Rwanda itself has done the right thing, why can't we?
Minister.
Rwanda doing the right thing has been the rule of law, the separation of powers, the respect to the judiciary, and successful prosecutions and fair trials. That is the same principles that we believe in this country. Respecting the judiciary, respecting the rulings of the judiciary is exactly the same thing that we must do if we are to set example around the world. And that is exactly what the Rwandan courts seem to manage as well, and that's why we will respect our judiciary's ruling and we will seek to prosecute in this country.
And Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too have visited Rwanda, although it was with the All-Party Group on Agriculture for Food and Development, so I saw a far more positive vision of the country, although it's shocking as you go round what is stunning countryside to reflect on the fact that it was once steeped in bloodshed. But can I ask what work and whether the Minister has had conversations with his colleagues in DFID? Because obviously the number of survivors of the genocide is dwindling as the years pass, and I'm thinking particularly of there was something like between 250,000 and 500,000 women who were deliberately targeted with rape, and many were deliberately infected with HIV. If we could work with those survivors, perhaps that would help gather evidence so that we can eventually bring people to justice.
Minister.
The honourable lady makes some really valid suggestions and points. Look, I am obviously not the Foreign Office or the Africa or DFID Minister, but I will write to my colleagues and ask them to write to you and explain what they're doing and seek any suggestions you may have about how to build a better policy going forward.
Mr. Philip Holloway.
These alleged perpetrators of the Rwandan genocide are Rwandan citizens, are they not? And the public in this country will simply view with disbelief that we're not returning them to justice in their own country. And for these people to be at large and in receipt of social security benefits just make the situation even worse. The situation after the Second World War, 25 years on from this horrific event, would be that in 1970 there were alleged Nazi war criminals in this country who this government were refusing to extradite for trial in West Germany, Poland and Israel. That would have been unacceptable, as is this.
Minister.
Perhaps I could correct my honourable friend. This government is not refusing to extradite them. This government sought to extradite them to Rwanda to face justice. The court took a different view that said they did not feel they would face a fair trial if we did, and we have to abide by the court. That's why, instead, we are going to seek to prosecute them here in the United Kingdom, which we think is the best outcome. And whether they are citizens of the United Kingdom or not, whether they're Rwandan citizens or anywhere else, under the European Convention on Human Rights, we have our article obligations, and we must abide by those.
Lillian Greenwood.
Mr. Speaker, in a few weeks' time, I'll join Nottingham's Rwandan community commemorating 25 years since the genocide. Further to the question from my honourable friend for Bedford, does he appreciate the impact on those survivors who've made their home here in the UK if our country isn't seen to be doing everything possible to ensure that those guilty of crimes against humanity are brought to justice?
Minister.
I understand her point. If she could communicate to her Rwandan community that this government spent £3 million in trying to extradite them to go and face justice in Rwanda, then having that not been possible, this country, the police, is investing in trying to make sure we seek justice here in the United Kingdom. That's not passive and doing nothing, that is doing something.
Chris Elmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was privileged to be on the first CPA delegation last November to Rwanda. It truly is a glorious country, and there was a theme across all the meetings that we took part in, be it with the Foreign Minister to reconciliation villages or to district mayors, was no one is going to forget the genocide, no one wants to forget it, but what they deserve is justice. And one of the real concerns from the Foreign Minister was what would appear to be our unwillingness to engage and to investigate the allegations against these alleged perpetrators of the genocide. In 18 months' time, the Minister will know that Rwanda is hosting the CHOGM, the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. How can we, as a UK Parliament, as a Commonwealth Parliament Association, as the UK Government, sit with the Rwandans in Kigali talking about common purpose around security and safety when it appears we do not take their concerns and their need for reconciliation and justice seriously within the UK system?
Minister.
I dispute the picture you're painting of the government's commitment towards Rwanda and indeed Parliament. I mean, there have been plenty of friends of Rwanda in this whole question standing up, quite rightly, asking questions and caring about the consequences of the genocide in 1994. This government, the last Labour government, this House, is great supporters of the steps that Rwanda has done since 1994. And that's why, we are not doing nothing. We tried to extradite individuals to face trial. The court took a different view, and then we started an investigation. We have also been running other investigations into war crimes and will continue to do so.
Thank you. Order. Urgent question. David Lammy.
If the Minister will make a statement on the Windrush compensation scheme.
Thank you.
Minister Caroline Noakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, righting the wrongs done to the Windrush generation has been at the forefront of my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary's priorities. Last week, on the 3rd of April, my right honourable friend made a statement to this House setting out the detail of the compensation scheme and announcing the scheme is now open to claims. The Government deeply regrets what has happened to some members of the Windrush generation, and the launch of the compensation scheme marks a key milestone in righting the wrongs they have experienced. The scheme will provide payments to eligible individuals who did not have the right documentation to prove their status in the UK and suffered adverse effects on their life as a result. These could range from a loss of employment or access to housing, education or NHS healthcare, to emotional distress or a deterioration in mental and physical health. Information on the scheme is now available. The claim forms and guidance notes can be found on the gov.uk website or requested from the free phone helpline. The scheme rules and caseworker guidance were also published online on the 3rd of April. The helpline is already receiving calls and claim forms are being sent out. The Home Office has already also started a series of engagement events. The first event was held in Brixton last Friday, and the next event is scheduled for Southampton this coming Friday. In due course, we will publish information on the scheme through our existing monthly reports to the Home Affairs Select Committee, including information on the number of claims submitted, the number of claims paid, and the overall amount paid out by the scheme.
David Lammy.
Mr. Speaker, I should not need to remind anyone in this House that the Windrush scandal is a national disgrace.
Absolutely.
At least 11 people who were wrongly deported from the UK by their own government have died. At least 164 British citizens were wrongly deported or detained. Home Office officials have told the media that 15,000 individuals may have been harmed by the contempt that their department showed. 1 year since the scandal broke last week, the Home Secretary finally announced a compensation scheme to begin the process of reconciliation for the government's grievous errors. Mr. Speaker, the Home Secretary apologised again on behalf of the failings and repeated his promise to do right by the Windrush generation. Crucially, he told members of this House that there is no cap on the scheme and it will be based on people's needs. Mr. Speaker, his words seem to have provided false reassurance. In the response to the Windrush Compensation Scheme document he brought to this House, there was no detail of caps. Instead, this was quietly published online in a separate Compensation Schemes Rule document slipped out later on the 3rd of April. MPs therefore had no chance to scrutinise or question the truth that his department had set out incredibly strict caps to be awarded for different losses. A £500 payment for legal costs incurred. £500 for people who've been denied the chance to go to university. £1,000 for those wrongly obliged to leave the country under a so-called voluntary return scheme. And a mere £10,000 for people who were wrongly deported. Victims have correctly described these payments as peanuts and insultingly low. The Home Secretary, I say to the Minister, £10,000 is less than one Secretary of State's gross salary per month. Is this all that you've lost if you've been locked up, if you've been deported, if you've been made homeless? £10,000 is all that you would get from her department. Is this all it costs someone to be denied access to their family, friends for years and decades from their own country? Is this the price that you put on my constituents being deported for no wrongdoing and nothing that they have themselves done? Is this how this government values the lives of Black Britons? I say to the Minister, you promised to do right by the Windrush generation, but quite rightly many of them think that they have been misled. Mr. Speaker, let this be the final betrayal of the Windrush generation. Scrap the caps and compensate them properly for the wrongs that have been done to them.
Minister Caroline Noakes.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his question, and he is, of course, right to emphasise the importance that we right these wrongs. I would like to give a little bit further explanation, because it is important to reflect that whilst we worked very closely with Martin Ford to establish both a tariff-based scheme and actuals, so where people could evidence specific losses, they would be reimbursed for those losses. Actually, these different heads of claim which can be claimed for need not be in the singular, but can be cumulative. There also is a discretionary category which will enable people to claim for other losses not necessarily identified within the scheme, which is uncapped. And it's absolutely, the detail is provided in the scheme online, but it is important to reflect that whilst there is a tariff set at £10,000 for somebody who was wrongly deported, of course that could be in conjunction with other parts of a claim which could add up to significant sums in addition to that.
Henry Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the Windrush compensation, can my honourable friend say when we will see payouts for the Chagos compensation scheme, which was set several years ago at £40 million to that exile community over 10 years?
Of course, my honourable friend will be conscious that this specific question is about the Windrush compensation scheme, but he will no doubt be reassured to hear that last week, when I met with High Commissioners from across the Commonwealth, this was an issue that was raised with me then, and I will be working closely with Home Office officials to update him on that.
Oh, it's very striking to see the member for Halton Price and Howden and the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield beetling off together. It's almost certainly a conspiracy, but probably a conspiracy in the public interest, I feel sure. Diane Abbott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my Right Honourable friend, the Member for Tottenham, for securing this important urgent question. The whole House knows that the Windrush generation was let down by successive governments, Labour and Conservative. But with this derisory compensation scheme, the Windrush generation has been let down once again. And I would draw to the attention of the House that although I did get early sight of the Home Secretary's statement on April the 3rd, I was not provided with early sight of the scheme rules, and I appreciate the opportunity to question the Minister on them today. First of all, I would say that this scheme compares very unfavourably with the Criminal Injuries Compensation Scheme. The Criminal Injuries Compensation Scheme is awards under that scheme are aligned with compensation for loss under common law. Claimants are also allowed a statutory right of appeal of awards. They are also allowed legal aid for those appeals. None of this is true in any meaningful sense. In the case of the Windrush victims, how can the Minister possibly justify this? On this side, we believe the Home Office must pay for losses actually incurred. For instance, claimants will be paid just £1,264 for denial of access to child benefits. This is easy to quantify what people would have lost altogether. Why can't they get that exact sum of money back plus interest? There's only £500 for denial of access to free healthcare. But again, easy to quantify where people had to access private healthcare. Why can't they get that money back? On awards, the scheme provides compensation for detention. However, in the forced imprisonment case of Sapkota versus Secretary of State for the Home Department, the courts upheld 3 common law principles. Detention is more traumatic for a person of good character. A higher rate of compensation is payable for the first hour. Historic damages awarded in precedent cases must be adjusted and uplifted to present-day values. The Deputy High Court judge in this case awarded Mr Sapkota £24,000. This proposed scheme provides nothing like these common law damages. And the amounts offered for wrongful denial of access to higher education are pitiful. The scheme offers just £500, but all the research shows that the lifetime benefit of access to higher education is counted in tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. This scheme is shoddy, unfair and unjust. Ministers did not make all the information available to Her Majesty's opposition when we had initially the response to were able to respond to the scheme. Some might say, I won't say that ministers were attempting to conceal the reality of the derisory nature of their scheme. Above all, the Home Secretary said there was no cap. These tariffs are a cap. We are asking ministers, even at this late stage, to review these unfair tariffs, to remove the cap and give this generation the justice they deserve.
Minister. Well, I thank the Right Honourable Lady for the comments that she'd made, and I think it is somewhat unfair, given that the rules and guidance were published on the same day as the Home Secretary made the statement, to suggest that there was any attempt to conceal the scheme. Indeed, far from it, Mr Speaker. We have sought to publicise the scheme, to reach out to posts across the world with a selection of communication tools, invited High Commissioners into the Home Office last Thursday to emphasise the scheme to them. I would just like to comment briefly on the published Home Office ex gratia scheme, which was in place and indeed which both the Home Office and Martin Ford referred to when considering this compensation scheme. That provides for a maximum £1,000 for somebody who has been wrongfully deported. In arriving at the £10,000 figure for deportation, the Government considered this alongside case law evidence, where courts have awarded a range of damages subject to individual case details. We regarded £10,000 as a more appropriate figure than the £1,000 under the existing ex gratia scheme, which has been in place for very many years. The Right Honourable Lady mentioned the scheme of review. We've put in place a 2-tier review. Firstly, an internal review, where if somebody is not content with the original decision, they can have it referred to a senior caseworker who was not involved in the original decision. And then secondly, independent from the Home Office, a second-tier review which will be considered with the HMRC's independent adjudicator. With regard to caps on payments, of course, this is both a tariff-based scheme and an actuals-based scheme. The Right Honourable Lady raised the issue of those who may have been denied NHS care, where the tariff scheme is an award of £500. But if an individual incurred private healthcare costs, then the actuals will of course be repaid. The Home Office is determined to work both within its own information, with data held by other government departments and indeed wider individuals, so that we can help claimants establish the actual level of loss where that is the most appropriate route.
Mr Philip Holloway.
Can I congratulate you, Mr Speaker, for granting this urgent question and the honourable member for Tottenham for tabling it. Could I commend the Minister for her work on the scheme, and it's a scheme which I very much welcome. How accurate are press reports that up to 600 people may have made false or fraudulent claims to the scheme?
Well, I think it's absolutely right to reflect that the scheme has only been open for a very few days so far, but we have received claims, we have registered those claims, we've sent out claim forms and are expecting them back. I am not aware of any fraudulent claims to this scheme, and I'm very conscious that we've put in place a rigorous process which will enable all claims to be assessed fairly and indeed with full rigour. But it's important to reflect that the Home Office is determined to work with individual claimants. There may be cases where there is Home Office data which will enable us to assist people to determine the level of claim, and we're absolutely determined to do that.
Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the honourable member for Tottenham in securing this very important urgent question. It's imperative, Mr Speaker, that the victims of the Windrush scandal are compensated justly for the terrible treatment they endured. And I was a member of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, which took evidence from 2 of the victims of this disgraceful scandal. And anyone who heard their testimony about the effect of wrongful detention, years of persecution and threatened deportation would regard some of the amounts in this scheme as derisory. After a year-long wait for the compensation scheme, it's very disappointing that it has serious flaws, some of which have already been enumerated by others, and it does indeed seem to be a great deal more mean than was suggested by the Home Secretary at the dispatch box previously, when he said that there would be no cap on the scheme. But it's clear that a cap's been introduced through the back door by applying internal caps on payouts, which will effectively equate to caps on how much individuals receive. As has already been said, some of the payouts that are set out here are wholly unacceptable. £250 per month for people who were rendered homeless as a result of this unjust treatment, and a maximum award of £500 for legal fees. Now, the Home Secretary is refusing to compensate people for the full cost of immigration law advice, because he claims you don't need legal advice to make an immigration application. But any of us who deal with immigration issues in our constituencies, surgeries, know that not to be the case. And those of us who studied closely the Home Office files of the individuals who gave evidence to the Joint Committee on Human Rights will tell you that it was only with the assistance of lawyers that they managed to disentangle themselves from this mess. So isn't it time for the Home Secretary to admit that removing legal aid from immigration matters was a huge error, and that the government must fully compensate those of the Windrush generation who had to pay out of their own pockets to defend themselves against this state injustice? And does the Minister accept that minimal payouts under this scheme will not achieve anything near justice for these people? And does she agree with me that if the government were truly serious about rectifying the wrongs of this scandal, they would look at this scheme anew, and they would also scrap the hostile environment, which already is threatening to have the same impacts on EU citizens applying for settled status?
I thank the Right Honourable and Learned Lady for her questions. She commented on the long wait for this scheme to come forward. She will, of course, recognise that not only did we appoint Martin Ford as an independent advisor to the scheme, but he came to the Home Office and asked for additional time so that the consultation period could be open for longer. And over 1,400 responses were received to that consultation. It was absolutely right that adequate time was given for those responses to be considered carefully and thoroughly. She will, of course, be aware from the scheme that there is both a tariff category and actuals, and it's important to reflect that where actuals have been accrued, the Home Office is seeking to reimburse people based on those fees. But we recognise that it may be hard for people to provide evidence of actuals, which was why it was so necessary to put a tariff scheme also in place so that people would not simply be dependent on being able to provide that evidence. She made a wider point about the complexity of the Home Office's immigration scheme, she will, of course, no doubt welcome the consultation being carried out by the Law Commission into that. I hope that she has responded to it, if not already before the consultation closes, which I believe is very imminent.
Mr. Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, out of darkness can come light, and therefore I welcome the announcement today, which builds on early announcement and does progress the whole issue of compensation for those badly affected under the Windrush immigration scandal. I particularly welcome in the report by the Immigration Minister 4.18, which lays out very clearly compensation on employment, and 4.20, the same on benefits. I certainly have one constituent, and possibly two, but one definitely in Gloucester, who will deserve compensation on both these two categories. Could my right honourable friend confirm today news about the telephone hotline and how our constituents can access help with application forms, which, as we know, for older generation in particular, can be quite a challenge?
Well, my honourable friend is right to point out that, in particular for the elderly, sometimes claim forms can be difficult and onerous. We deliberately designed the claim form speaking to members of the Windrush generation so that the language used was as simple and straightforward as it possibly could be. But in addition to that, we have made provision with citizens' advice for them to be able to assist people with their claim, and individuals from his constituency of Gloucester need only make contact with the helpline. I understand that average call times for answer last week were just 18 seconds, but they should make contact with the helpline and they will then be referred on to Citizens' Advice, who will be able to provide assistance with making a claim.
Marsha de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also congratulate my right honourable friend, the member for Tottenham, for securing this important urgent question. Compensation of just £1,000 to those individuals that were forced to leave this country under the so-called voluntary return scheme because they were unable to prove that they were justifiably able to reside here. Many people received letters from the Home Office warning them that they will need to leave the country because they are here illegally. So I ask the Minister, how can she justify just paying compensation of just £1,000 to individuals that were forcibly removed from the country?
Minister.
The Honourable Lady is right to point out that serious wrongs were done to members of the Windrush generation. That's why we set up the Windrush Task Force. It's why we put in place a compensation scheme which was designed with the assistance of our independent adviser, Martin Ford. I recognise the point that the Honourable Lady has made, but it is important that we reflect on the advice that we were given and seek to have a scheme that is fair.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate and welcome the urgent question from the right honourable gentleman for Tottenham. I understand why this scheme is in the form that it is, but what is most important, would you not agree with me, is that the end result is seen to be fair. Fair to those, particularly those who the right honourable lady from Edinburgh has already mentioned, whom we saw in the Joint Committee on Human Rights, who were detained unjustly for considerable lengths of time. And therefore, at the end of the day, would you agree with me that the sum that ends up adding all these bits together should be seen in the eyes of the public as fair for what people have been through in these circumstances?
Minister.
I would like to commend my honourable friend for his work on the JCHR, and I certainly recognise the very moving, compelling testimony that his committee listened to during the course of their inquiry. It's absolutely right that we reflect on the advice that we have received on this, that we seek to make the scheme as fair as we possibly can do, but that we also seek to put in place a scheme that can respond quickly and efficiently to claims. It's why we will have a task force that will be 120 strong when it's at full complement, and also why we have made provision so that individual claims for compensation can be split so that parts of the claim can be addressed. Those very quick and easy claims to assess can be split off and paid immediately.
Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Public Accounts Committee report highlighted that this scandal does not stop with the Windrush generation, but that there are thousands of other Commonwealth citizens affected, and my own caseload bears that out. When the Home Secretary came before the House to make the statement, he wasn't specific about whether the Home Office would go through the lists of those people and identify those who could be affected and proactively contact them. Yep. Will she either make that commitment today or acknowledge that the Home Office systems are just not fit for purpose in doing that?
Minister.
Well, I think my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, did make it clear last week that the scope of this scheme is not limited to Caribbean nationals, and that almost all Commonwealth nationals who arrived before the 1st of Jan 1973 will be eligible to apply. It is important that we are doing work across the Commonwealth to highlight to the High Commissioners and indeed to our posts to emphasise that the wide cohort of people who will be eligible to apply and work with them so that claims can be settled.
John Postgrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've previously raised the issue of the role for those affected in helping to design the scheme, but now it's in operation. Will there still continue to be a place for that input?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. He makes a really important point, and last week the Home Secretary hosted an event for those affected that was also attended by Wendy Williams, who's conducting the review, and Martin Ford. And I was particularly struck by a number of individuals who I spoke to who emphasised the need for there to be continuing outreach. It's why we are holding a programme of events across the country. But Martin Ford himself would, I think, on many occasions has reflected to me that it's about building and rebuilding trust, and I am particularly grateful to all those who have helped us reach out to members of the Windrush generation to try to do exactly that.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank you for allowing this urgent question, and also thank my honourable friend from Tottenham for requesting this urgent question as well. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister if they feel that this is the appropriate fee of £1,000, which is the minimum award for injury to feelings. That's a minimum award for injury to feeling is £1,000. Does the Minister feel that that is correct in terms of compensating black Caribbean people that felt that they were forced to leave this country and indeed left this country, but they have experienced many emotional traumas and situations which are things like loss of sleep, anger, fear, trepidation, loss of appetite, loss of earnings, vulnerability, fear, and ongoing senses and feelings of depression? Is that minimum fee of £1,000 just in terms of a compensation? Yeah.
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable lady for her question, and she pointed out repeatedly that that was a minimum amount. But of course, if you look at the if one looks at the table of actuals and tariffs, it very clearly emphasises that there are sections for impact on daily life with a range of awards, and of course the discretionary circumstances where there is no cap. It's really important that we work to make sure that people have not only the impact on their daily life but on their mental well-being reflected, and I believe that this scheme enables us to do that.
Sir Edward Davey.
Will the Minister acknowledge that one of the causes of the Windrush scandal in the first place was a disproportionate level of documentation from many years ago demanded by the Home Office to enable individuals to exercise their rights? Mr. Speaker, it is rapidly becoming clear that the same mistake is being made in relation to this compensation scheme. So will the Minister urgently review not just the compensation cap that we've heard about, but also the scheme's documentary requirements, so no one is denied compensation due to missing documents from past decades?
Minister.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. What we have sought to do is to have a scheme that is both based on tariffs and on actuals, so that those who cannot provide evidence will be able to go down the tariffs route and not be expected to provide the evidence that those who are going down the actuals route would be able to do so. But as I have said already, the Home Office is wanting to work with claimants to make sure that where evidence can be found from either within Home Office records or other government departments, we do exactly that so that people are supported to get the compensation that they are entitled to.
Emma Reynolds.
Speaker, detaining innocent people and threatening them with deportation is not only wholly unacceptable, but it is dehumanising, and the treatment that my constituent Paulette Wilson suffered was absolutely appalling. I'd like to ask the Minister, why didn't the government come clean about these caps last week when we were in this chamber questioning the Home Secretary? And how on earth did the government come up with a figure of £500 per 24-hour period for the first 30 days of detention and £300 per 24-hour period for the subsequent 60 days? How are these amounts arrived at?
As I'm sure the Honourable Lady will have heard me say, the amounts arrived at were done in consultation with our independent adviser, Martin Ford, and also by looking at the ex gratia scheme that was already in place at the Home Office and indeed case law. And the Honourable Lady is absolutely right to comment that detention is absolutely wrong for those who have no reason to find themselves in that situation. I have apologised to her constituent, Paulette Wilson, who one can only hang one's head in shame at the way the Home Office treated not just Paulette Wilson, but too many individuals in the Windrush generation. We are still ashamed of what happened and desperately trying to put things right via this scheme.
Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent kept close records. His loss of earnings are over £50,000. His solicitor's fees run into the thousands. But this 59-year-old, who previously had worked all his life, has had his mental health so severely damaged by the failings of this government that he cannot now hold down a job. So, firstly, can I ask the Minister, how exactly are people supposed to provide actuals for jobs they were not allowed to have? Yep. And secondly, what provision is there within the compensation scheme for future loss of earnings? Because my constituent is unlikely to work again.
Here. Minister.
Well, the Honourable Lady is right to point out the very severe impact there has been on individuals of the Windrush generation. As I said previously, the Home Office is determined to work alongside HMRC, who will of course have evidence of previous earnings and the earnings level that her constituent would have been at, and to work with him through his own evidence. And the Honourable Lady indicated that he had kept close records through HMRC to make sure that he is properly compensated. She will be aware, as I have made reference to it earlier, there is also a discretionary element to this scheme, which in some instances may well provide redress that is not otherwise identified in the tables.
Kate Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend, the member for Manchester Central, and I are meeting constituents from Windrush families on this Saturday, and I think there will be very considerable interest in the engagement events that the Minister mentioned, so it would be helpful to know if she could provide local MPs with details of when they might be coming to our area. But can I also say to her that because of the deep mistrust and scepticism about the Home Office, there may be reluctance to supply full information to enable a cost-based claim to be submitted. Can she guarantee that a firewall will be in place so that any data supplied for the purpose of seeking compensation under this scheme is not used by the Home Office or any other government department for other purposes?
Minister.
Well, I'm absolutely happy to give that commitment. But in addition to that, I think the Honourable Lady makes a very important point about the importance of outreach, the importance of building trust. I'm absolutely determined to undertake to do what the Honourable Lady has asked, and to provide evidence or information to honourable members across the House of when outreach events may be either in their constituencies, or in the case of Manchester, I can recognise that there are a number of members who will be close by, and so we will certainly provide that information. But as I mentioned, I think in many instances it is those from the community themselves who can provide the greatest reassurance. And I was struck last week when talking to two gentlemen from Birmingham of the emphasis they put on the work that their charity does in supporting individuals, something that I've taken a very close interest in, and look to see how the Home Office can provide additional assistance to individuals like that who are providing such a useful bridge between Home Office officials and the community.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The first engagement event on the Windrush scheme took place on Friday in Brixton, just outside my constituency. It was called at just a day's notice. It was not publicised systematically, and I received an email late on Friday evening informing me of that event. It's simply not meaningful engagement, and frankly it isn't treating the community affected by this scandal with respect. The application form requires a very high level of proof. For example, receipts from hostel accommodation used in the event that someone was made homeless. This is comparable to the burden of proof which led many Windrush citizens to be wrongly denied their rights in the first place. Will the Minister agree to review the scheme to ensure that it works for Windrush citizens, is accessible to all and delivers the justice and recompense to which they are entitled? And will she undertake genuinely meaningful engagement, properly publicised, in the communities that are most affected?
Minister.
The Honourable Lady makes an important point about publicity surrounding events and the importance of doing that in a meaningful way. I am conscious that we have a schedule of events planned, but I am never happy when I think that information is provided at too short notice, so I will undertake to make sure that does not happen and that not only members but effective members of the community are given adequate information of when events will take place. We did design the application form and the scheme in consultation with members of the Windrush generation and sought to make it as straightforward as possible. And of course there will be sections which will be relevant to some claimants and not to others. And it's certainly, I hope, clear that people are not expected to fill in every single section of the form. Where they are asked for evidence, that is, if evidence is available, and the Home Office is determined to work alongside individuals to make sure where evidence is not available, that people are assisted either to find it or directed towards the tariff route where evidence will not be required to the same extent. And I think it's important that we get the balance right, but the Honourable Lady has made some important points which we will certainly take on board.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've been in correspondence with the Home Office for almost a year about the case of my constituent Bobby Vetter, who came to the UK as a baby 54 years ago and who's lived nowhere else but the UK. Last year she was offered a job in Oban, but she couldn't prove residency for 6 years while she was here, a time when she was having and raising her children. Bobby was unable to take that job and she's now been forced to live on universal credit. Could the Minister tell me what compensation would Bobby be entitled to, and would she resolve to look at Bobby's case urgently to right this terrible injustice?
Minister.
Well, I don't expect that the honourable member would expect me to stand at the dispatch box and indicate a level of compensation for his constituent, but what I'll very happily do is take away the details of that case if he'll provide them and look into it.
Order. 10-minute rule motion. Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I rise to beg that leave be given to bring in a bill to require tobacco companies to publish sales and marketing data and for connected purposes. Mr Speaker, the UK has made remarkable progress over the last 2 decades in reducing smoking levels. In the year 2000, more than 1 in 4 adults smoked in England, and by last year this had declined to fewer than 1 in 6. And since the last tobacco control plan was published in 2011, smoking rates in England have fallen by a quarter, from just below 20% to just below 15% in 2017, bringing the number of estimated smokers to 6.1 million. At the same time, smoking rates in children have fallen rapidly. Over the last 2 decades of little change, prior to 2000, between 2000 to 2016, regular smoking by 15-year-olds fell from 23% to 7%, a decline of more than 2/3 in the proportion of 15-year-olds who smoke. The reduction has been very largely consequential on improvement in public health, which has happened because of strict tobacco control legislation, progressive tax rises, public education and the provision of support services for those who wish to quit. We have had a succession of measures, including launching stop smoking services, health warnings on tobacco products, a ban on tobacco advertising, promotion and sponsorship, a ban on smoking in enclosed public places, the minimum age of purchase raised to 18, the health warnings on packs, the prohibition of cigarette vending machines and prohibiting displays of tobacco in shops. We also then had the prohibiting smoking in private cars carrying under 18-year-olds. There have been larger graphic health warnings on packs, and we moved to be one of the first international adopters of plain standardised packaging for cigarettes. And we then have, of course, the ban on cross-border advertising of e-cigarettes. Now, still, however, smoking accounts for approximately 79,000 deaths a year in England alone, and therefore remains the top priority for public health policy. It's also the leading cause of preventable premature death and is responsible for half the difference in life expectancy between the richest and poorest in our communities. Smoking causes lung cancer, respiratory disease and heart disease, as well as numerous cancers in other organs, including lip, mouth, throat, bladder, kidney, stomach, liver and cervix. While youth smoking rates have fallen since surveys began in 1982, between 2014 and 2016, more than 127,000 children a year aged 11 to 15 started to smoke in the UK, according to Cancer Research UK. This amounts to around 350 young people a day, equivalent to 22 minibus loads of secondary school children. And once started, it's extremely difficult to stop, with two-thirds of those who try to give up smoking going on to become regular smokers. Now, the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, to which the UK is a party, obliges governments to implement stringent control of the tobacco industry for the protection of public health to a greater extent than any other legal consumer product. This includes monitoring and surveillance of the industry behaviour and ensuring that public policy is protected from commercial and vested interests of the tobacco industry. Article 20 of the framework sets out the requirements for parties to carry out monitoring and surveillance of the industry and provides for collection and dissemination of such data. It should be remembered that two of the four major transnational tobacco manufacturers, British American Tobacco and Imperial, are domiciled in the UK and are two of the largest companies listed on the London stock market, even though all cigarette manufacturing in the UK has now ceased. The UK therefore has an international duty to ensure that the industry is as tightly regulated as possible, and that this regulation and the provision of information about the industry supports tobacco control in other countries. Now, publicly available data on tobacco sales, profits, marketing and research informs the development of control of tobacco and tax policy, and aids the identification and understanding of illicit market trends over time at local level. So, for example, academic analysis of industry pricing strategies using commercially available data purchased from Nielsen was used by the Treasury and HMRC to inform the decision to implement a minimum excise tax. However, commercially available data are not comprehensive and often are only available at extremely high cost. Now, World Health Organization guidelines on implementation of Articles 9 and 10 of the framework state that information disclosed to governmental authorities in accordance with these guidelines, such as information on ingredients, characteristics and the market, may also contribute to raising public awareness and advancing tobacco control policy. So the bill would require the tobacco industry to provide the following information: at a national and international level on an annual basis, the profits and the taxes paid. At national level on a monthly basis, brand-specific price and sales data for all products, marketing spend by category, including the spending on corporate social responsibility initiatives and research spending. And at local authority level, annually, the sales data by product type for all products, including factory-made cigarettes, hand-rolled tobacco, heat-not-burn and e-cigarettes. Now, it's already known that tobacco manufacturers collect this data, and some of it is supplied to HMRC. The bill would require the data to be published either by the industry or through HMRC. Now, it's been argued by some that the data can't be published because of taxpayer confidentiality. However, this has not prevented similar legislation to this bill being enacted elsewhere. Regulations in Canada and in New Zealand require this data to be published. And in the United States, the Federal Trade Commission issues reports on the tobacco industry covering exactly this data on a regular basis. So making such data available to researchers and policymakers in the UK would greatly help the development, implementation and evaluation of policy measures designed to reduce smoking prevalence. Such data at local level would also provide useful insight into the illicit market. For example, significant reductions in sales over a short period of time is likely to be an indicator of illicit sales activity. Now, it should be noted that tobacco manufacturers remain enormously profitable in the UK and internationally. A recent study shows that they pay virtually no corporation tax. In 2016, Imperial Brands, British American Tobacco and Gallagher together made UK operating profits in excess of £1 billion, yet paid just £83.6 million in corporation tax. Over the last 7 years, during which time corporation tax rates have varied between 20 to 28% and often much less, British American Tobacco paid virtually no corporation tax, including for 4 years in a row where they paid nothing at all. From 2014, Imperial Brands were permitted to stop reporting UK-adjusted profits. BAT and PMI have never done so, and none of the 4 transnational companies report profit before tax in the UK. So the provision and publication of data on sales and related information would support the development of tax policies that ensure that the tobacco industry paid tax at a level that properly reflected the damages it causes. The industry could easily absorb any additional costs by providing the information required under the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, in summary, the benefits of this bill to the government and to public health would include a better understanding of market developments to inform the development of tobacco control and tobacco tax policy, for example on tax structure, enabling future research on the price sensitivity of tobacco consumption by academic researchers to support work carried out by HMRC already, better identification and understanding of the illicit market trends over time at local level, developing proxy indicators for smoking prevalent changes at local level to enable local authorities to determine the effectiveness of their tobacco control activities, a better understanding of the marketing strategies of the tobacco industry, and more accurate assessment of whether tobacco companies are paying appropriate levels of corporation tax. And I so move.
Thank you. Order. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. Mr Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And at the outset I refer to my registered interests in the Commons Register. I don't intend to speak very long because I know, Mr Speaker, many members will wish to get on to this afternoon's important debate. But I do think that the bill being proposed by the Right Honourable Member, indeed my Right Honourable friend, shouldn't pass by without some scrutiny. The Honourable Gentleman has been tireless in his campaigning to reduce the number of people who smoke and indeed reduce the harm caused by smoking, and I applaud him and I applaud all others for their commitment to such a good cause. But I do worry, Mr Speaker, that the bill misses the point and actually doubles up what is already going to be done under the European directive that already applies to the whole of the United Kingdom, and indeed a European directive that effectively ceased the manufacturing of tobacco products in the United Kingdom. Ever since the introduction of the EU's Tobacco Products Directive, tobacco companies have been required by law to provide the government with all of their sales data and market research. E-cigarette manufacturers have to submit the same information also, and indeed they are now a significant employer in the United Kingdom. Clearly, this is only right and proper that that information should be provided, and the kind of thing we should keep in law after we finally win our independence from Brussels. The sorts of tax changes and tax issues which the honourable member raised are not actually mentioned, as far as I know, in the bill and are matters really for the Treasury. The directive also requires, the European directive also requires that from this May and from every year onwards, all tobacco products, pack by pack, will be tracked across the European Union from factory to the precise retailer. Now, that, of course, is to prevent a lot of smuggling and crime. That's an incredibly important aspect. But it is important data which is now and from May will be available. The database will give the government exact data about what products are where in the supply chain. So there is just no need for the Right Honourable Gentleman's bill to be introduced, Mr Speaker. The government already has and soon will have all of the data that he is suggesting, and indeed much more data will actually be available. The current European directive goes even further, and when it comes into effect in the United Kingdom, it will actually surpass the requirements that the Honourable Gentleman has brought before the House. We know that vaping is 95% less harmful than smoking. There are already 3 million people in the United Kingdom who vape. More than half of them have given up smoking completely, and all without a penny of taxpayers' money. This is the free market solving a problem that previous government campaigns actually failed to solve, and we should actually be applauding that. In fact, Mr Speaker, as a member of the All-Parliamentary Group on Vaping, I am pleased to welcome the House to the month of April, a month to celebrate the positive switch to vaping that smokers can actually make. The campaign is backed by businesses, both tobacco companies and independent e-cigarette businesses, and by consumers and by retailers. Again, I stress, these are manufactured in the United Kingdom, keep people in employment in the United Kingdom, who pay taxes in the United Kingdom, and therefore are incredibly important. I think that if the Honourable Gentleman really wants to stop more people from smoking, as I do, he needs to get behind vaping and work to tell more smokers about the difference and improvement that it can make to their lives and their health, and about 95% reduction in harm compared to smoking. Far too many smokers have never even tried vaping, and far too many of them wrongly think that it is just as bad as smoking. As the Science and Technology Committee in this House was being told just last year, we need to do more to set these people straight. So, Mr Speaker, I don't want to divide the House on this, and the Honourable Gentleman deserves our respect for his years of campaigning to reduce smoking, but the Government already has all of the information that it needs, and this bill that the Honourable Gentleman is proposing is already out of date. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. Order. The question is that the Honourable Member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Mr Alex Cunningham, Sir Kevin Barron, Mr Ian Mears, Dr Philippa Whitford, Mr Norman Lamb, Ms Caroline Lucas and myself, Mr Speaker.
Mr Bob Blackman.
Very. Tobacco Companies Transparency Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 12th of April.
Friday the 12th of April. Thank you. We come now to the intended debate on a number of motions, specifically I think 2, 3, 4 and 5, so there are 4 of them. I suggest that with the leave of the House, we will debate motions 2, 3 and 4 on sanctions and number 5 on exiting the European Union bracket sanctions together to move the first of the motions in what will be a debate on all 4. I call the Minister of State, Sir Alan Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As you've indicated, and indeed with your permission, I do think the House would appreciate it if I were to consider these 4 statutory instruments together. I therefore beg to move that the Burma Sanctions EU Exit Regulations 2019 draft regulations be approved. And in moving this motion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will also speak to the Venezuela Sanctions EU Exit Regulations 2019, the Iran Sanctions Human Rights EU Exit Regulations 2019, and the Guinea-Bissau Sanctions EU Exit Regulations 2019. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these regulations provide the required details of these 4 sanctions regimes, but they do not set out which individuals or entities will be actually sanctioned under them. But in a no-deal scenario, we will, on exit day, publish the full list of those we are sanctioning under our UK legislation. Honourable members will be well aware of the importance of sanctions. They are a key element of our approach to our most important international priorities. They help to defend our national interests, support our foreign policy, and protect our national security. They also demonstrate our support for the rules-based international order. The UK has been a leading contributor to the development of multilateral sanctions in recent years. We have been particularly influential in guiding the EU's approach, and when we move towards the EU sanctions regimes, we move them to the UK under a no-deal scenario, we will carry over their policy effect. And I'll say more about that in just a moment. We are committed to maintaining our sanctions capabilities and leadership role after we leave the EU. And honourable members will recall that the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2018 provides the UK with the legal powers to impose, update and lift sanctions after we leave the EU. And this was the first major legislative step in creating an independent UK sanctions framework. Yes?
I'm pleased that he said the EU sanctions list will effectively be rolled over. So at this early point in his contribution, notwithstanding these are 3 very specific country sanctions we're talking about, can the Minister give, plus the general EU one at the end, can the Minister give the House an assurance that there's no immediate intention to change the sanctions list from the one we adopt from the EU?
Sir Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can confirm that. There is no such intention. Indeed, the sort of intention and the expectation is that the existing regimes in the EU sanctions regime will be, as it were, lifted and shifted and put into ours. But what we will have to make sure is that, having scrutinised the individual elements of these, they all meet the threshold of evidence and justification which our own autonomous Act of Parliament requires. So it's possible that something may not be carried over, but the expectation is that everything will be. Yes.
Way. He mentions the sanctions and anti-money laundering bill, and whilst we're talking about specific countries, of course, that bill now enacted include the Magnitsky Amendment, and of course he references a list should the United Kingdom leave without a deal, and that is a general list which no doubt would include other countries as well. In that regard, can I ask the Minister of State what is the current position of the Government with regard to individuals named on a list, sanctions list, with regard to the Magnitsky Amendment now enacted?
Sir Rowland. If I may just say to my honourable friend, I'll come to that in just a second, and I will answer the question raised in his intervention, but let me just complete the introductory logic of what it is these 4 statutory instruments are intending to do. Because while the Act set out the framework needed to impose our own independent sanctions, we need statutory instruments to set out the detail of each sanctions regime within that independent framework. And such statutory instruments set out the purposes of our regimes and the criteria under which the Secretary of State may designate individuals and entities within that framework, if you like, and the types of restrictive measures imposed. And indeed, I'm grateful to the Joint Committee on Statutory Instruments for their close and helpful scrutiny of these and other statutory instruments relating to sanctions regimes. In respect of the Magnitsky element of the Act of Parliament that was passed last year, that Sanctions Act provides powers for the UK to impose sanctions to provide accountability for or to deter gross violations of human rights and promote compliance with international human rights law and to respect human rights. Now, these powers are what are colloquially known as the Magnitsky Amendment. Now, the government's focus so far has been in ensuring that we have the necessary secondary legislation in place to continue to implement existing EU and UN sanctions should we leave the EU without a deal. And the statutory instruments we're debating today are part of this preparation. Now, as a member... No, let me just take him through, and then he'll come back again if he wishes. I need to explain quite where the Magnitsky element fits into this. As a member of the EU, or during an implementation period, EU sanctions will apply in the UK. Now, we will look to use the powers provided by the Sanctions Act to the fullest extent possible during this period, but there will be some limitations on the measures that we can impose autonomously. So in order to impose national sanctions for human rights, the Magnitsky element, we will need to design and draft a statutory instrument and ensure the associated processes and structures are in place in order to be able to implement and manage a sanctions regime. So it's in just a second. It's important that we set up a regime correctly in order to ensure sanctions meet the legal tests set out in the Sanctions Act. And as soon as the secondary legislation and associated structures are in place to ensure the continuation of EU and UN sanctions in the UK, we will turn to the consideration of UK national sanctions, including for human rights. I'll give way to my honourable friend first. 2, 3.
I'm grateful. He's been very generous. But can I ask him why not a single individual Russian is on any sanctions list at the moment? And secondly, it seems rather odd, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the government's position seems to be the justification for no Russian being on any list is that we cannot do it until we leave the European Union, despite the fact that all of the Baltic states have individual Russians on a sanctions list. And if we're going to remain de facto within the European Union, surely the justification for taking action is going to continue.
Well, firstly, I say to my honourable friend that this is not just against Russians. If people have violated human rights anywhere in the world, they could come within the scope of the Magnitsky clause I've been describing. And I say again, the reason that we have not yet applied Magnitsky elements of the Sanctions Act is because the statutory instrument making it a bespoke part of that Act within UK autonomous law has not yet been done, and if it were done too rapidly, you will appreciate we've had about 3,000 statutory instruments to get through this House because of EU exit, there would be a high risk of constant legal challenge, which is what we would like to avoid. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm a bit confused about the government's attitude because the Permanent Under-Secretary gave one reason why we couldn't have these in place already. The Foreign Secretary has given 3 different versions of why it couldn't happen, and now the Minister's given yet another version of why it couldn't happen thus far. Part of it seems to be that the government isn't yet ready, which feels a bit like foot-dragging to me, because I remember that the government didn't want this amendment in the first place, but the House insisted on it. And secondly, the government still seems to be arguing that we can't do these because we are still members of the European Union. But in actual fact, Estonia and Lithuania have exactly those provisions, and nobody has thought to struck them down. 49 members, Russians in both of those countries are listed. Why can't we do it?
Well, what the Honourable Gentleman says is not consistent with our legal advice, and we have to make sure that any application of Magnitsky legislation fits legally and properly within any implementation period that might exist, but it will be easier and quicker, as it happens in this case, if we were to leave with no deal. It is perhaps the only advantage I can think of straight off the top of my head of so doing, but we will not go down that route. There was a third intervention. I'll take the right honourable lady.
The Minister for giving way. Can he confirm then, which is what I think he's saying, that all the individuals and the entities currently sanctioned by the EU will remain sanctioned by the UK under this regulation? And given that the UK has less capacity than the EU collectively, what resources are being put in place to ensure that the UK continues to update the list of sanctioned individuals and groups? Or will we simply be mirroring any updates made by the EU?
Well, I perhaps feel a little bit prime ministerial when I say that I refer the honourable lady to the answer I gave some moments ago, but the answer is the same, that our intention is to transfer EU sanctions, but because we have our own autonomous regime, the evidential threshold must be met. And therefore, everything is being studied very closely to confirm that it fits within the evidential requirements of the Sanctions Act. The honourable gentleman is shaking his head. He's very welcome to intervene and say why, but I can assure him that this is exactly the position as I understand it at the moment.
I didn't seek to intervene, but I'm happy to. I'm unclear. Is he saying that if there are currently sanctioned individuals, all of those, without exception, will continue to be sanctioned in the event of a no-deal Brexit? Or is he saying that because the evidential requirements of the UK autonomously may be different to those that apply when we are within the European Union, some of those individuals will no longer be sanctioned or could no longer be sanctioned?
As I said earlier, it is possible that in exceptional circumstances someone or an entity might not be transferred, but we do not expect that often, if at all, to be the case, and the intention is, wherever possible, to transfer the existing regime into the operation of our own autonomous legislation. I'll give one more time, but... Yeah.
I think he's saying that one of the reasons it's not been possible is because there's so many SIs that it's difficult to get the SI in place to do Magnitsky. I just wonder when he hopes this will be available to the House and be able to be implemented.
All I can say is I think that the timeline of many things at the moment is very difficult to forecast, so he will, I hope, forgive me if I do not attempt to say exactly, as soon as we are practically able to do so.
I'm grateful to the Minister. Our American allies have a disagreement with our European allies about the extent of sanctions against Iran and how best to handle the difficulties with Iran. What thinking has the Foreign Office given to an independent UK policy on this? And are there any merits in the American approach, or are all the merits with the European approach?
Well, I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, if we're looking at individual cases like that, we are straying slightly outside the terms of this debate, which is about the framework for the operation of sanctions in these 4 areas today. We've worked very closely with our European allies on the operation of the JCPOA, and we will continue to do so. But we will, of course, look at all sanctions under the terms of the Act that we passed last year. I think there was one more coming. Okay, very good. Mr Deputy Speaker, the 4 statutory instruments under consideration today are those that transfer into UK law the EU's sanctions regimes on Burma, Venezuela, Guinea-Bissau and Iran in respect of the human rights element of Iran rather than the anti-nuclear side. And in each case, the instruments seek to substantially mirror the measures in the corresponding EU regime, which include financial, immigration and trade measures. Now, these SIs were laid on a contingent basis to provide for the continuation of sanctions should we leave the EU without a deal. Now, this would ensure we have the necessary powers to impose sanctions on the countries in question from the date of exit. If we reach a deal, sanctions would continue to apply under EU law during any implementation period, and these SIs would not immediately be needed. As I said at the beginning, should we leave the EU without a deal, we will publish the list of those sanctioned under these SIs, and for all our new sanctions SIs on exit day. We will seek to transfer EU designations in each case, but, as I've said earlier, these decisions will be subject to the legal tests contained in the Sanctions Act. Any EU listings that do not meet the tests would not then be implemented. Now, honourable members may recall that review and reporting requirements were incorporated into the Sanctions Act. Hence, we've published a report on the purposes of each regime and the penalties contained within them, alongside these statutory instruments. Now, these are known respectively as Section 2 and Section 18 reports. And these reports, plus an explanatory memorandum for each SI, are available in the Vote Office should members wish to read them in detail. And the Government will also review each sanctions regime on a regular basis. I would like to briefly describe the purposes of each regime. The Burma sanctions regulations seek to encourage the Burmese security forces to comply with international human rights law and to respect human rights. The corresponding EU sanctions were established in their present form in April 2018 in response to the systematic human rights violations by Burmese security forces since the summer of 2017. The EU sanctions regime designates members of the Burmese security forces who were involved in human rights violations or abuses, or in the obstruction of humanitarian assistance activity, or the obstruction of an independent investigation into the atrocities in Burma. Yeah.
I'm grateful. Is there any evidence that since the imposition of those sanctions in 2018, that the behaviour and activities of the Burmese military towards the Rohingya or towards other minorities in that country have in any way improved?
Again, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think that's straying into the detailed analysis of the workings of the sanctions, which is not the subject of these statutory instruments today. The Venezuela sanctions
Minister for giving way. He'll know that since the implementation of those sanctions, the International Criminal Court has launched an investigation into the Burmese atrocities. Can the Minister tell us what he knows about the status of that current investigation, and does he anticipate an increase in the sanctions on Burma when this instrument comes into effect?
Well, again, Mr Deputy Speaker, the purpose of this debate is not to look at the way they are working. It is merely to set up the legal framework in which sanctions can be allowed to work under our autonomous regime.
Too far. I think it will help people make up their mind in making a judgment. So I think just opening the envelope a little doesn't take anything away of what we're trying to achieve. Sir Allen.
Well, I'm not as keen as you, Mr Deputy Speaker, to open the envelope quite so far, because I don't actually deal with Burma. But if the honourable lady has a really good question on Venezuela, I can give her chapter and verse. So responsibilities of ministers are geographical in some respects. They are thematic in others, and I, as the honourable lady knows, am in charge of the sanctions law rather than the operation of all such geographical sanctions. So I don't want to risk in any way giving the House information which is inaccurate or ill-informed.
We're very grateful to him for giving way. Perhaps he could ask his colleague who is in charge of Burma relationships if he could write to me and let me know the answer to my question.
Sir Allen. I'd be delighted to put that obligation on him. That causes me no difficulty whatsoever. So, of course, I will do that. And, in Foreign Office questions and in Westminster Hall, we have many debates on issues of that sort, and indeed I encourage them, and we like to participate in them by giving as much information as we possibly can in response to any motion moved.
Grace Bryan. Just in relation to the situation in Venezuela, obviously there has been massive concern across all sides of this House about the massive influx of people fleeing from Venezuela to other countries in Latin America. I just wonder how he feels the sanction regime is working now and whether it's likely to produce significant change.
I think the clear answer to that is we wish there were clearer evidence that they are working. I was at the meeting of European foreign ministers yesterday in Luxembourg, where Venezuela was the main topic over lunch. He is quite right that 3.6 million people have fled Venezuela. The latest forecast is that the collapse in Venezuela's economy will exceed that of Zimbabwe all that time ago, and that it will collapse by over 25% this year. We're being very careful to make sure that we target individuals around President Maduro and President Maduro himself rather than the people who are suffering enough. So he will appreciate, as I think does the whole House, that it's actually a massive challenge to design sanctions which hit the right people and don't hit the wrong people who are, as I say, suffering enough. So any brilliant ideas he has are willingly received, but we are working very closely with the EU and with the Lima Group to make sure that any properly targeted sanctions we can possibly apply will be applied at the earliest opportunity. So, at the risk of turning this into a general debate on Venezuela, I will give way, of course, to both of the gentlemen.
The Minister for giving way. So given what he has said, does he envisage an increase or a reduction on sanctions in relation to Venezuela when the UK has full autonomy over its sanctions policy?
I think it would be... It's possible that we could do some things on our own and increase it in that way, as we have a particular focus through the City of London on financial matters, where we might have, if you like, the lead. But it would be our wish and our intention to work in close harmony with the EU and with the Lima Group of countries, who are the immediate neighbours of Venezuela, to make sure that we all speak with one voice, rather than that President Maduro can take advantage of there being a number of perhaps different voices acting against him around the world or commenting. There was one... Yes, of course.
Thank the Minister of State for giving way. He's spoken very eloquently about the discussions that are underway at the moment. How does he feel the UK's very important traditional leadership role in pressing for sanctions against human rights abusers would be harmed by the prospect of a no-deal Brexit?
No, I think it's a very fair question to ask whether the very influential role we've had within the EU by being part of it will have a detrimental effect on the united front that sanctions offer to the world against those who need to be sanctioned. I think because of our diplomatic network, our diplomatic reach, because of our dominance of financial markets through the city, that instead of wanting to turn their back on us, should we leave the EU in that way, members of the EU27 will still want to work with us very closely. And I think we will continue to share in common the objectives we do hold to bring the worst people to book through the workings of sanctions. So we've made it very clear to the EU that we really hope that whatever happens, we can continue to work together. Hence our wish to fold existing EU sanctions regimes into our own legislation after we've left the EU. I will give way one more time, and then I will just rattle on, if I may.
I'm not in any way opposing this, but I do think if we're going to continue, and we should, to work closely with the EU, and I agree with what the Minister said about a united front on sanctions, otherwise I think they're pretty useless, I think we need to be clearer for the EU to understand where we will just be rolling forward their sanctions and where we might be doing something different, because although the question's been put 2 or 3 times, I don't think the answer's very clear, and I'm worried that we hear a lot less about the purpose and the way in which these will be applied. I don't see how we can be expected to make a fully informed decision when we can't have full information about the countries in question.
I think the Right Honourable Lady may have misunderstood my answers. Firstly, she's quite right. It's been asked 3 times and I've answered 3 times. But this is not actually the moment where we are announcing individual designations or decisions. What we are looking at today in these 4 statutory instruments is, if you like, in plain language, the framework within which any such designations can fit. And I say once again, I think now for the 4th or 5th time, it is our intention to lift the EU sanctions regimes that exist at the moment and put them into our own regime once it is up and running. But we will follow the law to make sure that there are no issues where we could unnecessarily be taken to court and be challenged. So we will have rigorous standards, but we do not envisage us not transferring EU regimes to happen very much, if at all. It would be quite rare, would be my answer. I'm going to stop there for the moment if the honourable member was itching to intervene again. I should just answer one point that was made about whether the Foreign Office will have the resources to manage this regime. I think the answer is yes. We have increased the number of staff working on sanctions, quite considerably actually, and we're confident that we will retain and increase the UK's capacity and capability after Brexit. I mentioned I will let the honourable gentleman slip through the net and
very, very grateful to the Minister, and I don't want to flog this issue beyond reprieve. But in circumstances where there is an EU sanction proposed and it doesn't fit with our legislative test, and that's quite right given the framework that he outlines, does he envisage those issues being brought before Parliament through report or written ministerial statement? Will there be a parliamentary engagement around that decision to not comply or follow through with the sanction that has been agreed at EU level?
I'm not sure it would quite work in that way, but I'm very happy to write to the honourable gentleman with our understanding of what we think the parliamentary engagement would be in any such decision, either to list or not to list. So, given that this is the early stage of us implementing the Act, I hope he can accept that as my commitment to him for the time being. Mr. Deputy Speaker, having mentioned the Burma sanctions, the Venezuela sanctions, which we've been debating a bit, will encourage the Venezuelan government to abide by democratic principles, if only they would, to respect human rights and the rule of law, to refrain from the repression of civil society, and to bring about a peaceful solution to the political crisis in Venezuela. The Iran human rights regulations are designed to encourage the government of Iran to comply with international human rights law and to respect human rights. Now, the EU's sanctions regime emerged partly in response to the Iranian government's treatment of protesters in demonstrations against election fraud in 2009. The EU's sanctions regime targets those who have been involved in the commission of serious human rights violations or abuses in Iran. The EU sanctions regime on Guinea-Bissau was established in 2012 and targets those who played a leading role in its 2010 mutiny and 2012 coup. It is designed to curb actions that undermine the country's peace, security or stability. Mr. Deputy Speaker, honourable members will note that human rights are a significant focus of the sanctions regime under consideration today, and I hope I have adequately explained how the human rights element of the Sanctions Act, the Magnitsky Clause, will fit into the SIs that are before us today. Mr. Speaker, these 4 statutory instruments transfer into UK law well-established EU sanctions regimes that are in line with the UK's foreign policy priorities. They encourage human rights compliance, the rule of law, and security and stability in very difficult environments. I should re-emphasise the importance of putting them in place. If this does not happen before exit day, in a no-deal scenario, the UK would not be able to continue to properly implement the measures they contain. Therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I commend these regulations to the House.
The question is motion number 2 as on the order paper. Helen Governor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid I've taken the exactly contrary interpretation of what this debate is about to that of the Minister, and I wish to comment in detail on all 4 regimes, rather than go over again the debates we had in the sanctions and anti-money laundering legislation a year ago. So, first of all, to start with Burma, I don't quite understand why the Burma sanctions are called Burma sanctions, not Myanmar sanctions, but anyway, they're called Burma sanctions. On behalf of Her Majesty's Opposition, I want to say that we agree that it is right to roll over the EU sanctions. The human rights abuses perpetrated by the Myanmar regime are terrible. It's only 18 months since 700,000 Rohingya Muslims fled the country, subject to an attempted genocide and systematic terror. We've debated that on several occasions previously, but The more representations I hear from Burma, the more it becomes clear that this is one of several problems. The Myanmar government has simply not come to terms with the fact that it is in a multicultural and multi-ethnic country, and it is perpetrating abuse in Rakhine State, Kachin State and Shan State against several minorities. Fundamentally, we want to see the implementation of the Annan Commission's recommendations on citizenship law. There will be elections in 2020, so there is not much time for this at the moment. And in terms of sanctions, when the Minister or the Foreign Office does come to look at how an independent British regime might operate, we would like to suggest two kinds of strengthening. First of all, extending the trade sanctions to the significant part of the Myanmar economy which is controlled by the military. And secondly, introducing Magnitsky-style sanctions to key military figures, in particular Min Aung Hlaing and Mong Mong So.
Would the Honourable Lady not agree that actually, whilst the Tatmadaw retain a fixed percentage of the Parliament, until that is addressed, we're still going to see this continuing oppression from the military because they have such a control over the rest of the government?
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman makes a very fair point, and I think one of the sort of general problems has been that we were so pleased to see some reform in the country that we were not tough enough and sharp enough about what was going on. Let me turn to Venezuela. On Venezuela too, we agree that it is right to roll over the EU sanctions. The record of the Maduro government since the collapse of the oil price has been one of significant and serious human rights abuses. The fact that, as the Minister said, 3.6 million people have left the country and that we have serious starvation and medicine shortages is extremely serious. It's shocking to see that food aid has been blocked at the Colombian border. I think the first speech I made when I was given this portfolio was in September 2017. I condemned then the closing down of the legitimate National Assembly and the setting up of the fake Constitutional Assembly. The elections in May 2018 were not free or fair. Political opponents have been jailed. There are reports that people who are in prison are being tortured. The National Assembly leader, Juan Guaido, has been stripped of political immunity. And we believe that 40 people have been killed in protests since the beginning of this year. All of this is unacceptable and a reasonable justification for the continuation of the sanctions.
I'm grateful. I agree with everything that she's just said, but isn't there a further issue why, a further reason rather, why this isn't just a matter for Venezuela to put its own house in order? The truth is that the Colombian peace process will only manage to move forward if it doesn't have 1.5 million, 2 million people crossing the border and destabilising a process which was already finding it difficult to get traction.
Well, that's true as well. I was going to go on to say what we would like more positively to see. We would like to see free elections. We do support the position of the Lima Group of neighbouring countries, and we do want to see dialogue between the parties who are in conflict in the country at the moment.
Really generous, and I thank her for that. But on the subject of the Lima Group, what pressure does she think that we can all bring to bear with Mexico, where President Obrador has very regretfully withdrawn from the Lima Group? We've invested a lot in relations with Mexico. We have good relations with Mexico, but he really must come back and play a leading role within the Lima Group.
Well, I think that what's not helpful would be to go along with the American calls for or suggestion that there might possibly be military intervention. And I suspect, though I don't know because I haven't discussed this with the Mexican embassy, I suspect that they were reacting adversely to those hints that were being given by the American government in the last few weeks. Just on the sanctions specifically, I've got a couple of questions for the Minister. I think perhaps the Minister might need to write to me because I think the way this debate works, he doesn't get another go at the dispatch box. Can I just seek your guidance, Mr Deputy Speaker? Does the Minister get another opportunity to speak in this debate?
Sure, if we've got time, that we will allow him to come back. Of course we will.
Great, great.
Well, Helen Governor.
I'm very grateful to you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The first is to ask why £80,000 worth of weapons material which could be used for internal repression were authorised by the government in 2016, which does seem to be a breach of the current sanctions regime, to Venezuela. In 2016-17. The second is to say that we do not believe the oil sanctions which have been imposed by the Americans have been helpful in this current situation. And this is precisely for the point made by honourable members earlier, which is that the object of the sanctions should be to punish the politicians who are in charge of creating a bad situation, not the whole population. I also want to ask the Minister some questions about the gold which the Bank of England holds for the Central Bank of Venezuela. It was reported in November last year, before the government had recognised Juan Guaido as leader of Venezuela, that the Bank of England had frozen 1,125 gold bars. I asked via a written parliamentary question Her Majesty's Treasury what the legal basis for this was, and they told me it was a matter for the Bank of England. So I wrote to the Governor and asked what was the legal basis for the decision, and his response was somewhat opaque. Now, I have read in the press suggestions that the American government put pressure on the British government, who lent on the Bank of England directly to not release these gold bars when the Bank of Venezuela requested them. And I'd like to know from the Minister if this is true.
Grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, because I think this deserves an immediate answer. The Foreign Office has not at any stage put any such pressure on the Bank of England, and any decision about whether or not to transfer gold which they hold is entirely a matter for the Bank of England, and they do so without political pressure from us.
Well, I'm interested to hear the Minister's response, because if the government wishes to tighten the sanctions regime, the Minister and the Foreign Office will have an opportunity to do so, and they might well succeed in that. But I think what's not acceptable is pursuing a tighter policy without a clear legal base, and I would suggest that that doesn't do much for our reputation. I want to pick up on the point made by the Right Honourable Member for Wokingham about Iran. In the case of Iran, EU sanctions were introduced in 2011 in response to violent crackdowns against street protests. In view of the continued serious human rights abuses in Iran, notably extensive use of the death penalty, including for juveniles, torture, the repression of women and LGBT activists, and the detention of Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe 3 years ago, and the denial to her of access to medical treatment, we believe these sanctions are justified. They cover, in particular, goods and technology used for repression, and we think that is right. But on the issue of the American decision to lift the trade sanctions against Iran, which was a decision taken as part of the international community's JCPOA nuclear deal, we believe the lifting of those trade sanctions was the right thing to do. Sanctions have been effective as a tool, and they will be effective if we impose them when things go badly and lift them when things go better. The Trump administration's decision to reimpose these trade sanctions and withdraw from the JCPOA is mistaken. The JCPOA doesn't cover ballistic missiles or regional aggression, which are the arguments which the Trump administration have put forward for reimposing them. And this further destabilises the region. So this is a problem in foreign policy terms. It's unhelpful. But I'm also interested to know what the government has been doing about the impact on European and British businesses and banks. What we're seeing here is an extremely difficult situation for our businesses and our banks, where trade and investment under European law is completely legal and under American law is completely illegal. And in effect, there's an extraterritoriality effect of American law. So I have two questions for the Minister. First, will he hold to the current position in a post-Brexit scenario and not shift to the American position? And second, what is and will be government action to support British businesses and banks who wish to trade and invest with Iran? Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I come to Guinea-Bissau. These are sanctions which were imposed in 2012 by the European Union following an attempted coup. They cover 20 individuals. Guinea-Bissau is an extremely poor country with a lot of cocaine being trafficked through it. There were some elections in 2019. So I'd like to ask the Minister, what is the government doing to improve governance in Guinea-Bissau? What is it doing to reduce drug trafficking via Guinea-Bissau? And does he anticipate whether or not the UN Security Council will change its posture on the Guinea-Bissau sanctions?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady who's made a very powerful case about the things we're trying to put right in these countries by sanctions. But it is worrying that they've been in place for a long time and not a lot of change has occurred in a favourable direction. Does she see any way of strengthening what we did once we have our own policy, because we all share the same aim of trying to improve Venezuela and Iran?
Well, that was actually going to be my sort of concluding point, because
she mentioned the point of extraterritoriality, but the UK government, simultaneous with this, are rolling over the EC blocking regulation to UK legislation to stop UK citizens being subject to US extraterritoriality. Now, I think that's a sensible thing to do, notwithstanding I have worries about where it might go in the future. Can I just check, given what the Honourable Lady said, what Labour's position on this is? Do they think tying these things and rolling over the blocking regulation also makes sense, or would they have done something different?
Well, there was quite a lot of conversation, wasn't there, about having some Euro vehicles to facilitate trade and investment from Britain and the other European countries. And I don't quite know why that has run into the sand, and I'm hoping that the Minister might enlighten us. But let me come back to this general question which has been raised, which I think is an important question. Now, on the one hand, of course, everybody can have their idea about what the perfect sanctions regime should be in order to get the particular policy objective which they want effected. I think the problem with that kind of Lone Ranger approach is that actually, for sanctions to be effective, you need to have shared regimes. So the bill covers, and the statutory instruments cover those sanctions which were introduced at the European level. And, you know, the European Union is a large, significant group of countries, and it can have a significant impact when it imposes sanctions together. And, of course, quite separately from that, we, in any case, have legal obligations to impose any sanctions which are agreed at the UN level, and that's dealt with separately. So, because of this difficulty of actually doing anything that works, I want to know from the Minister how he intends to coordinate and cooperate in a post-Brexit world. I would also add that from the perspective of British businesses, we already see there's an awkwardness if the European regimes are not absolutely in line with the American regime. And I think the proliferation of more different legal regimes would cause significant problems to British banks and British businesses. So personally, I don't think that's the right route to go down. And so I come back to a question which I did raise with the Minister during the passage of the legislation, and I am going to ask him, if he'd like to intervene again, to explain to the House how the government intends to coordinate and cooperate with the other European countries on sanctions policy post-Brexit.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by drawing attention to my entry on the Register of Interest, including attendance at the annual rally in Paris on Iran freedom. I'd like to speak in support of the statutory instrument to carry over the Iran sanctions regime. I would urge the House to support that statutory instrument today to enable those sanctions to remain in place. Sadly, abuse of human rights in Iran has been prevalent for many years. I was deeply saddened to learn that one of my constituents lost his wife in the mass killings which took place in Iran in 1988. Iran still has one of the worst human rights records in the world. As we've heard, it executes more people than almost any other country. It is estimated that as many as 273 people were executed in 2018. Despite vocal condemnation, Iran continues to execute children. Press freedom is heavily constrained and many journalists and bloggers have been jailed. The organisation Reporters Without Borders described the country as, quote, the Middle East's biggest prison for journalists. Gay men face the death penalty, and there was widespread revulsion in the international community when a gay teenager, Hassan Afshar, was executed in August 2016. Women routinely face punishment if they fail to observe Iran's compulsory dress code. Married women cannot travel abroad without their husband's permission. Their rights in relation to divorce are heavily limited, and they can be sentenced to death by stoning. Religious minorities such as Christians, Baha'is, Jews and Sunni Muslims are subject to discrimination and constraints on their ability to practice their faith. For example, many members of the Baha'i faith have been subject to unwarranted arrest and imprisonment. President Rouhani was hailed as a moderate when he was elected, but the human rights situation, I'm afraid, has deteriorated under his leadership. At least 30 people were killed and over 4,900 were arrested in protests between December 2017 and January 2018. These demonstrations illustrate the discontent many feel about the regime and the deep frustrations felt about the severe economic hardship that many in Iran are suffering. And I note the work of the National Council for Resistance in Iran in making the case for democracy, freedom and reform in that country. But it's not just at home that Iran's theocratic regime is doing great harm. Its malign involvement in Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Yemen and Gaza is a cause for the gravest concern. US Vice President Mike Pence described Iran as the single biggest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. They've engaged in a massive arms build-up in Syria and Lebanon, where they're stockpiling thousands of missiles. Hezbollah's arsenal of short and medium-range rockets supplied by Iran is now estimated to be 150,000. There are believed to be over 10,000 Iran-linked militia fighters in Syria. In Gaza, the terror group Hamas have boasted of the support they receive from Iran, and the regime continues to provide help to al-Qaeda and the Taliban. Iran is believed to be responsible for multiple cyber attacks on UK institutions, including what was described as a brute force attack on this Parliament. And lastly, I hope the House will note the decision by the US administration a few days ago to designate Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organisation. A government spokesman in Washington explained that this step had been taken because the IRGC actively participates in, finances and promotes terrorism as a tool of statecraft. Yes.
Vice Motion giving way. She rightly outlines the malevolent influence of Iran across the world, and of course including Europe. And does she agree with me? Iran needs to stop exporting terror to European capitals such as Vienna, Paris, Tirana, and many others. And if it wasn't for the UK security services and the Americans and those security services across the European Union and the Israelis, sadly a lot of other people would have died.
He's very well informed on these matters, and I'm afraid he makes an entirely valid point about the involvement of Iran in terror plots in this country and the rest of Europe. And we should never even think of loosening the sanctions regime unless we have real clarity and certainty that that will come to an end. Yes.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. She has, in her very powerful speech, explained all the nefarious activities of Iran throughout the Middle East. Could I also refer to allegations of meddling within Bahrain internal affairs by Iran as well?
It is a serious problem. Iran is the single biggest threat to stability in the whole region, and it's a concern to hear from my honourable friend that extends to Bahrain as well. Yes.
Without turning this into a geography lesson, will my right honourable friend also agree that the part that Iran allegedly plays in sanctions busting with the DPRK is also very concerning?
He makes an important point, and it further strengthens the case for supporting the continuation of the sanctions regime against this brutal regime. Returning to the IRGC, this organisation and its notorious Al-Quds paramilitary force are responsible for multiple human rights abuses, both within and outside Iran. And I very much hope that our government will consider following the example set by Washington and listing them as a terrorist organisation. So in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe there is the strongest of cases for retaining the sanctions regime against the government in Iran. There is arguably a case for making it tougher and reversing some of the changes made to relax the regime after the nuclear deal was agreed. The regime of the mullahs in Iran is responsible for horrific human rights abuses. It is a major sponsor of terrorism, and its involvement in conflicts around the Middle East and beyond, as we've heard, make it the biggest single cause of regional instability. It is an evil regime, and I very much hope that one day we will see reform and change in Iran, which means that the people there can live in freedom and democracy in a society based on equality and respect for their human rights. And I commend the resolution to the House.
Peter Grant.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to contribute to this debate. We'll be supporting all of the motions before us today because it's important that the sanctions that have been in place through the good offices of the European Union, at least in the immediate future, continue. It would be a serious mistake for there to be seen to be any weakening of the United Kingdom's commitment to use its economic powers to encourage, persuade and, if need be, apply intense pressure to governments overseas to comply with the simple basic principles of human rights. Clearly, we would much prefer it if these decisions continue to be taken in full partnership with the European Union. Even if we get to the stage where they're not, in practice it would be very difficult for the United Kingdom to depart significantly from the policies being pursued by the EU Because if we try to impose sanctions that they don't, then all that happens is the trade gets displaced to the much bigger economic power that is the EU. And quite clearly, if we don't adopt sanctions that significantly depart from the sanctions being applied by either the EU or any other major economic power, there's a danger that we then come under the sanctions for being accused of sanctions busting. So although there can be a lot of triumphalism that we can now have our own independent sanctions regime, the reality is that sanctions regimes have to be coordinated by a wide range of countries and economic entities, otherwise they just don't work. Before I look at the specifics, can I say that the general principle we would adopt, and if it's just being generally followed here, is that sanctions should be targeted at the cause of the problem, not to the victims of the problem. So when sanctions are being targeted at senior figures in governments, in military, sometimes in corrupt businesses, the people who are making money out of human rights abuses should find it's very, very difficult to get the benefits of that money. So we support the principle of freezing of assets, of travel bans, or bans from participating in business contracts with UK businesses, targeted at those who cause the problems, while as far as possible trying to avoid making the plight of people in these countries even worse than it already is. If we look first of all at Burma or Myanmar, this is clearly an extremely disappointing change from what we all expected. If you look back to the heady days when Aung San Suu Kyi was released from prison, and it looked as if the country was going to be brought forward to retake its place as a democratic society, and it's all gone horribly wrong since then. The persecution in particular of the Rohingya makes it clear that in Myanmar, significant groups within their population are simply not recognised as citizens. And denial of citizenship effectively means denial of humanity. I know I'm not the only one who is seriously disappointed at the President's complete failure to take any action, or apparent inability or unwillingness to clamp down on what has properly been described as a genocide committed by her armed forces against her own people. In Venezuela, we're also seeing a serious and a worrying deterioration in the standards of democracy and in the willingness of their rulers, either recognised or not, to uphold the rule of law and the principles of human rights. We support the fact that the sanctions will target arms sales as well as personal sanctions on those who are known to be individually responsible for the most serious violations of human rights. We can't support the kind of heavy-handed US-style sanctions that are being imposed, which appear that are designed to punish people simply for being Venezuelans. And I find it hard to avoid the suspicion that this is Trump's revenge on the people of Venezuela for exercising their democratic right to choose a government who happen to be openly critical of the United States of America. It's important that we recognise the rights of people in other countries to choose their own governments, even if they disagree with them. And it has to be said that it has not been among the finest moments of this Parliament when members have openly cheered with delight the news that people in Venezuela were facing starvation, simply because that starvation was being caused by failed policies that could then be thrown back at the leader of the opposition. To be making cheap political points out of human misery, I think, was... Yes, I'll give you...
Anyone in this House cheering with delight when people in Venezuela starve? Give me one example. That's an outrageous comment to make.
I'm quite happy to get back to the honourable member. I don't remember us saying there has never been a time when a front bencher on the Conservative bench has made fun of the Leader of the Opposition for the failure of the Chavez economic project and has not been met by cheers from the Conservative benches. All he needs to do is to go back and check the record. I'm quite happy to do that for him if he can't be bothered doing it for himself.
Point of order, Mark Pitcher.
Deputy Speaker, an accusation is being made, a very serious accusation by the honourable gentleman about the government front bench and indeed honourable members behind, that we have gloated in the suffering of the people of Venezuela. If the honourable gentleman is going to make such a statement, an outrageous statement, he should at least back it up with evidence or withdraw.
Exactly. I think you've certainly made the point that you wish to. Peter Brown.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I wonder if I might courteously but firmly refer him to the speech I made at Chatham House, outlining what I believed over the last 30 years were the real reasons for the collapse of the Venezuelan economy. It was an attempt to be as impartial and intellectual as one can be in saying this. And to say that we don't have concern for the people of Venezuela is, I think, something he should withdraw, as the whole motivation for our entire policy, which I'm pleased to say is very much a cross-party policy, is one that he should join rather than criticise.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I stand absolutely by the statement that there have been occasions in this House when members on the government benches have used the failure of the economic policies of the Chavez government as a direct jibe against the Leader of the Opposition, and that those comments have been welcomed on the Conservative benches. I'm now going to move on, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Hugh Gosling.
The gentleman may well wish to move on, but he's actually just changed what he originally said. Can you inform the House how we can stop these wild accusations being made by the Scottish Nationalist Party and actually get the honourable member to either substantiate the wild claims he's made or to apologise to the House?
First of all, you put the view forward and you've actually corrected the statement. The fact is, it's up to the honourable gentleman whether he wishes to withdraw. He chose not to, and he wishes to carry on. Peter Grant.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. If we move on now to the plight of Guinea-Bissau, which has already been described as one of the poorest countries in the world, it's not actually a poor country. If you look at the value of drugs that are trafficked through that country in any year, the GDP per person is massive. It's unfortunately partly the fact that the money is coming through a trade that causes havoc and distress everywhere else. But Guinea-Bissau is recognised on the UN Human Development Scale as one of the worst and poorest countries in the world, 178th out of 188. Average male life expectancy in what was once seen as one of the beacons for development of one of the beacons for the future of African development, average male life expectancy is 47 years. The country has been beset by attempted military coup after attempted military coup. Almost no head of government has held office for more than a few years before being removed, sometimes forcibly. The European Union, with United Kingdom support, has made strenuous and sustained attempts to help that country to get its economy and its governance sorted out. All too often, those efforts have had to be abandoned because it simply wasn't possible to find a way of making sure that the aid went to the correct people in the correct places, because governance of the country had collapsed to such a severe degree. So it's particularly tragic that a country such as Guinea-Bissau, which is already one of the poorest in the world, and it's impossible to apply sanctions that don't have some knock-on effect on their own citizens. But again, we have to support the imposition and the continuation of those sanctions. The sanctions in themselves are not enough. They are a necessary part of there's got to be a much more concerted and ongoing attempt to give the 2 million people living in Guinea-Bissau at least a decent standard of life. And in the 21st century, a life expectancy of 47 is not something that we should want to continue. And finally, looking at Iran, again there have been a number of comments made, a great deal of which I would fully support. Not that long ago, there seemed to be grounds for optimism with Iran. It looked as if the country was moving towards a greater openness, a greater participation in democracy for all of the citizens. Over the last few years, that has gone backwards very severely indeed. We're now back to the old ways of human rights abuses, some of which were catalogued for us just now. We know that Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe is in a desperate plight, a number of years in prison. Her treatment there has been utterly shocking. We can only guess at the plight of who knows how many other Iranian citizens who don't have members of parliament and governments either here or elsewhere to speak on their behalf. It's maybe worth remembering, though, that there was a brutal dictator in Iran up until the 1970s with whom the United Kingdom is quite happy to trade. And what I want to finish with is to say that while we support the use of economic sanctions in these countries whose human rights records are appalling, there are other countries in the world whose human rights record is appalling, with whom to date there has been no suggestion at all of the application of sanctions. And the gentleman opposite can chunter away from my said position. I'm not making a party political point here, because this has been a characteristic of successive governments of all parties. Saudi Arabia has a death penalty for homosexuality. The United Kingdom trades arms with Saudi Arabia. Israel, according to the United Kingdom government, is in breach of international law. There's no proposal at all for sanctions against the government of Israel.
Just to say, other countries is not part of the debate. So what we need to do is, I've allowed it to be opened up, but not beyond to go around the world on a world tour. Peter Graff.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will simply conclude then by saying, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we support the continuation and imposition of economic sanctions against those who would oppress the citizens and deny basic human rights to the citizens of Myanmar, of Venezuela, of Guinea-Bissau and Iran. And we would also like to see the government applying similar sanctions and similar restrictions on those who oppress the citizens in other countries with him. At the moment, the United Kingdom seems quite happy to trade arms by the billion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise in support of the government's measure with regards to the sanctions on Venezuela. As the chairman of the Latin America group of the APPG and also the Prime Minister's trade envoy for a number of countries, including Colombia, let me tell you, I have experienced first-hand the brutality and the human rights abuses that the Maduro regime have inflicted on its own citizens. And 3.6 million of those citizens have now fled, largely into Colombia, to Peru, to Chile, Argentina, all countries that I visited in the last 12 months, all countries where I have seen people living in abject poverty first-hand. But can I just begin by saying I take real objection to the contribution from the honourable member for Glenrothes, where he claimed that members on this benches had in some way celebrated the misery and the human rights abuses taking place to the people of Venezuela. That is both a grotesque and an untrue allegation, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is grotesque and untrue because people on this side of the House know the need the sanctions regime to be introduced.
What I would say is I think the point's made, but I do think we need to get back to where the debate was. It's a very good point that's been hammered home, and I think we do need to move on now. Mark.
Mr Deputy Speaker, so let's move on with the need for sanctions against Venezuela. This is a regime that is not entered hardship as a result of the oil price collapse. It is a regime that has entered hardship because not just under Maduro, but also under Chavez. And the Honourable Lady for Bishop Auckland shakes her head as though it is all down to oil price collapse. Let me tell you, it is not. It is down to the fact that Maduro and his predecessor Chavez played fast and loose with the Constitution. They abused their positions in order to suppress opposition, including within the press, during both Chavez's tenure and Maduro's tenure. To suggest that this is all misery brought about as a result, and I will not give away, I'll come back in a second, to suggest this is all misery brought about by oil price collapse, I'm afraid is being economical with the actuality. Yes.
I'm extremely grateful. Isn't it a fact that the richest person in Venezuela is the daughter of the former President Hugo Chavez, who is a billionaire with about $4 billion US, which has been systematically stolen from the people by this so-called socialist regime.
100% on the money. And that, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the inconvenient truth that many people in opposition fail to recognise. That actually you've got massive abuses that went on well before economic price collapse, and one of the reasons why sanctions are needed, I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
And in support of his case, has he also noticed that it isn't just the oil price, but the volume of oil produced, that they have so trashed their industry and failed to invest in it that they now produce a fraction of their potential capacity? That is why they're so poor.
Absolutely right. And the honourable member for Woking is right to identify the fact that not only has the volume of oil produced, but also that many of the oil workers that would have produced the oil have fled the regime, because many of those people, their families are living in absolute penury as a result of years of neglect and economic mismanagement. But the member for Ilford South is quite right to point out the extreme wealth that has been accumulated corruptly by members of the Chavez, of the military and the Maduro regimes. Much of that money is offshored, including vast amounts in Spain. The property market in areas of Madrid for many years, this is not a new phenomenon, for many years was red hot with money that was flowing out of Venezuela, buying office blocks, residential properties galore in order to cleanse the money out of Venezuela. And so, as part of any robust sanctions regime, it is not just about making sure that money is prevented from leaving the country as and when now, but also the money that has been leaving for years, including at massive rates under Chavez, which is uncomfortable, clearly, to the honourable lady, the member for Bishop Auckland. But that money that was leaving at that stage, money that was stolen from the people of Venezuela, that money needs, as part of any sanction regime, to be taken back in. And if we are talking about laughter, we're seeing great laughter, made for the record, from the honourable lady, the member for Bishop Auckland, because it is either something she finds funny or something she fails to understand. I will give way.
I only want to illustrate one particular fact, which I found the most harrowing, following on from that earlier intervention, is that there they are now turning aid lorries away from the borders in Venezuela because they're worried that they will lose their control and their grip. If anything defines what an absence of humanity is exactly that point which the honourable gentleman has made.
And we've got quite a lot of other speakers. Mark Menzies.
Thank you very much. And, Mr. Speaker, I hear your guidance and I know that there is much pressure on time. But I would encourage the Government not only to enact this SI with regards to sanctions of Venezuela, but also to ensure that whilst we are still a member of the EU and whilst our reach through the United Nations, that we are making sure that the sanctions regime targets particularly those in the military and the senior members of the Maduro and Chavez regimes that have stolen billions from the people of that country and get that money back to the people where it belongs. Yes, I'll give away.
I pay tribute to the work he does in Latin America. Would you not also agree that PetroCaribe was another way of them laundering their money and caused absolute mayhem in many vulnerable countries of the Caribbean?
Absolutely, and I think that point stands well on its own. But, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, may I also say that this should be an opportunity for the House to come together, to send a message of solidarity to Juan Guaido, to the democratically elected members of the Congress of which Maduro has now sought to supersede with his own puppet arrangement. And, Mr. Speaker, can I also just say that the suffering in Venezuela is something that no one should ever have to adhere to, and that any sanctions are clearly targeted on the instigators of this corrupt regime. Thank you.
Chris Brown. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The main issue that we're considering this afternoon is actually what is going to be our independent system of sanctions if and when we have left the European Union. That's the key point. And I must confess that I am somewhat sceptical about the value of having an independent sanctions regime, because the whole point of sanctions is that when you can work in concert with your closest allies, you are far more likely to achieve success than if you simply try to go it alone. I think this is nowhere writ more large than in relation to Russia. For many years, individual countries of the European Union resisted a shared sanctions regime in relation to Russia because some countries wanted to continue taking gas and oil from Russia. Some countries wanted a strong political relationship. The leader, Mr. Berlusconi in Italy, wanted to go to parties with President Putin, and so on. So it was very difficult for us to achieve a shared sanctions regime in relation to Russia. And it was only when Russia started using gas and oil as a means of oppressing Estonia, Lithuania and Latvia that actually the European Union decided to act in concert. And the UK repeatedly went to European Council meetings, and Prime Ministers Cameron and now our present Prime Minister repeatedly said it's been great. We've been able to persuade the European Union to adopt the sanctions that we wanted. And as a united body in Europe, I think we've been able to achieve far more than we will be able to if we're going it alone. So I welcome the comments from the Minister today that in the future we are in the main going to adopt the same sort of, I will in a moment, the same kind of measures as the rest of the European Union. My anxiety is that it may be difficult for us outside the European Union, unless there is some manner of working with the European Union, of persuading them to adopt the kind of sanctions regime that we're interested in. I think the honourable member wanted to.
Grateful to the honourable gentleman. It's always worth hearing him on these subjects. I just simply make one other point, though. It is not all sweetness of light, and by no means. The Germans' behaviour over Nord Stream 2 is actually going to break the whole sanctions regime, and nothing seems to happen from the Commission.
The honourable member has virtually, the right honourable member has virtually stolen the words out of my mouth, because he's absolutely right. But my anxiety is that when we're no longer in that room, it's going to be much more difficult for the UK to be able to secure the outcome that we want in relation to Nord Stream 2. So I hope that the government will manage to find some future means of establishing a strong relationship. I do worry about the Magnitsky process, and that I hear what the Minister's saying, but I've heard two ministers speak on this subject matter since the House unanimously passed measures that the government didn't really want to include in the bill. And since then, we still... I know the Minister put them in the end, but I'm not sure that he was the most enthusiastic member of the House to adopt... He can puff out his chest as much as he wants. He's still not going to persuade me that he was quite there with the rest of us. And we still haven't got them in place, is the point. And that's what. And as the Minister referred to the matter of the Magnitsky point, I hope that we will manage to get this very quickly. Not least because Bill Browder, yet again today, has been told that the Russians intend to press a seventh charge with Interpol.
I did say we could open the envelope. I didn't mean we had to completely open every page of it. What I say isn't about Russia. We have allowed a little bit of movement. What I would say is we do need to get a lot of those speakers in. Chris Bryan.
And I'm very close to finishing. You're quite right, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful. The one other point I'd simply make in relation to Venezuela is I'm going to defend my honourable friend for Bishop Auckland, because, to be honest, the honourable member for Fylde, he knows that he and I agree on nearly every aspect of the relationship with many different countries in Latin America, including Venezuela. I think that that country is not only perpetuating poverty on its people, its politicians have completely let down its people, but it's also endangering war and civil war across the whole of the Andean region, and that is dangerous. But in all honesty, the member for Bishop Auckland was agreeing with him, not disagreeing with him, so I very much hope that they will kiss and make up later. And with that, I'll finish.
Sir John Redmond.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll be very brief and won't take interventions because of others wishing to speak. First point I'd like to make is I think it's very disappointing that these orders don't have this week's date on them. We have let the public down once over leaving the EU on the 29th of March. We should be leaving this week, and I'm grateful the planning is still going on for us to leave, but the sooner the better. The second point is I want us to have a more ambitious foreign policy once we are an independent country again. I think there is a huge opportunity here for us to do good in the world by promoting the right kind of sanctions policy. I agree with all those colleagues who say that sanctions are more effective if you get more countries to buy into them. There are a number of areas, most notably Iran, where our US ally is very much at variance with our European allies, and this is surely where the United Kingdom, by adopting a distinctive approach and perhaps working more directly through the United Nations, freed of the constraints of belonging to one side in the two-sided row, could make a direct contribution so that we could influence the world for the better and have a more united sanctions regime. There are those who are very worried about sanctions targeting the wrong people. Of course, it is best to target the guilty men and women at the top of these evil regimes, but we do need to recognise that they need access to hard currency, and it is quite often by exploiting commodities or other hard currency generators in their economies that they perpetuate their evil and buy the things we don't want to sell them from others around the world who will. So it's not that easy just to target a limited number of people, and we do have to find our way through. I hope we can with Venezuela, where we need to back all the initiatives to try and get food and other aid in and to support those forces for democracy. And above all, in Venezuela, we need to work with the opposition to show how they could restore their economy based on the colossal oil wealth that is there beneath their feet, but which is deliberately not exploited by the evil incompetence of the regime. So let's have our own policy and let's get on with it.
Yeah. Mike Gapes.
Mr. Speaker, the debate today is probably unnecessary because we have not yet left the European Union, and we will almost certainly not leave, if we do leave, with no deal. And therefore, many of the things which we are debating today will be dealt with over a long period of time within transitional arrangements or not at all. But given that this House is spending a great deal of time at the moment on debating things which are not about to happen, then this is par for the course. Can I just comment about Venezuela? In January, I raised an urgent question in the House, and there was an extensive discussion at that time. The situation has got worse since then, and there are now serious threats to Juan Guaido, the President of the National Assembly and the person who is recognised by many countries and governments, including our own, as the legitimate leader of Venezuela. I was pleased that the opposition front bench, the member for Bishop Auckland, used the phrase, "we welcome this sanctions proposal." When she said "we," I hope she was referring not just to we in general, but specifically to the Shadow Justice Secretary, the Shadow Home Secretary, the Shadow International Development Secretary sitting alongside her, and the Leader of the Opposition, and all those who have been apologists for or supporters of the Chavez and Maduro regimes, those members of the Venezuela Solidarity Campaign, those members of the Stop the War Coalition, all those organising rallies and events today saying hands off Venezuela, who are acting in this country to undermine the sanctions regime, to undermine the action that has been taken by the Bank of England and elsewhere against the corrupt, kleptocratic regime that exists in that country. And I hope, and I praise my friend from Bishop Auckland for what she said, and I have no disagreement with her at all, but I do hope that she was speaking for everybody on the Labour benches in that regard. I think we also need to discuss the wider questions of the impact of sanctions. What is the purpose of sanctions? Is it to change the behaviour of a regime, or is it to bring about some kind of punishment to bad people? Now, punishing bad people is a good idea, but the better idea is to change the behaviour of the regime so that the people in the country are benefiting from it. We know from examples historically that often sanctions regimes are not successful in changing government's behaviour. And so far, although it could be argued that the Iranian regime has changed its behaviour with regard to signing up to the international agreement, the JCPOA, with regard to the nuclear programme that it had, and that has inevitably been a result of, partially at least, the sanctions on Iran. A bigger reason might be that they actually have a long-term view and want to have an agenda which, thinking in 10, 15, 20 years ahead, they take the heat off now, but secretly do what they did in the past with the covert facilities at Qom and various other programmes to get round the international sanctions. So we have to maintain... I give way to my friend.
In relation to what he says about Iran, then, would he agree that their desire to wipe out the State of Israel it's an ideological hatred that they have? Iran and Israel are 1,000 miles apart. They've got no regional material competition, nor does Israel have any significant effect on the lives of Iranian citizens. And the long-term effect of sanctions against an ideological regime is unlikely to succeed.
Well, the basis on which Iran was sanctioned was not because of its generalised foreign policy, or because of its abuse of human rights internally, or because of the terrible things that it's done to support the murderous Assad regime in Syria, or what it has done in regard to the situation in Lebanon, or what it's doing supporting the Houthis in Yemen, or its attitude to and hostility to visceral hatred of the idea of self-determination for the Jewish people and a state of Israel. It was because of its nuclear programme, and therefore there may be arguments to extend Iranian sanctions, but so far we have to recognise this is about the current sanctions regimes. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would just make one other point. The member from Rhondda was quite right. British governments, successive British governments, have played a very important role when the other governments were wobbling, when other governments like the Hungarian Orban government or the Italian government, he mentioned Berlusconi, but the current Salvini government is doing the same thing, have been complicit in being friendly to the aspirations of Putin to weaken sanctions regimes. And we have stood firm, we and France and a few others have led the way on having tough sanctions. Sometimes our EU partners have been divided. We've tipped the scales towards a more robust regime. If we are outside the European Union, that EU regime is likely to be weaker than it would otherwise have been. And we will also find ourselves, if we are outside the EU, facing all the economic problems that will come with that, susceptible to more pressure from other countries to go soft on sanctions because we will not have the collective weight of the European Union behind us.
Thank you. Paul Scully.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do obviously want to let the Minister wind up, but it's perfect timing for you to come back for me to talk about Burma for just 1 minute, because I know it's dear to your heart. We are obviously still concerned about Rakhine State, about Karen, about Shan, and all of the other ethnic states and the oppression that is going on there. And we welcome, everybody I think welcomes the ceasefires that have been going on, called by the military since last year. But there are concerns still that those ceasefires allow the military to build up their defences and actually militarise some of the areas in those ethnic states. But in my role as trade envoy, I'm only too aware that there's a holistic approach. So I was glad that the Minister talked about targeted sanctions, because we do know that those ordinary people that are being oppressed, persecuted, raped, mutilated and killed, the only way through some of this, apart from our action as an international community, is through growth and prosperity, and giving them that through trade and through support and infrastructure building. And that's why we need to target the sanctions at the military, but let's make sure we do not leave the ordinary people of Burma behind through a fuller set of sanctions.
Andrew Lewer.
Thank you sincerely, Mr. Speaker and Vice Chairman of the APPG on Venezuela. If we ever do manage to leave the EU, one benefit will be greater flexibility over our application of sanctions to countries acting outside the law and actively persecuting their own people, such as Maduro's Venezuela. And although we have some flexibility already, the UK will have much more if we leave the EU properly, while still being able to choose to align with the EU when they're not held back by the particular concerns of one or two states. Beyond the SI, one direct action the UK could take right now to demonstrate its determination to tackle the massive theft of funds from Venezuela by corrupt Chavistas would be to declare Maduro's ambassador to the United Kingdom persona non grata on account of the arrest warrant issued against her by the state of Andorra for the theft of $4 million. The details of this case are well known to the FCO, not least via myself, and indeed have appeared in El País, as well as in official documents. The suffering of the Venezuelan people is immense. My words can hardly do it justice, and we've heard others capably underline the shame of the very senior leadership of the Labour Party and their active support for the Maduro regime and entertaining its mouthpieces on our soil. I know Venezuela is not a Foreign Office priority, but the government does need to do more to help bring democracy back to that wonderful country. I think the SI is a step in the right direction. I welcome recent comments by the Minister of State in that direction. I do think more can be done the SI is a step in the right direction. Action towards the ambassador would also help. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sir Alan Duncan.
Well, I'm very grateful to honourable members for their contributions, which spread quite widely, but it shows the passions that are raised by this topic. But may I immediately take my honourable friend to task for saying that Venezuela is not a Foreign Office priority. I find that difficult to swallow, if I can put that politely, when it is very much a priority. I went to the United Nations Security Council at a few hours' notice for an emergency debate on that. I went to the Ottawa meeting of the Lima Group. I spoke yesterday at the meeting of European foreign ministers. I have given a considered lecture on Venezuela at Chatham House, so I would politely ask my honourable friend to revise his view of where he thinks our priorities sit. Mr. Speaker, a couple of points which have been raised. To my right honourable friend, eventually the IRGC is already sanctioned by the EU, but it comes under the EU's Iran nuclear sanctions rather than the ones that we are discussing today. And when it comes to giving notice of who we might include in any EU sanctions that are transferred, then we... That's very good. Then we will do it, as it were, at the 11th hour in order to avoid asset flight by giving prior notice to those who might be affected. Mr. Speaker, as I made reference to in my speech, the Sanctions Act enables sanctions to be imposed for a variety of purposes, including responding to or deterring gross violations of human rights or otherwise promoting compliance with human rights law or to respect human rights. And after we transpose existing EU sanctions regimes into UK law, which must be the first priority, the UK will continue to be able to take action against human rights violators and abusers. There is already a strong human rights element in all of our sanctions. Do I take it, Mr. Speaker, you are urging me to speed up? In which case, Mr. Speaker, having covered so much already today, I commend these regulations to the House.
Well done. Order, order. Under the standing order, I must now put the questions necessary to bring proceedings to a conclusion. The question is motion number 2, as on the order paper. As members of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 3 on sanctions. Minister or whip to move formally. Thank you. The question is motion number 3, as on the order papers. Members of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 4 on sanctions. Minister to move formally. Thank you. The question is motion number 4, as on the order papers. Members of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 5 on exiting the European Union (sanctions). Minister to move formally. Thank you. The question is motion number 5, as on the order paper. As members of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. We now come, colleagues, to motion number 6. Motion number 6 on Section 1 of the European Union Withdrawal Act 2019. I inform the House that I have not selected either of the amendments. To move the motion... Well, it's essentially a negativing, but the honourable gentleman can expatiate on the matter if he's successful in catching my eye. It's always a pleasure to call Mr. Peter Bone, but I have not selected either of the amendments. To move the motion, I call the Minister, the Solicitor General, no less, Mr. Robert Buckland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the motion standing in the name of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'll endeavour in my remarks today to be brief. I will, of course, take interventions, but please allow me to make 3 points by way of introduction. First of all, government did not want to be in this position. I don't say that in a spirit of seeking to attribute blame to people, but in a moment of solemn reflection, I think it's important that we have to acknowledge where we found ourselves. It is a great disappointment to me and to many others that this House has not felt able to approve the withdrawal agreement. The Prime Minister said last week that any plan for the future must include the withdrawal agreement. It's what we negotiated with the EU, and it remains the government's position that leaving with a deal is indeed the best way for this country to leave the EU. So whilst I understand that certain honourable and right honourable members have not been able to find themselves in a position to support the withdrawal agreement, If we are to leave the EU in a smooth and orderly manner, then we must find a way to find a plan for the way forward that includes it. And furthermore, the government has already been clear that it's seeking an extension. And as such, we continue to be of the view that the bill passed last night was, with respect to its movers, unnecessary. Second, it's clear that the House is not willing to leave without a deal. And thirdly, nobody who respects the outcome of the referendum could wish the UK to participate in the European Parliament elections, nearly 3 years after our country voted to leave the institutions of the European Union. However, if the UK remains a member state on the 23rd of May, then that is what it would be legally required to do. This is because the EU treaties provide that European Union citizens have the right to be represented in the European Parliament, and that the European Parliament needs to be properly constituted with duly elected MEPs from all member states for it to perform its functions. And I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. When he says that we need to have left by the 23rd of May, that is the date that the election actually takes place. Will he inform the House to which is the latest date that it is possible that the election returning officer needs to have published a notice of poll and started the process of those elections?
Well, indeed, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and I think that in the letter that was sent to colleagues in the name of my right honourable friends, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and indeed my right honourable friend, the Attorney General, there was reference made to the necessity there to allow a suitable time between the laying into or the bringing into force of the order that allows the elections to proceed and the elections themselves. My recollection is, I think it's a 25-day period. However, I'll say this as well with regard to the process. Of course, the new European Parliament does not meet until early July, and therefore it is important, I think, for us to distinguish the need to have elections and then the requirement for British MEPs to have to actually sit in the European Parliament if we are indeed to leave the European Union before early July. And I'll give way, first of all, to the honourable gentleman.
Grateful. I think the Solicitor General said earlier that what we have to do is find a way, to find a plan, to find a way forward. Now, well, that sounds just a little bit nebulous, if he doesn't mind me saying. It seems quite unlikely that that's going to be very concrete by the 30th of June. So if the European Council comes forward and says, well, actually, we think you need to have an extension to the end of the year, will the government be open to that?
Yeah. Well, look, as the honourable gentleman knows, negotiations will carry on in the Council tomorrow, and I think it would be idle speculation for me to try and anticipate what might be agreed. But, you know, some people take offence at the word nebulous. I don't. What I have... I really don't. What I have tried to do at all stages of this process is to find a way forward and to seek a solution. It's in all our hands, Mr. Speaker, and I say that in a spirit of friendship and cooperation to all honourable members. I'll give way to my honourable friend Pearce.
I'm grateful to the Solicitor General for giving way. And it seems to me what he's doing is simply giving this House a reality check as to the position that we have been put into by members who voted in various ways. But isn't the situation in law this? That whilst it is necessary, or it might be necessary, to participate in elections, which neither he nor I want, or I think most of this House want, as a matter of law, the old outgoing European Parliament exists until the moment that the new Parliament is created, and therefore there are certain things that could take place, for example ratification of any agreement, until the point that the new Parliament meets. Also, that the argument that British presence might impugn the new Parliament wouldn't exist if we have left by that time.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. I think he's absolutely right about the way in which the European Parliament is constituted. It's due, I think, to rise on the 18th of April, but it doesn't cease to exist. It doesn't dissolve in the way that we do. And therefore that is important in terms of ratification, because Section 13 of the Act that we passed obviously includes that requirement as well. And I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable learned friend. I just want to clear something up, which I did hear him say. I think I heard him say at the dispatch box that it was wholly feasible that the government may actually end up fighting the European elections, then only after that not to allow its MEPs to take their seats, say they'd been given an extension, but somehow we had managed to ratify the treaty. Is that correct? Would we go as far, is it government policy that we would go as far as to fight an election but not take our seats at the end of it?
Well, my right honourable friend is quite right to ask about that detail. I think we are obliged to, as a matter of law, prepare for European elections. But if we have left and exited the European Union by the end of June, then we are no longer members, we are third countries, and therefore the requirement to take our seats in the European Parliament would have ended. And I'll give way to the Chair of the Select Committee.
I'm very grateful to the Solicitor General for giving way, but further to the point raised by the right honourable member for Derbyshire Dales, can the Solicitor General give the House an assurance, bearing in mind that postal votes will be cast before polling day, that no one who casts a vote will then find that the election for which they have cast that vote is cancelled after they have marked their cross on the piece of paper?
The ingenuity of the right honourable gentleman knows no bounds. He's right to ask detailed questions like that. What I would say to him is that we have a solution to all these vexed questions. That is to agree a deal so that we can get on with leaving. And I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm most grateful to the Solicitor General for giving way, because that goes to the very heart of the issue. I have no objection to supporting the government motion for extension this afternoon, but I am very mindful that we can't go on lurching from one cliff-edge crisis to another. And it does concern me that unless the government is able to craft a deal which commands a majority of this House, the 22nd of May or the 30th of June are not very far away. And I would much prefer an opportunity, if necessary, for a longer and fungible extension, which enables us to make some decisions without the pressure we have than anything else. And may I just say finally to him, as respect to the bill that was passed through this House yesterday, I just make the point that, like the nuclear deterrent, it works because you don't have to use it.
Mr. General.
Well, again, my right honourable friend is tempting me into the path of anticipating what may or may not be the outcome of the summit. I hear his point about the need to avoid regular cliff edges. He will forgive me if I remind him very politely but very firmly that there is an option for all of us to take, which is to agree a way forward and to agree an orderly exit. And I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
The Solicitor General for giving way, and further to the point by my honourable friend on the other side and the honourable member for the Rhondda. I appreciate he's not going to get into what may or may not be discussed at the European Council, and I appreciate his sincerity about wanting to get a deal agreed as soon as possible and everything else. But the reality is that I think many of us will be supporting the motion tonight conditional on our expectation that the Prime Minister will listen very seriously and consider any longer options that are suggested, such as a flex extension or fungible extension, whatever we want to call it. And that's what I'm asking for his assurance on, that the Prime Minister will listen very carefully to any offers that are put forward by other European leaders.
General.
Well, I think it's axiomatic, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister will indeed listen carefully to any constructive suggestions made by the Council and indeed by the Commission on these matters. That is what she has always done in these matters. She's been the brunt of some criticism for doing it, but I think her painstaking approach is absolutely the right way to go. And I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman from Plaid Cymru.
I'm very grateful to the Solicitor General. Is there a little point in the British Government setting its own red lines for the extension on the extension? Because the decision on the length and the conditions attached to it will be made tomorrow by the European Council with the British state outside the room.
Mr. General.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman is right to characterise the decision of the 27, but prior to that there will have been active and proper negotiation and discussion between the United Kingdom and the Council. The reality is that we can end all of this here in this House by coming to a sensible agreement, making those compromises that many of us have had to do, me very much included. Hold on, I'll give way to my honourable friend first.
Over to my honourable and learned friend. In the event of a whole swathe of MEPs being elected but then not taking their seats, will they be entitled to compensation, and can he assure us that that compensation will not be paid for by our constituents but by the EU?
It's a very intriguing point that my right honourable friend makes. I am not going to get into any discussions about the question of liability. I think everybody who may put themselves up as a candidate for that election will know the likely outcome of that, and I'll give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful for the Solicitor General giving way. He talks about compromise, but he, I think, overlooked the fact that certainly most of us on this side of the House voted for every single one of the 4 options before us last week. The problem was that most Conservative MPs and the government didn't vote for any of them.
Well, that didn't include me. Can I... and I'll take an intervention from
My right honourable learned friend is chopping about with various dates that he would prefer. He keeps making the obvious point that the Article 50 can come to an end if and when we've got support for a withdrawal agreement, which I have supported all the way through. Now, wouldn't the best thing be to take some far distant date and give us a proper extension, saying that, of course, that will end forthwith as soon as any withdrawal agreement is passed? That, I think, is being proposed in Brussels at the moment. I can't think of the slightest sensible reason against it. We can't keep having these ridiculous cliff-edge debates, moving it forward by a fortnight and a month every now and again.
Mr. General.
My right honourable friend is right to talk about the need to avoid cliff edges, and to this extent I can agree that what we are seeking to do today is create a situation where, if ratification takes place, then we will have the flexibility to leave. And I think that aspect of his intervention, I think, is a very important one to remember here. The negotiability of the position is simply this. The talks between the parties are ongoing. If there is something fruitful as a result of that, then we can proceed to use the provisions of Section 13, with which all of us, Mr. Speaker, notably is very familiar, and those stages can be passed, and then ratification will deem to have been completed. And I'll give way to the honourable.
I thank my honourable and learned friend. I just wonder what advice would he give me to pass on to council candidates for the forthcoming local elections. They've been telling constituents for 2 years we were leaving on the 29th of March, then it became the 12th of April. We've now got a white clean board in my office so we can fill in the current date that we're leaving. What should he be telling them on the doorstep?
Mr. General.
Just like my honourable friend, I am an assiduous canvasser, and I'm having those conversations myself. And the message I'd say to my constituents is that we are doing our part and trying our very best to resolve this, but we now need all elements, all members of Parliament to come together in a spirit of compromise so that we can get on with the job that we were mandated to do. And I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Very grateful to the Solicitor General for giving way. Isn't the point, though, that whether the delay is 2 weeks, 2 months or 2 years, it isn't time that is needed, it's political will to come to a deal that is needed. And people such as myself, who would much prefer, there's much in the withdrawal agreement I don't like, but have made compromises to move to a position to support it, and isn't about time that other members of this House were willing to do the same.
My honourable friend makes an extremely powerful point, and can I pay tribute to him and indeed all honourable and right honourable members who were faced with a very difficult decision and took, I would regard, the statesman or stateswoman-like approach and decided to support the withdrawal agreement. It was absolutely the right thing to do, and I pay warm tribute to each and every one of them. And can I just make a little bit of progress, and then, of course, I will take more interventions. I just wanted to...
Two more, because lots of people want to speak. Move on.
Your strictures, Mr. Speaker. Very well. I shall move on. I wanted to talk about. I think I've spoken about the preparations for the European Parliament. I wanted to talk about the question of what might happen with regards to the further extension. Now, before the House considers the motion, as my right honourable friend said last week, we should all be very clear that what this extension would be for. It's all about making sure that we leave the EU in a timely and an orderly way. And that means, Mr. Speaker, leaving with a deal. That's why the government has exchanged in a constructive process with the opposition to seek to agree a plan, either a unified position that could command the confidence of the House or a series of options upon which it could decide. And that process, as we know, remains ongoing. And I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Six times now the Solicitor General has said the best way to move forward is to agree a deal. And now, if we're to have a Brexit at all, that's self-evidently true. The problem is that we're not being offered a deal, we're being offered the deal, the Prime Minister's deal. And is this not the time to concede? It's a bad deal socially and economically, and that's the reason the government are in the position they're in.
Well, with the greatest respect to the honourable gentleman, I disagree with his analysis about the deal. I did not note much opposition, certainly from certain corners of the House, to the detail of the withdrawal agreement. The focus of the debate has now been on the nature of the future relationship and the declaration that accompanies that. So I would take issue with his characterisation of the current position. It's our desire, Mr. Speaker, to pursue this process with expedition, and our intention is to secure this House's assent to the deal, which we have been clear, as I've just said, could include changes to the political declaration, which would meet the necessary preconditions for ratification by the 22nd of May, so that we can leave the EU without the need to hold those European Parliament elections. But, Mr. Speaker, whilst all sides recognise the urgency with which we need to make progress, given where we are and that this will be challenging, we cannot be certain that an extension until just the 22nd of May would provide us with sufficient time. And I'll give way to the Right Honourable.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and just to support him, of course, business says very clearly to us that for them the deal is good enough. Is my right honourable friend aware that the mini extensions are really difficult, particularly for manufacturing? The car factories are shut down at the moment in anticipation of disruption. They can't just open up and shut down on these cliff edges. So the flexibility is essential.
No, I think my honourable friend makes a very powerful point, and as a Member of Parliament who represents very proudly car manufacturing interests, then I care very, very deeply indeed about the future of that important industry, and will do everything I can to secure its future. And I won't give way to them because I need to move on and wrap it up with respect to Mr. Speaker. That is why the government have sought. That's why we've sought an extension up to the 30th of June, before, as I said earlier, the new European Parliament is constituted in early July. And I think that I'll give way to my honourable friend.
It's a point that we've been debating amongst us here. I gather the European Parliament have already sort of divvied up the seats, so to speak. What will happen if we take our seats, then we don't take our seats? Surely this is going to throw the whole thing into confusion, what's being proposed.
Well, my honourable friend is right to say that the European Parliament has had to, in effect, make some contingency plans for constitution with the UK and without the UK, and there's no doubt a complication from that. But I think now, tempted as I am to take further interventions from honourable and right honourable members, I must finish. I think, therefore, most colleagues would agree that it would now be odd to leave on the 22nd of May in a scenario where just a few additional weeks would allow the finalisation of the ratification of a deal. I should also now explain, sir, why we cannot now seek to extend only to the 22nd of May and then ask for a further extension to the 30th of June. Because, put it simply, I think we must all recognise that we can't be assembling and reassembling the European Council every few weeks. because the government has committed to delivering on the result of the referendum, and we in this House must now come together to find a way forward rather than seeking to further extend the process. It is up to us, sir, to chart a course for this country beyond the EU and to agree a plan which can see us deliver on what I hope and believe to be a bright future, with a close and meaningful partnership with the EU that we all want to see. And that is what the government's extension will provide time for. And that is why I urge all honourable and right honourable members to support it. Support the Prime Minister at tomorrow's Council and support a plan that would deliver on the referendum and take the United Kingdom out of the European Union. I commend this motion to the House.
Order. The question is motion number 6, as on the order paper. Mr Matthew Pennycook.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The motion before us is a straightforward one, and I note the Solicitor General's remarks that he did not want to be here. But I think the more pertinent point, Mr Speaker, is that we should not have found ourselves here. When Parliament overwhelmingly voted to give the Prime Minister the authority to trigger Article 50 and begin the negotiations, we never expected we would be in this position 2 years later. The government should be mortified, frankly, that they've been forced to ask once again for this House's approval to seek an extension to the Article 50 process. Not only because the fact that another extension is required is itself a damning indictment of this government's mishandling of the negotiations and its failure to secure a deal that could command the confidence of the Commons, but also because the very fact that we're being asked to approve the motion before us, pursuant to an unconventional Act of Parliament spearheaded by my right honourable friend, the member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford, and the right honourable gentleman, the member for Dorset West, and passed last week in the face of government opposition, is testament to the very serious erosion of trust between the executive and this legislature. If honourable and right honourable members are weary, Mr Speaker, it's first and foremost a weariness of the undeliverable promises made by this government and the false expectations that have consistently been raised, whether it be the Brady Amendment or the Malthouse Compromise. Even this morning, contrary to all the available evidence and the constancy of the EU position, the Leader of the House chose to give credence to the fantastical notion that the EU, at the same time as considering another extension request, might also entirely shift their position and agree to reopen the withdrawal agreement. Mr Speaker, it's long past time that government ministers stop peddling myths to indulge the hardliners on their own benches and advance their personal agendas. To that end, I'd welcome confirmation. Happy to give way to Mike.
On this point, and does he agree with me that a longer extension to get this right without having these cliff edges would be preferable? And has he noticed that the ERG on the other side are doing their best to stymie a long extension by threatening the EU that the UK will cause havoc in the EU institutions if there is such a long extension? Will he take this opportunity to condemn absolutely that view and that method of working?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. I think she makes a very good point. Members on the opposite benches want to tell us that throughout the duration of our membership of the Union we've had no influence whatsoever, but that if we stay in we'd be able to exert that influence in a way that would be wholly irresponsible for the functioning of the Union. I'll give way one more time.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. This is a genuine question. I actually think that if there had been an amendment tabled by Her Majesty's opposition seeking a much longer extension, it would have won certainly the support of most of us sitting over in this quarter. And I just wondered if there was a reason why the opposition didn't table that amendment and make sure we get the long extension, which certainly would do the job for manufacturers in particular.
I thank the honourable lady for that point. I think the honest answer is we all know that the 30th of June is not a particularly realistic proposition, and that the Prime Minister was forced to propose that date more for the reasons of party management than what the EU... And she has, in a sense, contracted out the decision to the EU, and we would expect the government to accept any reasonable extension that goes beyond the 30th of June, with the proviso that if this House approved and ratified a withdrawal agreement, we would exit at that point. I'll give way one last time and then I'm...
We just also take this opportunity to reassure our European partners, some of whom may feel nervous about granting us or asking for a long extension because of the threats made
brother ERG, that our own Prime Minister in this country has finally stopped kowtowing to the ERG, apparently. So the European Union doesn't need to start kowtowing to them too.
I entirely agree with my honourable friend. Mr. Speaker, events have clearly overtaken us since the EU Withdrawal Act 2019 was first conceived, with the Prime Minister having already written to the President of the European Council indicating her intention to seek an extension until the 30th of June. As I said, we wholeheartedly support the government's efforts to secure one. Indeed, it's vital if we're to avoid a disastrous no deal. And as I said, we would expect the government to agree to any reasonable extension beyond the 30th of June. If that is the case, the opposition would support accepting that proposition. But as we've argued consistently, Mr. Speaker, any extension must be for a worthwhile purpose, and the length of the extension must flow from that purpose. The public will not forgive the government if an extension is sought and agreed under the pretence of efforts to secure cross-party compromise, simply for ministers then to use the time secured in a vain attempt to find a way to force this House to accept the same flawed deal that has been voted down on 3 occasions. I'm going to give way one final time because I know there are many people.
Well, I thank the honourable member for making the right decision to give way. I think isn't it about time that we accepted that the strategy that the Prime Minister has pursued up until now is a failed strategy, that there is no majority in this House for that deal, and that being pressured at the last minute to cobble something together which is divisive to this House is not the right approach either, given how irreversible and momentous the decision in front of us is. In that case, we should embrace the opportunity of a longer extension to pause and reflect to get the right deal for our country.
Far too long. I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention. I agree with him entirely. It is a failed strategy, and as I'll come on to say, I think that for any viable proposition to be accepted, there has to be real movement from the government. And it's on that basis that the opposition agreed to substantive talks with the government in the national interest. As you'll be aware, sir, a further round of talks is taking place as we speak, and we will continue to engage with them in a constructive spirit. But the talks will inevitably fail if the government is not willing to countenance fundamental changes to its deal. It's futile and frankly patronising, Mr. Speaker, to honourable and right honourable members across the House to be told that if we only understood the government's deal properly, we'd realise that the concerns we've expressed to this day are unwarranted. If a stable majority is to coalesce around a single unified approach, it will require, as the Solicitor General said, real compromise. It will also require honesty from the government about where legitimate differences exist, how they might be bridged in an overhauled political declaration, how this House would entrench any changes that might be agreed, so they can't simply be ripped up by whichever of the expanding field of candidates eventually succeeds the Prime Minister, and the requirement for seeking public approval for any agreement that might emerge at this late hour by means of a confirmatory referendum. And finally, Mr. Speaker, honesty is also required. I'm not going to give way any further, thank you. But finally, Mr. Speaker, honesty is also required about the obligations that any extension beyond the 22nd of May might entail. That includes being honest with ourselves and the public about participation in the European Parliament elections, abiding by any duty of sincere cooperation and any other reasonable conditions that the EU might set. Mr. Speaker, there is no question that the House should approve the motion before us so that we can secure the necessary extension to the Article 50 process. We must then use that extension not to prolong the misery of recent months, but to recalibrate and forge a different way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Owen Paterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure to speak in this debate and to follow the shadow spokesman, some of whose points actually I agreed with. I'll be brief, Mr. Speaker, because I know a large number of members want to speak. In simple terms, to get the message across, this is a bad motion spawned from a bad bill. And going right back, and I've said this many times, and members of this House yawn and look tired at the fact, I'm looking at the chairman of the Select Committee, 17.4 million people voted. This is a constitutional first because the people went against the voice of the establishment. Leader of the House and others have long sat here believing in parliamentary democracy. But this time, for the first time in history, the people were given the right to decide very clearly, and to the horror of the establishment, political, commercial and legal, they went against it. Very briefly.
Talks about what the people wanted. Were the people told in 2016 they would be leaving the EU on the 29th of March 2019?
They were told that we would leave and take back control, and then in the ensuing general election, the two main parties and the DUP confirmed that leave meant leaving the single market, leaving the customs union, and leave the remit of the ECJ. And that was confirmed by 498 and then 494 members in the second and third readings of the withdrawal bill, which triggered Article 50, which triggered departure, actually, on March the 29th. And members opposite, just give me 2 minutes to finish this point, and members opposite just must understand the anger outside this House. The frustration will turn into something which I would not like to quantify. People approach me the whole time. I get letters, emails, calls, because it's very clear that this House, perhaps stunned by the immediate impact of the referendum, voted to trigger Article 50 and now done everything they can do to stymie it, culminating in the bill which went through last night under ridiculous circumstances. Originally a second reading through by a majority of 1, and then rammed through with hardly any procedures here. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady. Right Honourable Lady.
Right Honourable Gentleman, that insulting the majority of people in this House is not exactly a great way to win an argument. But could he confirm that he himself said that we would be wrong to leave the single market? And would he also confirm that the Leave campaign made it very clear that we would not leave the European Union before a deal on trade, a long-term relationship had been established with the EU before we left? That's right, isn't it?
The Right Honourable Lady has done a very good job of infuriating the 7.4 million people out there and insulting them on a daily basis by her stand, because she and I were elected on a very clear platform of leaving the single market, customs union and remit of the ECJ. But no, I'm also going to move on because others want to speak. So these views do not go down well in this House. I'm aware of that. But I really do appeal to members to think of the reaction outside this House. The anger is touchable, and people expect us to leave. And at the moment, and there is a real existential threat, I think, to both the main parties. For the Labour Party, the first 100 marginals that it must win are 78 for leave, and we know that a similar number on the Conservative side of marginals we must win are strongly for leave. And if we are so stupid as to pass this motion tonight and move on to European elections, and I appeal to my front bench members, at the moment we have a free market on leave votes. UKIP has disappeared and there's no one else. If we are so stupid as to pass this and go for a European election, we will single-handedly give an opportunity to a new party to emerge funded with European money, and that would be a great mistake. I give way.
I'm very grateful. Very grateful. Could I just say, with the greatest of respect to my right honourable friend, this is an issue about getting it right for our country, for businesses and employees. This is not about grubbing around for votes.
He's absolutely right, and I was very helpfully, he's just moved me on to the next point. I'm looking at the clock, I'll be quite brief. The biggest danger to business at the moment is uncertainty. We had the resignation last week, sadly, of my honourable friend for Daventry, or Daintry as it was pronounced when I used to work at Northampton, who said that while he preferred to leave the European Union with your deal to the Prime Minister, I truly believe our country would have swiftly overcome any immediate issues of leaving without a deal and gone on to thrive. And it is absolutely clear there has been a relentless campaign of Project Fear against, quote, no deal. There is no such thing as no deal. There have already been a succession of mini-deals. We were told that aeroplanes wouldn't fly. That has been sorted. We were told that drugs wouldn't arrive. Right Honourable Friend, the Secretary for Health and Social Security, he has fixed the drugs problem. We know from Monsieur Puissot, who runs the ports of Calais and Dover, that they are relaxed. And when you look at the WTO terms, WTO Facilitation Treaty, and sanitary and phytosanitary terms, it is illegal for our partners to arbitrarily stop shipment of goods which conformed the day before we left. So this whole issue on no deal has been blown up out of all proportion. It is a last stand for Remain.
Has my right honourable friend seen the excellent article in the business section of the Daily Telegraph today, in which several German, very senior people, including Mr Verheugen and others, have made it categorically clear that these negotiations are the failure of these negotiations are the fault of all the participants, including the EU itself.
I've already got to my honourable friend and neighbour to mention Mr Verheugen, who quite rightly warned about the dangers to the German economy, which, as we know, sadly is moving into recession. And we will be doing the whole European economy a service if we resolve the wretched wrangle about Brexit now. And we have, and I'm going to move on because I know others want to speak.
Good call.
And we have at the moment a legal position that unless the government, particularly the Prime Minister, takes an executive decision, Mr Speaker, we will leave at 11 p.m. on Friday. And that is the legal position. So all the pantomime we had with the bill over the past few days and last night is actually irrelevant. There has to be a government decision to do that. And I would appeal to the government at this late stage to recognise the extraordinary anger outside this House. The fact that this House is not listening to the 17.4 million who voted to take back control. This issue could be resolved by leaving on Friday evening at 11 o'clock. And lo and behold, we would see that all these fears, there might be some interruptions, there might be some disruption, but nothing like the damage to the integrity of our democratic institutions. The people have said to me, Mr Paterson, I voted all my life, I'm never voting again, because they, and that means all of us in this House, are not listening. That will be profound, and that is a much, much bigger danger than a few small interruptions which will be sorted out in the next few weeks. Thank you.
Mr Stephen Gethins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, for the opportunity. And can I wish everybody, not just the Brexiteers, can I wish everybody a very happy Unicorn Day today. But first of all, Mr Speaker, I'd also like to pay tribute to the members from across the House who have made today's votes possible and who actually did try to find a meaningful way through this from all parties, I think. And that's something that we have to do increasingly in a parliament of minorities. It has to be said, Mr Speaker, I still find it astonishing that we are still debating whether or not to rule out a no-deal Brexit. And even today, this most simple of moves, in our amendment, that the delay should be of at least 3 months, seems like a measure that we shouldn't even be discussing or debating. So straightforward and common sense does it seem. Yet we're having this debate. But I want to make clear that from our perspective, we're nowhere closer to finding a solution to this, and that means we need a lengthy extension to sort out the mess that the Conservative Party have created for everybody in the UK. Now, Mr Speaker, ministers know that no deal will be devastating for jobs, the economy and public services. Ministers know that. And yet we still know that there are a number of ministers who would like to see us crash out on Friday night. That is a case, plain and simple, of putting party above country. And I'd like on that point to pay particular tribute, and I won't do this often, to those Conservatives in particular who have sought compromise. And I'll say to those Conservatives, they will disagree with me strongly and legitimately on a regular basis. But I pay tribute to their courageousness that they have shown. It is the way that they are treated when they've sought to reach that compromise and reach out, as we all must, in a parliament of minorities. And they find themselves being deselected and called all sorts of names that I will not repeat in this House, and that is an outrage. This is a party that has been taken over by the most extreme elements who want to crash out of the European Union, for trade deals that never materialised, for parliamentary sovereignty that disrespects the devolution settlement, for democracy, that they call it, democracy in a place where somebody can make laws due to an accident of their birth. What kind of democracy is that? These Brexiteers, and we're in this mess because of these Brexiteers who couldn't even agree what kind of Brexit they wanted, never even bothered setting it out. And I notice them chuntering from a sedentary position. Not one of them can defend that position. Not one of them can, and I'll give way to the honourable gentleman on that.
Am I not right in thinking that the referendum vote was the biggest expression of democracy this country has ever seen?
Well, there was a higher turnout in the Scottish independence referendum when things were set out. There's been higher turnouts in general elections before, and the honourable member, I noticed, and there have been higher turnouts in general elections, higher turnout in our own referendum, and I also note that the honourable gentleman needs to recognise that democracy did not stop that day, nor will it stop that day. I also recognise that when the honourable gentleman stood up, he didn't bother defending the point I was making about them not setting things out. He didn't have the courage or decency to tell us why these Brexiteers had not set anything out, because they had no plans and they are in a mess of his own doing and their own doing. Mr. Speaker, President Tusk was right to say that there is a special place in hell for those who wanted to leave the EU but hadn't even thought about how to do it. President Tusk, who stood up for democracy, who went to jail for democracy. Now, that particular hell he's referenced seems to have come early by a House of Commons that is blocked up by Maastricht rebels of a quarter-century ago, still fighting the same fights, and where we don't get time to debate the impact of Tory austerity in public services. We're not debating the biggest challenge of a generation over climate change, but we're talking about process in Parliament, a Parliament that is increasingly failing. And on that point, we're being told by the Tories who back Brexit that we have to leave now, with the disastrous that will bring, because of the European elections. Just think of that. A Parliament that's fully elected, with no appointed members in sight. Can you imagine? Imagine elections that give people decisions over their futures. But we are told that we shouldn't participate in those elections because of what it will do to the Conservatives in electoral terms. Mr. Speaker, I don't give a stuff about what it will do to the Conservatives in electoral terms. I do care what a disastrous no deal will do to my constituents, and so should each and every member of this House. When we have a government that is talking about medicine and food shortages and unrest on the streets, that's something that needs to concern each and every one of us. Now, ultimately, I want to live in a Scotland that is not beholden to the extremists who are currently calling the shots in this place, that is comfortable with giving citizens and businesses the opportunities of all four freedoms that the EU has provided, that welcomes the world and seeks to work on an equal basis with our neighbours. A country that is happy sharing sovereignty and resources over issues like protecting the environment and medical research, rather than having nuclear weapons and governments we don't vote for imposed upon us. But for now, just for today, getting to the end of the week without crashing out with a disastrous no deal is going to have to do for now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Timothy Lawton.
Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves in an extraordinary position, and we really cannot go on like this. It is exasperating our constituents, our businesses, our farmers. It's exasperating this House and all its members. This has got to be resolved, not just kicked down the road even further. It is difficult to envisage how we could be in a worse position than we are now, except, of course, if the Leader of the Opposition was running things officially. So it is time, Mr. Speaker, for a few home truths. This Act is a catastrophe. It is the culmination of weeks and months of attempts to obfuscate the single largest manifestation of the democratic will of the people of our country for the government and this House to deliver Brexit. Yet that clear instruction, I fear, appears as elusive as ever. This Act is the latest demonstration of Remain supporting MPs who think they can overrule the will of constituents in the 406 parliamentary constituencies who voted to leave in the referendum, in telling us constantly what they oppose and what they want to thwart, but rarely coming together responsibly to find a solution which we can rally behind to fulfil the will and wishes of our people. What we have witnessed, Mr. Speaker, is no less than a conspiracy of chaos to undermine Brexit. Saboteurs from backbenches and some frontbenchers trying to hamstring the Prime Minister's hand in trying to negotiate a workable deal by increasingly restricting the alternatives available to her. And a Labour Party whose policy has been to oppose everything and to fuel the chaos and, in a minute, and indecision, where their prime objective is just party political advantage. I'll give way.
Gentlemen, for giving way. Given that Conservative MPs voted en masse against just about everything in the indicative votes, where does he place the colleagues on his benches in terms of this hierarchy of chaos that he's outlining?
So, when it comes to actually voting for something that would take us through Brexit and end this chaos, on the Friday before last, in the third meaningful vote, 89% of members on this side of the House voted for the Prime Minister's deal. That included something like three-quarters of members of the ERG, who compromised hugely in order to back that deal. On his side, all but 7 Labour MPs voted against the deal, voted against delivering Brexit, voted to continue the chaos. And that is the truth of the matter. Don't put the blame for a lack of a deal on this side. It is his side. It is his side who have consistently voted against any deal on offer. And that includes Labour backbenchers in a difficult position where they have constituents who voted by 60%, 70% to leave, but they now think they know better. And that conspiracy of chaos includes the independent group members who have a vested interest, a strong vested interest, in continuing the chaos and debate on Brexit, because the minute it is resolved, well, I haven't finished criticising him yet. If he'll wait for the criticism, I'll take the rebuff. So those independent group members who have a vested interest in continuing the chaos and debate on Brexit, because the minute it is resolved, and it will eventually be resolved, their common purpose is gone. And they'll actually have to come up with some non-Brexit policies that they can all agree on with each other. Now I'll give way.
I'm extremely grateful to the honourable member. I would just say one thing to him. The reason that the members of the independent group voted the way they did is because we know and we recognise, along with many members on both sides, that leaving the European Union will be an absolute disaster for our country, and therefore we should put any proposed deal back to the people to give them the final say.
Of course, on page 24 of his then party's manifesto, and on page 36 of my party's manifesto, members of the independent group voted, held themselves up to their electorate to make sure Brexit became a reality. No second referendum, no thinking about it again, voted to make Brexit, put themselves forward for election to make Brexit a reality. So that just doesn't wash, I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker. And of course then we've got the SNP, who are only interested in Scotland in isolation, but are at least consistent. But are at least consistent in ignoring the results of previous referendums. So a conspiracy of chaos, Mr. Speaker, across the House has used every tool at its disposal to frustrate the Brexit process, however at odds with commitments that they've previously given to honour Brexit on the record, and trying to induce us all to believe that it's all become so complicated that we should just call the whole thing off. Well, that shouldn't and mustn't happen, Mr. Speaker. So despite me having argued for and voted for a solution to Brexit by supporting the Prime Minister's deal on the last 2 occasions, as I'm duty-bound to deliver for my constituents who voted for me to do that, those who have consistently voted no to any solution now hold sway, and this bill just enshrines that conspiracy of chaos in law to extend the uncertainty. This Act, Mr Speaker, I believe is an unprecedented abuse of parliamentary procedure, steamrolling the will of the minority through Parliament to change the rules of the game midway as well. I'm not going to give way to the honourable gentleman, no. So faced with that abuse, faced with the inability, I'm afraid, of the Prime Minister to control her Cabinet or her government or indeed Parliament, faced with the determination of some colleagues on this side who should know better but seem hell-bent on flouting the instruction of the people who voted them in, I see no obvious way out of this mess that this House will rally behind. And my biggest fear, Mr Speaker, is the continued uncertainty that further delay will bring to business in particular, whether it's weeks or months or now talking years. We've not just kicked the can down the road, we've now kicked it into the cul-de-sac, and we're kicking it round and round the cul-de-sac, getting nowhere. So I want to make a plea directly to the EU, Mr Speaker. We hear that the European Union and European leaders have increasingly bypassed government and ministers and appealed to individual members of this House to gain some semblance on what is going on. So let me make this appeal now to President Macron and to Chancellor Merkel in particular, and her colleagues. Please put us out of our misery now, as this House and this government appear incapable of doing. At tomorrow's EU Council, please vote against any further extensions to Article 50 and oblige the UK to leave the EU on Friday on WTO terms, as you previously said you would only honour any application for an extension if there was a credible reason so to do. That credible reason does not exist, because it's, after all, the default position that the Prime Minister always promised when set against a bad deal, and which all of us who voted to trigger Article 50 and to pass the EU Withdrawal Act actually wanted to achieve, as the vast majority did. So if you agree to extend yet again, be in no doubt that you will unleash a further tsunami of chaos and uncertainty from which none of us will benefit. If the EU elections go ahead, it is highly likely the UK will elect an army of Nigel Farage mini-me's, who I'm afraid will wreak havoc with the European Parliament and wreck your calculations about the balance of power within the EU. Let's be realistic. There is no prospect of any agreement between the government and the leader of the opposition in these current talks, and certainly not an agreement which can carry the majority of members on this side with it. In a matter of months, it's unlikely that you'll be dealing with another Prime Minister as well, who you may find less easy to negotiate with as well. If an extension runs for another year, you will have to resign yourself to a further year of disagreement and obfuscation in this House, with the knock-on effects of chaos and undermining of regular EU processes, the budget and other measures to be negotiated. Mr Speaker, my appeal to the EU is, if you value the future of the EU, you do not want us to remain an integral part of it in the current circumstances. Do yourself a favour, do this House a favour, do this country a favour, and say that the UK is out, and then, armed with that certainty, let us all sit down constructively and pragmatically to decide on what our future relationship will actually look like, and one which works for our mutual benefit and sets a course where we can remain friends and allies and trading partners in years to come, working together for common purpose, but not as part of the same prescriptive organisation that this country has, like it or not, voted to leave, and leave we must.
Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The honourable member for East Worthing and I obviously were elected at the same time and sit together on the Home Affairs Select Committee, and there are many things on which we agree, but on this Act and on the risks of no deal, it will not surprise him that I think we strongly disagree.
Quite right.
And I would just, I think, gently say to him and to other members, I think it would be really bad for manufacturers in my constituency to suddenly face customs checks and tariffs and delays if we end up with no deal. I think it would be really bad for overstretched families in my constituency to suddenly face tariffs on food prices and an increase in food prices. And I think it would be really bad for West Yorkshire Police to suddenly lose overnight the policing and security cooperation that they and other countries all depend on in order to be able to investigate the most serious criminals. I will give way to the honourable member.
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Lady. Would she not also take into her considerations the letter recently sent to Cabinet Ministers by the Secretary of the Cabinet, Mark Sedwell, a 14-page letter, which details some serious concerns about the impact of leaving? This is something from the country's senior civil servant, not part of any conspiracy, but someone responding to the duties that he feels he owes to the country. Is that not a salutary piece of literature to be put before anyone who would lightly advocate leaving with no deal for the sake of it?
Paul? I think that advice was very important because, look, the civil service's job is to attempt to do everything it can and to strain every sinew in order to deliver the will of the government of the day. So I think for him to be giving that advice, it shows quite how seriously that they take it, and it is particularly significant that, of course, Sir Mark Sedwell is also the government's national security advisor and was also the former permanent secretary at the Home Office as well. So he will be well aware of the security and policing issues that we face. I welcome the fact the Prime Minister has put forward this motion as a result of the Act, the bill previously, now the Act that we have passed. And I think this reflects the fact that the Cabinet has taken seriously that advice, but also that Parliament as a whole has consistently opposed the damage and the chaos that no deal would cause. It's why we have reached this point, and it is right why we should now support an extension now, and the purpose of the motion is to provide that parliamentary safeguard and a legal underpinning for the Prime Minister's decision and negotiations so that the Prime Minister isn't under pressure to slip backwards from the course that she has decided upon. We are here because the Prime Minister ran down the clock, because she put forward a motion in December, and it was clear even in December that that deal was not going to pass, which is why it was pulled the first time. And instead of reaching out at that point, the Prime Minister simply ran down the clock and tried to use the threat of an imminent deadline as a way in which to force decisions, a process of brinkmanship in decision-making, which simply hasn't worked. And she has tried it repeatedly now, but it hasn't worked. And I'll be honest, I just think it's a really bad way to make decisions under that kind of brinkmanship and kind of continued game of chicken. And we have had different concerns from different perspectives around the deal the Prime Minister put forward, but none of those assurances get any better simply because you're at 10 minutes to midnight, and therefore the timing and the clock was the wrong way to simply try and address those concerns. Far better to have the kinds of debates and conversations which have now started in order to try to find a way forward. I do think this is incredibly frustrating for people right across the country who are tearing their hair out about the way that all of this has happened, and we should be honest about that. And that's why I think there is a responsibility on everybody to come together and to try and find a way forward. The problem is there have been different views about different kinds of Brexit. There have been different views about different ways of reaching public consensus and consent, and we have to actually be honest about those different views and tease those out and debate them, rather than thinking that the ticking clock will come to all solutions. So we have now begun. I will give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Is she as surprised as me to see that already the betrayal narrative is up and running in the country about any kind of Brexit not being pure enough, and that we've actually seen today members of the party opposite somehow saying that the disaster of no deal is now the only desirable outcome?
I think there is a problem with the way in which everybody's been approaching this debate because, like her, I think that no deal would be deeply damaging to our constituents. But I also think that the attempt continually to suggest that there are betrayals happening, that there are conspiracies happening, actually makes it harder for people to come together and actually reach a sensible and sustainable outcome. And part of the reason I also think we are in this place is because there has been no attempt to build consensus since the referendum. It's why I argued for a cross-party commission at the very beginning of this process. It's why I argued for a process to try and bring together Leave and Remain voters to work out what the best way forward would be as part of this. And frankly, if you don't ever do that, nothing lasts. If everybody just thinks about short-term winning, short-term getting the kind of thing that they want straight through, and actually not about how you build consensus for what is effectively a constitutional change. If you don't build consensus for it, to be honest, even if you win in the short term, it won't last. No. And whatever we get will end up unravelling. I will give way to the member.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she knows that I completely support her in those proposals for some sort of commission, and indeed we could still set up such a commission. It may well be necessary, whatever conclusion that we reach. But would she agree with me that actually the danger for our European partners, as well as ourselves, from lurching from one sort of cliff-edge deadline to another is actually bad news for the negotiations overall? Actually, the longer sort of flex extension that's being proposed is very sensible for the whole negotiations on both sides.
Well, I want to come on to that because I think the idea of a flex extension is a very interesting proposal that's been put forward because, as I understand it, the idea is that you can conclude the Article 50 process at any point if an agreement has reached, but equally that you can take longer if you need to. And I do hope that the Prime Minister will seriously consider that approach because I think part of the problem that we're in this position now is because actually the focus on the date, be it the 29th of March or the 12th of April, has been one of the Prime Minister's making. It wasn't, none of those dates were in the original referendum in 2016. They were dates that the Prime Minister has created. And it reminds me of the debate that we had around immigration and the government's net migration target. And the Prime Minister chose to make the net migration target a big focus, even though everybody knew she didn't have any plan to actually meet it or to deliver it. But that focus on that target actually ended up creating more anger or more sense of betrayal or more confusion. And that's my fear again, that what the government has done, and particularly what the Prime Minister has done, by focusing on a particular debate, a particular date, and say that somehow everything has to be solved by that particular date, otherwise there is betrayal, that has made it harder for us to come to consensus and harder for us to come to agreement, and has created more alarm and anger across the country instead of having a practical focus and a practical way forward. And to be honest, the proof of that is in the fact that we are here again without having reached agreement. The Prime Minister has tried creating the date, creating the brinkmanship, creating the deadline to focus minds, and it simply hasn't worked. So that's why I think we have to try to do this in a different way and try to bring together people. We do have a process now with indicative votes, with cross-party talks that, to be honest, should have started some time ago. But we also have to recognise we don't have the same consensual tradition, political tradition, parliamentary tradition that other European countries have had and other European countries have been able to draw upon. So I understand that from the other member states' point of view, this can look very adversarial, and we are having to do something that we don't have traditions of doing in this House. And I hope that the attempts to do so now will be effective and will lead to a conclusion. And I hope certainly the cross-party working that we have managed to achieve to get this bill in place and to get this motion to go forward is an indicator that it is possible for us to draw on more consensual traditions when it comes to this kind of constitutional change.
We should give way.
But to be honest, I ought to finish because I think other members want to talk. But I think I conclude simply where I started, which is that we do need, in the end, for something that is constitutional change, we do need people to try to come together and to reach agreement. We are, all of us, aware no matter what our votes have been over the last few months and certainly a few weeks, all of us have had the kind of threats or abuse to our constituency offices and so on, and that is damaging to our democracy and damaging to our debates. So I hope that we will be able to come together and find a way forward and support the Prime Minister's motion.
Order. There are 25 minutes to go and 5 people wanting to speak. 5-minute limit. Anne Main.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's very nice to have followed the Honourable Lady for Normanton and Pontefract and Castleford, because she talked about consensual approach to this. Well, the consensual approach to this House was to trigger Article 50, and the consensual approach from this House was to have the date until the 29th of March. Now, the extension that is potentially being requested today is a very open-ended extension, and I want to say why I find this incredibly concerning. The rhetoric that's been surrounding this particular extension has been coming across the media that potentially, and indeed the Attorney General said today, that we may not have to take up our seats if we end up taking part in the European elections. But potentially, if we take a year or longer, those European parliamentarians may well be in their seats. And I find it somewhat bizarre that we are talking about good behaviour, not interrupting a budget. In other words, trying to bind in any way, shape or form those people who may have stood on manifestos of their own making, or potentially a Conservative manifesto, and then are somehow expected to behave themselves and be good. That I find very, very worrying. And indeed, if that is the discussions that are taking place, how much more so is it worrying that somehow there might be extracted from the Prime Minister of this country a similar agreement that she should also behave herself, that any form of the British government should behave themselves and not give due scrutiny or any form of criticism towards the budget, which I think is very worrying. Of course I'll give race to the right.
Thanks, the Honourable Lady, and I'm following her very, very carefully. Would she also agree with me that it does seem really humiliating for this country to have our Prime Minister going over to the European Union to literally beg for an extension? I mean, what is this saying about our country when we know that 17.5 million people very simply said they wanted to leave? Very simple.
I completely agree with the Honourable Lady, and I'd like to just refresh the House's memory for those in the House that may think that there is no problem whatsoever in having this full extension. On 2002, the Council decision was that members of the European Parliament shall vote on an individual and personal basis. They shall not be bound by any instructions and shall not receive a binding mandate. This article also referred to the fact that members shall exercise their mandate freely and independently and shall not be bound by any instructions and shall not receive a binding mandate. And this actually, as I said, is extremely worrying, that there is this loose talk about what we may or may not expect of MEPs if they stand in the next elections. We have to take this seriously, that MEPs that stand in the next elections have every right to take up their seat. The likelihood is this House will not reach any form of agreeable consensus. It needs restating that only 5 members of the opposition party agreed to trigger the separated withdrawal agreement, and yet the political declaration was always open for open discussion, and there seems to be wanting to bind any future leader of this party. This is not democracy when people are seeking to bind the hands and bind the voices and bind the opinions of duly elected members of the who are MEPs, speaking on behalf of their constituents, or indeed particularly this government. I think it's absolutely appalling that we may be seeking an extension with no real sense of purpose. If the extension had an undertaking from the party opposite, for example, that of course they supported the withdrawal agreement and it was simply the political declaration, then maybe our Prime Minister could go along in the sure and certain knowledge that some sort of deal could be done fairly quickly. The party opposite... I will give way briefly.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Not only will there be no sense of purpose, but there's no certainty either. What her constituents and my constituents and business is crying out for is certainty. But there'll be members on the benches opposite who are voting for this, secretly hoping that it won't end on the 30th of June, but there'll be further extensions. And does that not cause further uncertainty?
Well, honourable colleague on the backbenches who has admirably said about this being kicked around a cul-de-sac as well as being down into the cul-de-sac. But the point I want to make is that we are not having any sense of purpose from the party opposite. Without even wanting to get past first base of the withdrawal agreement, which would be absolutely necessary in whatever political declaration they wish to try and bind our government's hands with, that actually our Prime Minister cannot go and seek any future date with any knowledge that she can give any forms of assurances to the European Union. Now, I would rather she didn't seek an extension, because I think we're becoming a laughingstock that we cannot stick by our words, by our manifestos, by our undertakings that have been given in this House by votes that we have made to trigger Article 50. I think we're becoming a laughingstock, and I don't know why anyone would turn out for any future referendum or even elections when they cannot believe a word that goes on in here. So all I can say is without being able to get past first base, the party opposite need to look at themselves. If there's a flexention, they need to say what the flexension's for, because the withdrawal agreement would certainly be part of it. So there is a real unhappiness, I think, with the public out there, that people say, well, we need to be consensual. 5 members opposite reached across to be consensual with the Prime Minister. That says a lot. I changed my position and voted for the withdrawal agreement. Why? Not because it's perfect, but because I can see where this is going in this House. This House is doing its level best to bind the hands of the Prime Minister, to particularly bind the hands of any MEPs should they be elected and try and get them to play nice, to try and remove any scrutiny that this is the right of our taxpayers in this country to ensure scrutiny of the EU budget. It's not to go and play nice because we happen to be leaving the club at some unspecified point. So can I say I'm against this extension today? I am against it because I'm not even sure what conditions are going to be extracted for it. I'm not sure that the party opposite will ever be prepared to withdraw anything because they couldn't even agree the withdrawal agreement. And so, therefore, the whole point of this extension is, from all I can see, is to make sure that we are bound in our agreements with the EU and stymied by staying in, and having this kicked so far down the road that the argument then becomes, well, probably half those people were dead that voted in that referendum. We need to bring it all back again. This is no way to treat the British public. And for those that say they want certainty, there is no certainty in a flexention. There is no certainty in an open-ended, let's keep chatting about it agreement. This is the worst of all worlds, Mr. Speaker, and I sincerely hope that all those members that couldn't even bring themselves to support the withdrawal agreement, forgetting all the other things they weren't happy about because they didn't trust the Prime Minister, need to ask themselves, how consensual is that? I mean, I know the honourable member who spoke before me for Normanton is busy on her phone at the moment, but consensual works both ways. 5 members opposite, none at the TIG. This is how consensual the opposite side of this House is. It is holding our Prime Minister and our country and this Brexit to ransom, and it's time they worked up the fact that they are going to rue the day they are doing this.
Hilary Benn.
Very much indeed. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by acknowledging that the Prime Minister, for the second time now, has decided to put the national interest before taking this country over the cliff of a no-deal Brexit. And I would say to members opposite who've argued for no deal, the Leave campaign at no point suggested that what they were proposing to the British people was that we should leave without a deal. I also want to pay tribute to my right honourable friend sitting next to me for her role and that of others, including the right honourable member for West Dorset, that have encouraged the Prime Minister to act in the national interest because of this bill. Now, I will vote for the motion. The Government is seeking an extension to the 30th of June, but we won't know until the end of tomorrow whether that date is granted or a different date. But it seems to me there are 2 truths here. The first is that whatever date is offered to her, I think the Prime Minister is going to have to take it. And the second is that we will, having been granted it, and I hope we are, have to decide what on earth we're going to do with the additional time. Now, I welcome the fact that the Government has reached out to the opposition and that the talks are taking place, but I would just gently say they are going to require some flexibility, a willingness to move, some compromise on the part of the Government if we're going to make progress. And for me, I think that should include compromise on how we will finally take the decision. Because the House has been very clear. Why are we in this? state today. The House has been very clear. It will not accept leaving without an agreement. And we're also here because it's become clear that the promise that we could somehow, on the one hand, retain all of our sovereignty, bring it all back, and on the other hand, keep all of the economic benefits of European Union membership was not true. And the Prime Minister's deal really lays that bare. And that is why some members opposite cannot bring themselves to vote for the Prime Minister's deal, because I would argue it confronts them with a choice that they are not prepared to make. And the irony of this, we've had the criticism from opposite, but if all the people on those benches who campaigned most passionately for leaving the European Union had voted for the deal, we'd be out by now. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not a choice which the nation can continue to avoid. We must confront it. And I think the Attorney-General spoke very wisely, I think, to Nick Robinson the other day when he said, we have underestimated its complexity. He was referring to Brexit. We are unpicking 45 years of in-depth integration. This needed to be done with very great care. It needs a hard-headed understanding of realities. And that's why I would argue that the situation today is different from that in June 2016. I will give way once, yes.
Would he agree with me that part of the shame of this process is that it has proved possible that the government could ever have underestimated the impossibility of unpicking 46 years of close cooperation?
The Right Honourable Gentleman points to one of the other truths about this process, which sadly some people were unwilling to acknowledge in the course of campaigning for leaving, and the fact that they never had a plan has been exposed for all to see. And I have learnt over 2.5 years just how much the complexity of those relationships means to businesses and companies and individuals in their lives of the length and breadth of the land. Look, I think people knew why they voted in the way that they did. No one is saying they didn't. But what they were offered did not and does not exist. And therefore, is it not time for us to put that truth back to the British people, especially as the more time that passes, the more the mandate from the referendum of June 2016 will inevitably age. Now, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, whether the British people have or have not changed their minds, but I have come to the conclusion that we should now ask them whether they wish to confirm their original decision or not in the light of the real choice that confronts the country and not the fantasy that was offered 3 years ago. And if we agreed to do that, then we could move on, because however long the extension that is granted, and we must hope and pray in the national interest that we do get one tomorrow, then the drama, and it is a continuing drama, the anger, and I acknowledge the anger that has been referred to by members opposite. The member for North Shropshire spoke about that with real passion. And the uncertainty could finally be brought to a conclusion in the hands, the capable hands, of the British people.
It would help if people would confine themselves to 3 minutes each. Anna Soubry.
Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman as ever, and I agree with everything that he says. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that every time I hear an Honourable or Right Honourable member from the benches opposite standing up and making the case for a no-deal, off-the-cliff, hardest of all Brexits, I have to say that I grow stronger in my belief that I did the right thing by leaving that party. Because for people who claim to be the party of business, to do the one thing that British business does not want, that would be ruinous, in the words of the business secretary, it fills me with absolute astonishment, and I have to say that that is the future of the Conservative Party, that the direction of travel is towards that far right, that extreme version of Brexit, and it's not acceptable. I'll quickly give way, but only for the minute.
I thank you for giving way. Could I just place on record that not everybody on this side shares that view, and I think she knows from conversations that we've had that I do not share that view, and my constituents do not share that view.
I don't for one moment doubt that the Honourable Gentleman doesn't share that view, but the reality is that a majority of the members of the Conservative Party, as we have heard in earlier speeches, are absolutely travelling in that direction. And the next leader of the Conservative Party will be exactly the sort of person who does believe in the most ruinous version of Brexit, which is that no-deal Brexit. But, Mr. Speaker, I was heartened today around lunchtime when I attended a rally here in central London organised by the People's Vote. And what a rally it was, comprising of people from all backgrounds, of all ages, from all over the United Kingdom, who'd come together in support of that this matter now goes back to the British people. And the star of the rally was undoubtedly the most brilliant Baroness Boothroyd, who got a standing ovation before she even spoke. And after she spoke, got another rousing standing ovation, and rightly so. And as she reminded everybody in the audience that she is in her 90th year, I don't think she really wanted that broadcast, but the point that she made so beautifully and so compassionately, as well as passionately, is that this whole issue is not about her generation. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it's not about my generation at the age of 62 either. It's actually about our children and our grandchildren. And the overwhelming message that came away from that rally was that so many young people have spoken to their parents and their grandparents, and increasingly in turn, they are saying, yes, we voted leave, but now we have listened to our children and our grandchildren as we've seen the reality of Brexit unfold. We have taken the view that we have changed our minds, and it is profoundly ironic that there are honourable and right honourable members opposite who have changed their minds, who have changed their votes and voted for the Prime Minister's withdrawal agreement, but they deny the people of this country the same opportunity 2.5 years on to have the right for a final say and indeed to change their minds as well. And, Mr. Speaker, I think it's finally worth remembering this. When people talk about the will of the people, the evidence is clear, the will of the people is changing. In any event, 63% of people in this country didn't vote to leave the European Union. Of the 52% that did vote, they did not vote for this Brexit chaos, this Brexit crisis. And as they see Brexit unfold, increasingly they are demanding that final say. They're demanding that people's vote. I will vote for this motion, but I want a longer extension so we can have that confirmatory vote, we can have the people's vote, because it's the only way out of this crisis.
Speaker, I'd like to start very briefly by thanking the members for Pontefract, Leeds Central, Beaconsfield, West Dorset and indeed for Cardiff South for getting us as far as we have got today. Just on the subject of the extension, I certainly wouldn't want our friends in the European Union to think that the 30th of June is, by any stretch of the imagination, ideal or leaves us satiated, because it doesn't. It's clearly not long enough for a people's vote, albeit clearly is long enough for the European elections to take place, and certainly we as a party and a number of other parties here today will be fighting those very hard and very positively, but it's not long enough for a people's vote.
Would you give way?
Very happy to give way.
Would he agree that the June date is not long enough for not only the people's vote, but also for some kind of process like citizens' assemblies that might just have a chance of bringing the country back together again by addressing some of the very real reasons that people voted leave in the first place?
Yeah, absolutely, and clearly an extension could be used for that purpose, or indeed for expanding on the process that is already taking place with all of the parties in this place, with the exception, I'm afraid, of the DUP, actually working cross-party to try and find a way forward. So it could be part of that process. So the extension isn't long enough for a people's vote, which would require probably 20 weeks or thereabouts to be planned and for a campaign to take place. So really, we need an extension till September at the very least. So I would like to help the Prime Minister. She should accept the flextension, which we hope will be offered to her tomorrow, because that will save her from embarrassment in the future. Members will recall that she said there wasn't going to be a general election and then there was, that she was going to stand by the withdrawal agreement that she had spent months negotiating with the European Union, which she then didn't stand by. She said there wasn't going to be an extension to Article 50 and then there was, so she could save herself a lot of embarrassment by simply accepting that there is going to be a people's vote and therefore a long extension is required to deliver one. Now, we are assuming, of course, that, and I think it's a safe assumption, that we will get granted an extension by the European Union. But, of course, if we don't, I think we do need some clarity from ministers in terms of exactly what is going to happen, what the next steps that the Minister for Worcester, who is now in his place, referred to, actually include. So will those next steps include, if we do not get an extension to Article 50, simply to revoke Article 50 by the end of this week? And if the Minister wants to intervene to confirm that that is the case, he's very welcome to do so. He's got a frown on his face, but I think he's reflecting intensely on it. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to conclude by saying again that the Prime Minister must face up to the truth. She will need a long extension. She should grasp it tomorrow to avoid humiliation a few weeks later when she has to go to ask for it.
Order. I also want the honourable gentleman for Erdington to get in. Grant Davis, very briefly.
Briefly, Mr. Speaker, people who voted Leave in Swansea voted for good things. They voted for more money, more control, more trade, control over immigration, and now they find and they say they're not going to get any of these things. They have to pay more money. There won't be more trade. We'll have an open border in Northern Ireland. And so they're saying to me they've been let down and they want to vote on the deal in front of them as to whether it stacks up to what they promised. And it won't. I very much hope that we'll get a long extension so there can be a proper collaboration between the parties to put a deal, a Labour-Tory mixed deal, to the country so people can decide whether they're better off in or out of the EU. And I very much think everyone who talks to me in Swansea is saying, look, this is taking longer, it's costing more, it's much more complicated than we were told before. The French are now saying that in the event that we don't agree a deal, in the event that we don't have a long extension, our default position we have chosen is no deal. But frankly, the people who voted Leave, they don't even like what they're seeing, let alone no deal, which would be a complete calamity. And given this House has now voted on a number of occasions to say no to no deal, it's important that the default position, that the default position isn't no deal, but is revocation. I put down a bill to this extent. It's very important that we remember we should stay where we are. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I had the great privilege of opening an exhibition to Henry Richard, who people will remember was the Apostle of Peace, who was an MP in this place until 1888, and he actually put forward arbitration in the Treaty of Paris that ended the Crimean War. He was very much of the thought that the canvas for future peace and prosperity should be across Europe. Obviously, we saw the bloodshed of the First and the Second World War, but now we're seeing a situation where Europe is in jeopardy of breaking apart. At last, people are beginning to think we have made a mistake, and a lot of older people are saying to me now, I voted to leave, but I've got concern, I've got guilt, and I want to make things better. I want to vote on whether we in fact do remain in the EU, and so I very much hope we'll have a flextension, we'll have an opportunity to talk again about a possible deal, put that to the people, and in my mind we should stay where we are with the best deal in the EU.
Jack Drury.
Mr. Speaker, the Jaguar plant lies at the heart of Erdington. Rich in talent but one of the poorest constituencies in the country. Turned around from closure in 2010, it doubled in size to 3,300. Transformed the lives of thousands of workers locally. It's now lost 1,000 jobs, and it would be unthinkable to put it at risk. The voice of the world of work could not be clearer. The CBI and the TUC, we're facing a national emergency. No to no deal. The SMMT building cars, ADS building planes, Make UK, the old Engineering Employers Federation, all saying a no-deal Brexit will be a catastrophe. The Food and Drink Federation, prices would soar, no deal would be a disaster.
our farmers. We would face immense problems with our biggest market on the continent. No deal would be a disaster. The Investment Association talking about the billions of money now flooding out of the country rather than being invested here in our economy. The Ceramics Confederation warning that household names will close at the next stages, the quintessentially English product of the potteries. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are those who believe that they know more about building cars than those who build cars, more about building planes than those who build planes, more about national security than the head of national security, who has warned against the catastrophe of a no-deal Brexit. They are wrong. And for those who talk about a managed no deal is like a managed parachute jump without a parachute. Were we to plunge over the cliff into a no-deal Brexit, our country would be the poorer in every sense of the word for a generation. The task now is for us to come together in Parliament to find a way forward, a better deal for Britain. And in conclusion, I'd like to pay tribute to Tory colleagues with whom we've worked, the Honourable Member for West Dorset, the Honourable Member for Meriden. I'd like to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Pontefract, Normanton and Castleford for the outstanding leadership that she's shown, all working together to prevent a no-deal Brexit. Why? Because it would be a catastrophe our country would take a generation to recover from. We cannot go over the cliff.
Order. Under the standing order, I must now put the question. The question is motion number 6, as on the order paper. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division! Clear the lobby. The question is motion number 6, as on the order paper. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Alistair Jack and Jeremy Quinn. Tellers for the noes, Dame Cheryl Gillan and Mr. Simon Clarke. Applause! Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 420. The noes to the left, 110.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 420. The noes to the left, 110. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Order. We now come to the general debate on housing. To move the motion, I call the Minister. Minister Kit Malthouse.
Mr. Speaker, as we forge a new relationship with the European Union, building the homes our country needs is a mission more important than ever. Because a home is so much more than a roof over your head. It speaks directly to your hopes and dreams. It's giving your...
Order! The Minister's speaking about an important subject. We must hear what he's saying. Minister!
As I was saying, building the homes our country needs is a mission that is now more important than ever, because a home is so much more than a roof over your head. It speaks directly to your hopes and dreams. It's giving your children a good start in life. It's moving to take up a better job. It's anchoring yourself in a strong and confident community. But for too many, particularly young people, a decent, affordable and secure place to live can feel out of reach. We remain determined that this must change. Housing is this government's chief domestic priority, and our progress is already clear. For the first time in 10 years, home ownership amongst 35 to 44-year-olds is up. We've helped over 500,000 people into home ownership since 2010 through government schemes such as Help to Buy and Right to Buy, and last year we built more homes than in all but one of the last 31 years, bringing us closer to our ambitious target of 300,000 new homes a year. But there is much more to do if we are to meet people's aspiration.
Thank the Minister for giving way, and would he apologise to all those who are sat waiting and languishing on homelessness waiting lists across the country?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have many times from this dispatch box and elsewhere accepted the fact that governments of all stripes over the last 3 or 4 decades have failed to build the houses that the country needs. And we all share some culpability in the housing crisis which we are now facing. The question is not how it came about, but what we are doing to address it. And when I took on this role last year, I made my task a simple one: more, better, faster homes. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll begin with more, because we are taking bold action on a number of fronts to increase supply. We are putting billions into housing and infrastructure, at least 44 billion over 5 years. We're reforming planning and have empowered Homes England, our new national housing agency, to take a more strategic and assertive approach to increasing supply. We've recently announced the award of 1.2 billion of grant funding from our 5.5 billion Housing Infrastructure Fund. The 7 successful schemes have the potential to unlock up to 68,000 new homes, and we look forward to announcing further awards in the coming months. But we're not only looking to the market to deliver. We've paved the way for a new generation of social housing by removing the government cap on how much councils can borrow, so that they can start to build a new generation of community homes. By all means.
Give him way and congratulate him for staying in post for as long as he has. Quite unusual for housing ministers on that side, I should say. What can he say, though, to Greater Manchester, who apparently have been told that the government are withdrawing their offer of £68 million to remediate brownfield sites?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as the honourable gentleman knows, we're in ongoing discussions with Manchester about their housing ambition. But one of the frustrations in that conversation is the unwillingness of the Mayor of Manchester to take responsibility for housing figures in that city. And, as I say, if he's willing to be ambitious, we'd be willing to support him as well. Now, in addition to our Affordable Homes Guarantee Scheme, which gives £3 billion of guaranteed support, making it cheaper and easier for housing associations to raise funds and get building, we are increasing supply as the means to make the most of the space we already have, including land that's already been built on. It's with that in mind that the planning proposals and consultations announced in the autumn statement aim to give people more flexibility to build upwards on existing buildings and converting commercial properties. It's a positive step that ensures we conserve precious land, accelerate supply and help revive our high streets. We're also looking at how we close the gap between planning permissions and homes built, and will be taking action off the back of the review by the member for West Dorset to do just that, by all means.
Grateful to my honourable friend to give way. I just want to distract him onto one particular area of this. One of the big problems that we've had is that the building regulations are set against this new type of home, which are the prefab homes made out of wood or steel, which can be built throughout the year and would accelerate the whole building programme and are ecologically far better than brick-built houses. And yet they tell me every time that they find they have to make all sorts of adjustments just to meet the building regulations. Would he undertake to look at that? Because this would accelerate the whole process of house building and make it much, much more affordable too.
The honourable gentleman, with his usual wisdom, has prefaced the part of my speech that I'm just moving on to, because he is quite right that we believe modern methods of construction do hold out enormous potential for not only producing more homes but producing them faster and better. And certainly I went to visit a factory recently in Walsall in the West Midlands where Accord Homes are building 1,000 homes a year out of that factory using modern methods of construction. And so good are the environmental standards that in those homes for social rent they have lower arrears because people can afford to heat them. And it's something we are backing through our £4.5 billion home building funds, £2.5 billion of which is to champion SMEs, custom and more diverse builders to get modern methods of construction and other cutting-edge tech into the mainstream. The fund already has allocated all of the original £1 billion short-term funding. Over 94% of the funding contracted to date has gone to SME builders. We expect it to deliver more than 30,000 homes, around 5,000 more than the original target.
Mr. for giving way, and the Minister's quite right. We're going to need a whole variety of different types of houses and tenures to hit the 300,000 target. How many homes does the Minister think will be built for social housing, not affordable housing, but social housing in the rest of this Parliament? What is his plan?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm constantly asked about what targets might be for particular types of housing. And while 12,500 is a minimum amount that's due to come out of the Affordable Homes Programme, we hope and believe that the aspiration may be more, not least because we've taken the cap off the Housing Revenue Account, and it's therefore up to the ambition of councils to do it. Now, I would love, as the chairman of the Select Committee knows, I would love to sit in my office in Whitehall and plan the country. The Malthouse period of planning, that I could plan in his constituency as I could in mine and decree what all these targets may be. But as he knows, there are numerous housing markets in the UK, probably 30 or 40 alone in the capital, that all operate in a different way, lots of variable sites that all have their own issues and problems that need to be dealt with. And so setting a standard target across the country as an aspiration. But we have said that by setting councils free to build a new generation of social homes, by investing enormous amounts of money in the Affordable Homes Programme, which can also be for social homes, that we hope and believe that that tenure will advance and increase to play its part in the 300,000 that's coming, we hope, in the years ahead. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm mindful that with such a dramatic increase in supply, the more we build, the more important it is that we get it right. And it's why we're focused on building better. A key part of that is communities having a bigger role in shaping the future of the places they call home. We're making changes to our planning system, in particular the planning rule book, so they can do this. We're providing greater clarity and certainty for developers and communities alike by giving local areas more options and the freedom and flexibility to make effective use of the land they have. Because it's crucial, if we're to reassure communities that promises made on the provision of affordable housing and infrastructure will be promises kept. Keeping promises is the only way communities will continue to have faith in new developments.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. I think in March last year, the Secretary of State wrote to 15 local authorities that hadn't submitted local plans. I understand, as of now, a year later, 10 of those have. Should the government be doing more to pressurise all local authorities to make sure they submit local plans to plan housing for their areas?
Well, I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman. Yet again, he shows his legendary impatience to build the homes that the next generation needs. And he's quite right that we are urging, cajoling and pushing councils across the country to get their plans in place. We hope and believe that a plan-led system will produce more better homes across the country, and also, frankly, that when a local authority puts its weight behind a plan and starts to think in decadal terms, perhaps, about how its area should look and how they should plan for homes, then we're able to help them with infrastructure. And in particular, we've seen that in parts of the country from Carlisle to Exeter to Oxfordshire, where forward-thinking civic leaders who are able to think 10, 15, 20 years ahead are then able to come alongside us for big infrastructure asks and assistance and large cheques, frankly, being written to assist them with that sort of ambition. But, yes, go on.
To the Minister for giving way. On neglected areas of housing which don't get much ministerial airtime, can I ask him firstly about new homes for people who are elderly? What further funding does his department intend to allocate? And also, housing cooperatives rarely get any attention in this House. Would he...
Order. Before the honourable gentleman... can't continue because it's too long an intervention. Before the Minister answers him, I must point out to the House, this is a very short debate for obvious reasons. We have to finish in an hour and 20 minutes. I have 15 people who have indicated to me that they want to speak. At present, that gives each backbencher 3 minutes. If people who are not intending to stay for the whole debate and not intending to speak make interventions of more than a minute, then there will be people at the end of the list who won't get to speak at all. It's not up to me, it's up to the House as a whole to decide how we're going to conduct this debate. Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman raises a very pertinent point. As I tour the country, and I do go to lots of places where there's significant brownfield land on all parts of the country, one of the cries I hear from people in meetings is, where have all the bungalows gone? And it's a proxy for where is the move-on space for older people whose children perhaps have left or who feel they need to downsize. And we are keen to try and stimulate and encourage, if you like, a less-than-prime market that provides the kind of homes that older people would like to occupy. But key to that will be encouraging more participants in the house-building market, as well as giving local authorities, as we have in the NPPF, the power to devise in their plans the type of housing that they need. And it's perfectly possible for his local authority to signal in their plan that that is the kind of housing that they require. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have also seen how community support increases when we build homes that grow a sense of place rather than undermine it. It's why we're championing design and quality through the Building Better, Building Beautiful Commission. And it's something we've reinforced in February when we hosted a second National Design Conference. It's increasingly important as we create new settlements across the country, such as garden communities, and last month we announced support for a further 5 garden towns with the potential to deliver up to 65,000 homes, in addition to the 23 locally led garden communities we're already supporting. But it's not just about getting numbers up. We're determined to put fairness back at the heart of the housing market. Our commitment to restore the dream of home ownership remains as strong as ever. It's why we've committed to a new Help to Buy scheme, which will run from April 2021 until 2023. We've cut stamp duty for first-time buyers and put a call out for evidence on innovation in shared ownership. And we believe the private rental market can also be a stronger platform for those aspiring to home ownership, turning generation rent into generation own. Yes.
Thank you for giving way, Minister. When I met the Minister recently, he assured me that government housing estimates were not a target. Yet within hours of that meeting, his own department informed Greater Manchester Combined Authority that its housing deal was being scrapped because the new housing estimates were not sufficient. How does the Minister justify that contradictory statement?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman is confusing two things. He is quite right that the standard assessment of housing need is meant to be a starting point from which councils assess, plus or minus, what they think they can address, subject to constraints and their other duties in the planning system. But that is separate from the housing deal that the government is doing, and we're using the money available for those deals to stimulate ambition that local authorities should deliver more than would otherwise be delivered in their plan, and can justify that, the need for infrastructure on that basis. And we've done successful deals with Oxfordshire, for example, and we're having a number of conversations. But critical to this is stimulating and encouraging every part of the country to play its part in building the homes the next generation needs by being ambitious about their targets. Yes.
Minister for giving way. Just about talking about being ambitious and setting targets. Does he accept the figure in the Shelter Report, the Commission, in January, which stated we needed to build 155,000 social homes a year for the next 20 years? Does he accept that?
I accept that we need to build a hell of a lot more homes of all types, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. We have created, or are in the process of creating, a situation where everyone who wants to build can build and can seek assistance from the government to do so if they are willing to be ambitious, from the private sector to housing associations to councils to anybody who wants to build. We do think this problem is so acute that we cannot be partial about who gets to build the homes. Yes.
Giving way, and I'm sorry I come in a little bit late, I was held up. But following on that point about encouraging local authorities to build, exactly what help can they give local authorities to build social housing? Because I've had a number of people who are homeless come to my surgeries, families, desperate for accommodation, but local authorities have not got the resources. How is he going to provide those resources?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I hope the honourable gentleman knows, we did lift the borrowing cap on local councils, so they can now borrow to build a generation of new homes. But in fact, we have opened up the Affordable Homes Programme to councils to bid in for government money grant funding so that they can seek to build social homes, and I'm more than happy to write to him with details of how his council can access that. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, back to ownership. Back to ownership. As I said, I wanted to turn generation rent into generation own, but we also believe that fairness shouldn't stop just once you get the keys. That's why the Secretary of State unveiled a new industry pledge last month to bring an end to onerous lease terms, such as the doubling of ground rents. More than 40 leading developers and freeholders have already signed that pledge, and I encourage others to follow the lead. And we're bringing forward legislation to require developers to belong to a new homes ombudsman, to champion the rights of home buyers and ensure that they get the quality of build they rightly expect. We'll soon be consulting on how this will work so we can ensure consumers' problems are resolved faster and more effectively. By all means.
Can I, on behalf of people on both sides of the House, welcome what my honourable friend has said and thank the Secretary of State and the Housing Minister for their work on this. Can I ask him if he or one of his colleagues will make a statement as soon as Homes England approves commonhold houses for Help to Buy? And can he make a statement when the Land Registry can easily register commonhold associations? Because at present there's one development on the way which is being blocked because the Land Registry has forgotten how to do it.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Gentleman, in his customary manner, has raised an important but detailed point, and I will certainly go away and ascertain what the timetable might be and keep him posted as to where things might go next. Yes.
For giving way. Would he accept that generation own is particularly challenging in areas like the South Hams in my constituency, which has the highest property price to earnings ratio in the South West at 11.7, and part of that is driven by having second home ownership. Can you just touch on what can be done where the impact of second home ownership is particularly high to make it an affordable dream for young families?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady does raise an issue which in certain parts of the country, also in my constituency, can have an impact, albeit I think sometimes overstated. Having said that, the Government has taken steps, for example, giving councils the power to charge premium council tax on empty homes and indeed on second homes that should help with that issue. But in the end, in areas like hers, much of the problem, most of the problem will be solved by increasing supply. I recently attended a meeting with the CPRE down in her part of the world, where I tried to explain to 240 people there who were not best pleased at the idea of having a significant number of homes in their area, that this was their moral duty to the next generation, that they needed to accept the homes, control them, design them well, make them fit in and enhance their local communities, because in the end we have got a growing population, and in popular areas where people do want to live and where young people are often driven out, the solution will be to build more new homes. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the picture is happily also improving for renters. We're cracking down on rogue landlords, and from the 1st of June, the Tenant Fees Act will come into force, banning unfair letting fees and capping deposits. These are vital steps that will protect tenants and save them millions. We will also shortly set out our position on longer-term tenancies, because those in the private rental sector can face a high degree of insecurity. It's time we put that right, and indeed landlords could also benefit from more stability. But as well as feeling more secure, nothing is more important than people being safe in their homes. So we'll also be implementing a new regulatory framework for building safety. It's no small task, but it is the debt we owe to those who suffered so terribly at Grenfell fire, because everyone must be safe and feel safe in their home, no matter where they live.
Very grateful to the Minister for giving way. He knows that I have residents at New Providence Wharf who are being pressured by Ballymore to pay for the removal and replacement of defective cladding. The Minister has kindly looked at this issue. Can he assure us the Government will continue to press companies to accept their responsibility and accept the cost? And can he give us any progress about the position, particularly at New Providence Wharf?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman has met with me to press the case of his constituents, and in turn I have raised this issue face-to-face with the representative of Ballymore. We continue to put pressure on the industry generally to do their duty with regards to leaseholders and to remediate critically to make sure that everybody is safe in their homes. But I'm more than happy to write with him with progress we're making generally on this issue in the next few days.
Yeah. A further intervention on Grenfell, and could he confirm that every single tenant has been housed who was made homeless as a result of the terrible fire in the Grenfell block?
Sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't quite confirm that number. We are very close to completing the rehousing of everybody who was involved in the Grenfell tower, but at the moment, no, the numbers remaining are small and the cases are often complex. We are making significant progress. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am also mindful of those without a place to call home. When I reflect on where we can do better, I am clear that we must continue to do everything possible to confront rough sleeping and the broader challenges of homelessness. Our cross-government £100 million rough sleeping strategy is helping our rough sleeping initiative reach more parts of the country. Now over 75% of local authorities in England. As part of this, we announced £46 million to support people off the streets and into accommodation in 1920, because we've already seen how this can work and make a real difference. Recent figures have shown the first fall in the number of people sleeping rough in 8 years. But please make no mistake, one person sleeping rough is one person too many, and we remain more determined than ever to end rough sleeping for good. This also means combating homelessness, and our ambitious £1.2 billion package of support will help tackle this in all its forms, giving some of the most vulnerable people in our society the security and dignity they support.
Minister, while he's on the subject of homelessness, will he also urgently review the issue of permitted development, which is allowing for some homeless families, including those living, for example, in Terminus House in Harlow, to be housed in wholly inappropriate accommodation and bringing their children up in what is a new slum? The permitted development regulations need to be looked at urgently.
Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have made a commitment to review the implementation of the permitted development rights policy, but alongside that I would urge local authorities to make sure that they are using the maximum power available to them through their building regulation powers and other forms of inspection to make sure that homes that people are inhabiting are suitable, but also that local authorities who are placing people in those homes reassure themselves that they are suitable for occupation. Very often we have found that those people who are placed in homes that are unsuitable are placed there by councils who frankly should know better and should be seeking higher quality accommodation for their residents. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I hope I've illustrated, we are making every effort to get everyone on board to deliver not just more homes but stronger communities. My triple challenge of more, better, faster is the key to this country's happiness, health and prosperity, and the work is starting to pay off. The numbers of homes built is up. Rough sleeping is on the turn. Greater fairness is in the rented sector, and more beautiful and innovative places to call home should start to appear. We have every reason to be confident and optimistic as we look forward to our future outside the European Union. A stronger, fairer, more diverse housing market can be the bedrock of our future success, a way to spread opportunity and ensure no one is left behind. We remain focused on delivering this and fulfilling the basic promise that each generation must make to the next, which is that their life will be better than ours.
The question is that this House has considered housing. John Healey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm really glad to see so many members so keen to speak in this debate, which has been too long delayed and unfortunately is too short. In fact, it's been almost a year since we've had a government housing debate, and when the Secretary of State told us in December that housing remains the government's top priority, it's a pity he hasn't made it his top priority in his diary today. Nevertheless, it is good to see the House. No, it is good, however, to see the Housing Minister speaking for the Government today. Never mind telling the House that the housing is the Government's chief domestic priority, as he did. He told an industry conference in February that once we get beyond Brexit, housing will be the Government priority. And I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, given the mess that this Government has made for more than 2 years on Brexit, and that we've got a Prime Minister in Europe today begging for an extension just so we can move on to the next stage of negotiations, this really bodes badly for the Government's future focus on housing. And I have to say to the Minister, Brexit is a very feeble alibi for a totally non-Brexit department with 6 ministers and 2,000 civil servants. Nevertheless, I did enjoy his speech, but I have to say to him, the story that he tries to tell is so at odds with the experience of millions of people up and down the country that he and his colleagues risk sounding complacent, risk sounding like they just don't get it. They don't get the public's anger and frustrated hopes at a housing market they feel is rigged against them. They don't get the despair at being 1 in a million on council housing waiting lists when the number of new social rented homes built last year was just 6,453. And they don't get the lives blighted by bad housing. Children, I'll just finish this point. Children growing up in temporary accommodation hostels, renters too scared to ask landlords to do the repairs, and young couples stripped of hope of home ownership, stopped from starting a family or putting down roots, and they don't get that a systematically broken housing market demands wholesale change and cannot be fixed without big action from government. I give way to my friend.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for giving way. It's just on that point. Isn't it ridiculous that we have a situation where, like in Hartlepool, we have in-house poverty and people literally living behind boarded-up windows for over a year just because they're scared of raising it as an issue with the local authority or with their landlord?
Well, my honourable friend, unfortunately, despite good landlords and many tenants being satisfied with what they rent, describes the experience that too many of this country's now 11 million renters face day to day. And the government simply can't carry on, after 9 years in government, talking about what they're going to do, because what they're doing at the moment simply isn't working. I will give way to the honourable friend.
9 years and what we're about to do. But is it not accept that housing starts, for example, are roughly 100% higher than they were at the low point under the Labour government in 2009? And if he's not sure about that, just speak to any brickie, any chippy, any sparky, and they'll tell you they're a lot busier than they were back then.
Well, I tell you what, Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable member's got a very short memory. 2009 was in the direct aftermath of the global financial crisis and recession, and it was the action the government took then to keep house building going and help pull the country out of the crisis. And I have to say to the honourable gentleman, house building, more than a decade on, under this government, has still not reached the pre-crisis peak. It's a pitiful performance over the last 9 years. And the one thing the public have lost patience with is a government that tries to blame, 9 years on, its previous Labour predecessor. So, Mr Speaker, the government's own record now, I think, is very clear. The rate of home ownership, lower, with almost 900,000 fewer under 45s owning a home now than in 2010. Homelessness, higher, with the number of people sleeping rough on our streets more than doubled since 2010. Private rents higher, with an average tenant paying £1,900 more than in 2010. And social house building lower, with the last 2 years the lowest on record in this country since the Second World War. And I just say to the Minister, if this government had only continued building social rented homes at the same rate as Labour did in 2009, in this country today there'd be 180,000 more of those homes. That's more than enough to house every family in temporary accommodation, every person sleeping rough on our streets, and every resident in every homeless hostel throughout the country. Now, the Minister said, in response to an intervention from my honourable friend, we're very close to rehousing all those involved in the Grenfell Tower fire. But I have to say, nearly 2 years on from that shocking national tragedy, the government action is still on go slow. And in fact, the figures, which the Minister would not give the figures to the House, but 1 in 10 of those from the Tower, 1 in 3 of those from the wider estate involved in the Grenfell Tower fire have still not got permanent new homes. And I say to the other, also to the Minister, for those residents in other high-rise blocks around the country whose buildings are still clad in the same Grenfell-style cladding, 8 in 10 still have not had that removed and replaced. That's the residents in 354 other high-rise blocks around the country, nearly 2 years on from the Grenfell fire. Of course, I give way to the Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted just to correct the Right Honourable Gentleman on the numbers on Grenfell rehousing, not least because I've never sought, and would hope he would never use to use it as a political football, and we have been putting enormous effort into the rehousing effort. Of the 202 households from Grenfell Tower and Grenfell Walk which required rehousing, every one has accepted an offer of either high-quality temporary accommodation or permanent accommodation. 196 have moved in, 181 have moved into their permanent home, and 15 remain in temporary accommodation. 6 households remain in emergency accommodation, only 2 in hotels and 3 in serviced apartments, and 1 is living with family or friends. Now these are people with whom there is a constant and ongoing conversation about their needs and requirements. And we cannot, and we are taking this very slowly and sensitively, we cannot compel anybody to do anything. We are working closely with them to try and make sure they get the homes they need. And it's unfair of him to try and make out that we're being dilatory in that effort.
The Minister does himself a disservice. He does the government a disservice. He does the Grenfell survivors a disservice when, just as I said at the start, the story he tries to tell by the use of those figures he's just given the House is so at odds with the experience of those people who've been affected by the fire. I will give way to my friend.
Would my friend agree with me that there is a fundamental imbalance in the fact that the Persimmons of this world are gaining all of those benefits from being involved in the housing market, but that the tenants in places like Grenfell are getting a really, really rough deal?
Well, it's the most obvious sign of a broken market, isn't it, Mr Deputy Speaker, when you have house builders making bumper profits and bumper bonuses, building homes that ordinary workers can't afford to buy. But these are the fundamental facts. These are the hard truths about the Conservative record on housing, which ministers can't deny, can't disguise, and come the next election, the Conservative Party will not be able to dodge. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, no wonder with this record after 9 years. When you ask people across the country, nearly 3 in 4 believe the country has a housing crisis. And of course, they're right. Everyone knows someone who can't get the home they need or they desire. They'll say the crisis is getting worse, not better, and they are right. And even many Conservatives have now lost faith in the free market fundamentalism about housing because it's failing. It's failing on all fronts. And so that's the reason Conservatives have been losing the argument and forced to cede ground to Labour. from legislating to outlaw letting fees, to banning combustible cladding on the side of high-rise blocks, to lifting the cap, of course, on council borrowing to build new homes. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, these are baby steps. And the biggest roadblock to the radical changes needed to fix the housing crisis for millions of people is the Conservative Party itself. And it's largely the same ideologically inflexible Conservative culprits who are making the Prime Minister's life so difficult over Brexit, who will not countenance the government action that's needed to deal with the other big challenges our country faces, on social care, on falling real wages, on deep regional divides and, of course, on housing. So after 9 years, Mr Deputy Speaker, we must conclude that the Conservatives in government cannot fix the housing crisis, and it will fall to a Labour government to do that. So here is the plan. We will build 1 million genuinely affordable homes over 10 years, the majority for social rent, with the biggest council house building programme in this country for nearly 40 years. We will reset grant for affordable housing to at least £4 billion a year, scrap the Conservative so-called affordable rent and establish a new Labour definition linked to local incomes and not to the market. We will stop the huge hemorrhage of social rented homes by halting the right to buy and ending the government's forced conversions to affordable rent. We will end rough sleeping within 5 years, with 8,000 new homes available for those with a history of rough sleeping and a £100 million programme for emergency winter accommodation to help prevent people dying on our streets. We will legislate so that renters have new rights to indefinite tenancies, to new minimum standards, to controls on rents and to tougher enforcement. And we will give young people on ordinary incomes the home ownership hope they deserve, with first buy homes, mortgage costs linked to a third of local incomes and first dibs on new homes in their area. I give way to my honourable friend before I finish.
Thank you, honourable friend, for giving way. And I'm sure that this is already on his radar, but disability groups in Bristol are very worried about the shortage of accessible homes in the UK. They say there's something like 1.8 million households who require some sort of adaptations or access features to their homes, and very few of them get that at the moment. So is that part of the future Labour government's plan to build more accessible homes?
It is indeed, and if my honourable friend looks at the big green paper plan that Labour has published, Housing for the Many, we don't just talk about building more, we talk about building better, doing what the public sector has often done in the past, build to better standards. We want these to be the highest standards of design, of accessibility, of energy efficiency, of high tech, so that in future Labour's affordable homes become people's best choice, not their last resort. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will create a fully fledged new Department for Housing, both to reflect the scale of the crisis and to drive our national New Deal on housing. Labour's long-term plan for housing that can help fix our country's housing crisis. Mr Deputy Speaker, where this government has failed, a Labour government will bring the radical change that so many millions of people now want and need.
Can I say to everybody 3 minutes, and if anybody would like to drop out, it will help others. Sarah Newton.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this minister does get it. Day and night he is working to make sure that he delivers the homes that the nation needs. And he knows that I am a champion of community-led housing and was delighted that the government responded so positively to the campaigning of myself and colleagues for the establishment of the Community Housing Fund, first announced in the 2016 budget, with a commitment to invest £300 million over 5 years, with the money coming from the proceeds of extra stamp duty on second home sales, with money allocated to 148 local authorities, roughly in proportion to the number of second homes and affordability issues. I believe the fund will transform the community-led housing sector and is expected to deliver 10,000 homes by 2021. However, the fund ends with the end of the current spending period. With over 3,500 homes now in the pipeline, it's essential that the fund is extended the next spending review period so that they can be delivered. Because of the delay in the spending review, there will now be a significant period of uncertainty for groups. Money must be spent by March 2020, so few bids will come forward from this point on. The spending review won't conclude until the autumn statement at the earliest, and there may be further delay and indecision following that. So groups, including those in Cornwall, face an invidious choice: continue working up their projects and hope funding will come through, or wait and potentially stall and collapse. In the Social Housing Green Paper, the government acknowledged that housing associations could deliver more if given more time. This is more true for this sector than any other. Now, to illustrate my point, the Cornwall Community Land Trust is a well-respected enabler of community-led housing, and they've estimated that the discontinuance of the Community Housing Fund could put up to 230 community-led homes in jeopardy. Now, I'm absolutely sure we can all agree that we need to deliver more genuinely affordable homes for local people in beautiful coastal communities with very high house prices like in Cornwall, where it's so attractive for people to buy second homes. We need these homes to sustain communities for generations to come. So I'd very much urge the Minister, who I know wants to make sure that my constituents and constituency all over the country can have high-quality homes to live in, to make an urgent statement on the continuity of the much-supported and much-needed Community Housing Fund.
Alison Cougas.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. That was a bit sooner than I had expected, but I'm glad to speak for the SNP in this debate, because our record on housing in Scotland is excellent and is far outstripping the record of the Conservatives in England, and I'm sure that there is much that the UK Government could learn from what Scotland has done. I would first like to start by saying that part of the problem with the Conservatives' approach is the ideological underpinning of how they go about this. Because they insist that there is some kind of dream of everybody owning their own home, totally undermining the fact that many people can live long, happy, productive lives in social rented housing. And for many of my constituents, a social rented house is an aspiration and something that people are perfectly happy to live in. And indeed, my gran lived in social rented housing her entire life and never owned her home. And the Tories' record on housing is one of failed promises from a UK government that talks big but delivers very little, with flagship manifesto pledges that just disappear almost as soon as they have been made. House building in England has fallen to its lowest level since the 1920s, while on the other hand evictions are at a record level. The lead cause of people becoming homeless is the end of a tenancy, and a mere 1 in 5 council homes have been replaced when sold. Contrast this to Scotland, Mr Deputy Speaker, where we have ended the right to buy of social rented housing, which has secured social rented housing stock for the future. No longer are these houses disappearing from the social rented sector and then reappearing almost instantly in the private rented sector at inflated rents that people cannot afford to pay. And we have secured that investment, and that has meant a huge amount to many of my constituents and those right across Scotland. And hundreds of thousands of people are stuck in England, particularly on social housing waiting lists, because the new stock is just not being built, and those houses that have been sold off are not being replaced. All the while, homelessness is up by 50%. Rough sleeping has risen 7 years consecutively. I noticed the Minister said that it has fallen recently, but that's on the back of huge spikes in rough sleeping. Absolutely.
She's talking about the great things that's happening in housing in Scotland, but what does she make of the fact that between 2007 and 2016, the target of 35,000 was missed by 100%, 50%? We only delivered 16,000 rather than the 35,000 you'd planned to deliver.
The Scottish Government's record has been excellent on house building. We have a target of building 50,000 new homes across the parliamentary term. And houses are being built right across the country. And people remember from my time with him in the local government committee how well the Scottish housing sector was spoken about by those who came to give evidence to us in the local government committee. So pay no attention to his colleague in the row behind him, because he has his own axe to grind on all of this, as he often does have. But the Scottish Government is leading on housing policy, and that is well recognised. In the private rented sector, the legislation that we brought forward on secure tenancies and on other areas has given renters in the private rented sector a huge amount of security as well. And making sure that everyone has a safe, warm and affordable home is central to the Scottish Government's vision of a fairer and more prosperous Scotland, because people cannot get on in life if they do not have a secure tenancy and a warm home and a roof over their heads. And so the SNP remain on track to deliver on our target of 50,000 affordable homes during the lifetime of the Scottish Parliament, and that is backed by over £3 billion of investment in the sector. There were 18,750 new-build homes completed across all sectors over the year ending September 2018, an increase of 4%, or 635 homes in the previous year. And the latest statistics show that the Scottish Government have now delivered nearly 82,100 affordable homes since 2007, which is significant. And he chunters from a sedentary position. But if you look at how this is going in England, it's not going nearly as well. We are building a disproportionately higher number of homes in a quicker timescale, and he would do well to on this. And this is all the time, Mr Deputy Speaker, while in the face of the challenges of austerity. And what housing associations tell me is that they are deeply concerned by the housing policies, by the social security policies being brought forward by this government. Yep. For example, the rollout of universal credit has seen both tenants and landlords being negatively impacted due to the major increase in rent arrears. I'm hearing this from housing associations in my own constituency and from right across Scotland. And the experience of my colleague from Inverness would tell you that the housing debt has soared astronomically, and the government has not learned the lessons of this. Yep. And a report this month from the Scottish Government has shown that in East Lothian, for example, 72% of social housing tenants claiming universal credits were in arrears, compared to 30% of all tenants overall. This is happening across England as well, and trebling of evictions for non-payment of rent over the last year since universal credit was rolled out. 88% of local authorities expect an increase in homelessness as a result of welfare reform over the next 2 years, and 75% expect the rollout of universal credit will increase homelessness. In Scotland, we are doing what we can on this basis. We have introduced a full mitigation of the bedroom tax, which people in England still have to pay. And without this, 70,000 individuals would lose an average of around £650 a year. And we also provide additional funding for direct mitigation of welfare reforms, direct support for those on low incomes, and advice and other services. Mr Deputy Speaker, further to all of this, there is remaining concerns on the UK Government's right to rent scheme, and there is a lack of clarity as to what's going to happen with this. And Scottish Housing Minister Kevin Stewart has been in touch in light of the recent High Court ruling. So I would like to know from the Minister what's actually going to be happening with this right to rent, because we need to know this for the security and safety of our tenants in Scotland going forward. I would also comment that we're still waiting within the courts to see if Serco's lock change policy in Glasgow of August 2018 is actually unlawful, which has led to huge distress among those with insecure immigration status in the city of Glasgow. And we need to know that so that those people affected have some certainty going forward. We're also in Scotland taking a range of actions to bring empty homes back into use, because there are many empty homes around the place that could be providing good housing and a secure future for people. And since 2010, the Scottish Empty Homes Partnership has been instrumental in bringing more than 2,800 empty homes back into use, each and every one of them hugely valued, both by communities who don't want to have empty homes there and by those who are living in them now, seeing that is no longer the case, that they are going to waste. And the Empty Homes Partnership funding is to double from 2018 to 21, going from £212,500 to over £400,000. £400,000, bringing those empty homes back into productive use, making homes for those people that need them very much. And we've also created an Ending Homelessness Together fund of £50 million over the 5 years from 2018-19 to support prevention of homelessness and to drive sustainable change. And we have in Scotland, Mr Deputy Speaker, some of the strongest rights for homeless people in the world, but we are not resting on our laurels. We are doing much more to tackle rough sleeping. We have a national objective to eradicate rough sleeping. We established a homelessness and rough sleeping action group, which was chaired by John Sparks, the Chief Executive of Crisis. And the group developed 70 recommendations on the actions required to end rough sleeping and transform the use of temporary accommodation. The Scottish Government accepted those recommendations and now are taking those forward. And John Sparks has said of this that he is very pleased that the Scottish Government has given in principle support to all of the recommendations in ending rough sleeping from the Homelessness and Rough Sleeping Action Group. Members of the Action Group have gone above and beyond to dedicate themselves to bringing forward the right recommendations that will have the biggest impact on the way people sleeping rough can access and receive services. And in that light, we've been piloting Housing First, and I know that one of the housing ministers across the way has been to Scotland to hear about what's happening and noted that she was pleased with what Scotland was doing. Well, she did say so at questions anyway, so I assume that she still is. But this is hugely important and will have a huge impact on reducing homelessness. And I note the recent documentary which visited various cities, and the feedback from Scotland on the connectedness with the services, with the different services speaking to one another and taking action, was well commended within that documentary. But we do not rest on our laurels. While there are still people sleeping on the streets of Glasgow, we must do more to ensure that is ended, and is ended soon. But the direction of travel from the Scottish Government is absolutely key and absolutely strong, and it takes that priority. It takes a lot more than just warm words. It takes a lot more than things said in statements and in manifesto pledges to make that happen. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I was reflecting earlier before coming here on the number of housing developments within my own constituency just in the past few years. And off the top of my head, there's been new houses built for social rent in the Gorbals, Pollokshields, Govan Hill, Tory Glen Transformational Regeneration Area, Oatlands, Calton, Bridgeton, Kilmarnock, the City Centre, Anderson, Kinning Park and Lauriston Transformational Regeneration Area. Mr Deputy Speaker, none of these have happened by accident. This has happened because of the work of community-based housing associations who strive to develop, who strive to build more, who strive to house their local community. It comes in the back of the Scottish Government supporting this in everything that they do, in ending the right to buy to ensure that that investment for those housing associations is sound and will continue. And the UK Government would very much do well to learn from what has happened in Scotland in housing, because our record is a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There are a wide range of housing matters that concern the residents of the Whittam constituency, and I know that both ministers on the front bench might be familiar with some of them, but I just want to pick on three particular examples. First of all, the 5-year land supply and how it is calculated is an issue that is affecting communities across the country. We are seeing planning applications and appeals by developers, and developers in particular, trying to pick apart a declared pipeline within local plans and which local councils have. And I think we have to be frank here. Highly paid consultants and advisors are producing lengthy reports for applicants and appeals which the public can struggle to contest because they don't have the resources. And I have many cases in my constituents with the applicants trying to pick apart the council's supply and pipeline and go against local community planning and local council's planning objectives as well, which is simply not good enough at all. And really, I think just on this point, we all recognise that the delivery of land and housing, can go sometimes beyond the control of a council, the actual framework and the mandate of a council. But I'd urge the government in particular to look again at how much weight is applied to the 5-year supply, and to particularly ensure that councils and communities have more protections on this matter, because we are seeing developers think that by ripping apart a 5-year supply calculation, they can develop almost anywhere, and that is a major issue across the board.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I hear what the Right Honourable Lady is saying. She's making a strong point, but would she agree with me that, and I hope she will, that part of the solution is to encourage neighbourhood plans, particularly in her constituency?
So I'm going to come on to that, and I thank the Minister for that completely, because I want to see communities and my communities empowered, and I think all members of Parliament do, when it comes to the planning decision-making process. Now, I've had recent examples in my constituency, in Whittam town itself, with an application known as Gimson's, which is the site at Riverview in Whittam, which was deemed to be a visually important site and regarded by everyone in the community, highly regarded. And the local plan protects the site from development, and the draft local plan, which could be 2 years away from adoption, recommends approximately 40 dwellings, but an application for 78 came along and has been granted permission, and residents are appalled that their views were ignored. And I think the point is here, I'd like to see the government, I'm a great believer in neighbourhood plans, I encourage all my parishes in particular to develop a neighbourhood plan, but we want to see much more support as well for community-based planning and neighbourhood plans, particularly with parish councils, and I would urge the Minister and his team as well to try and give more resource to parishes and communities so that we can actually make sure they're protected from developers who come along sometimes wanting to rip up the 5-year land supply, challenge councils and challenge communities, but importantly ensure that resources and place shaping can happen, which the Minister has already spoken about. My final point is actually on ways in which we can support housing and development. The Minister has spoken about garden settlements, and we've had many, many conversations, and I'd urge him, if he wouldn't mind, to ask the Secretary of State to reply back to me on some of the outstanding correspondence we have on this. There is a huge opportunity across all government departments now to work together to ensure that we can have integrated planning, which basically means that we can have the right kind of infrastructure, yes, when it comes to road and rail, but also when it comes to health, when it comes to schools, when it comes to public amenities and services too. And I think this is a great programme that our government could take forward, and I'd really urge him and his colleagues across government to work in this integrated way so we can drive the right kind of local community outcomes when it comes to housing and planning.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll take the Minister back to the intervention made about social housing. Just go back to 2010. The biggest cut in expenditure which the coalition government brought in was a 60% cut in social housing capital funding. And when we come on to look at the future, and I say to him, if we are going to build the 300,000 homes, which across the chamber now I think we're committed to, we're not going to build those unless at least 100,000 or more come from the public sector. Just look at the figures since the war. We have built 300,000 homes, not quite a long time ago in this country, but in never one year when 300,000 homes were built were less than 100,000 built by councils and housing associations, mostly by councils. That is a reality. Now, the Minister says the HRA cap has been lifted. That's really welcome. I applaud the government for that. But that of itself is not going to get the houses built. And the Minister shouldn't just simply say back and say, I sit in my office, I can't tell councils what to do. It isn't just about borrowing the money, it's about being able to fund the borrowing as well. And therefore the government is going to have to look at more revenue support, both to councils and housing associations, to get those numbers up. Of course there's going to have to be developments like modern methods of construction, and the Select Committee are looking at present, but in the end revenue funding is crucial. Because I say to the Minister as well, in terms of the HRA, the funding just doesn't go to build new homes. It's vital to make sure that existing homes are properly maintained. And I go back to 1997 when a Labour government came in and there was a £19 billion backlog of disrepair in the social housing sector, which the Decent Homes programme had to deal with. So councils have got that responsibility. They are going to need extra revenue support to build the homes. If I just make a couple of points about the private rented sector, because in the end there are now more people living in the private rented sector than the social housing sector. Hopefully we might reverse that in the future by building more social housing. I say to the Minister three things. First of all, let's have some more really tough powers to deal with the really bad landlords. The Select Committee recommended, in extremis, confiscating the properties of those landlords who put the health and safety of their tenants at risk. Let's go for that. Secondly, more freedom for councils. Selective licensing can work. If councils want to do it in their areas, they should be free to. I know the Minister's doing a review of the whole process of selective licensing. I hope that's where we get to. But in the end, selective licensing works where councils can actually go into properties proactively and seek out the problems and the problem landlords and deal with them. The difficulty for council, of course, is that selective licensing needs resources. Since 2010, private sector housing and councils, the funding for it has been cut by 60%. And you can't deal with bad landlords proactively, constructively and properly without more money. So I say to the Minister, there's a major financial challenge, both in terms of building social housing and properly dealing with the problems in the private rented sector as well.
Alden Ray.
Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak after the Select Committee Chair, and we agree on much, although I'm not sure about selective licensing, which is too often, in my view, a licence to print money for some local authorities. It's also a pleasure to speak with the Housing Minister at the Dispatch Box, and I feel in my short term in Parliament he's got at least as good a handle on these issues as any I have seen. For me, we need to build more truly affordable housing, both to rent and to buy. We can't simply do what Labour would do and put more pressure on an overburdened taxpayer. We've got to do it in different ways. I think the best way to do it is to cut out the middlemen or middlewomen. I speak as a middleman who's been involved in the property market for 30 years, but there's a couple of simple ways we could do this. that are simply too good to miss. And the Housing Minister is familiar with some of my ideas on this, particularly in terms of delivering more affordable homes to purchase through the Section 106 system. We deliver around 25,000 homes, affordable homes, every year through Section 106 requirements. They are sold typically to housing associations at 50% market value. The housing association then rents those out at 80% market value and puts them on their books, on their balance sheet at 100% market value. Nice work if you can get it. Why, instead of doing that, don't we simply sell those properties, or half of those properties, Mr Deputy Speaker, to first-time buyers at 50% market value, to first-time buyers on low incomes, in perpetuity, so these first-time buyers can pass it on to the next person as well. There's no cost to the taxpayer whatsoever. It's good for them. It's good for the developers who are dealing direct with their customers. The only people who are probably not too keen on it are the housing associations, but that's not who we're here for. We're here for real people. Certainly happy to give way to the...
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman has raised this issue with a number of times, and I'm keen to promote it with him. Will he meet with me to discuss how we might promote this to councils?
Certainly will. I certainly will.
Just say to the Minister, you took 27 minutes or more. Every time you've intervened, it puts another minute on. I want to try and get everybody in fairness. Kevin Hollingworth.
Certainly, and also good for the community because people are buying those houses rather than renting them, which is very, very popular locally. To give you an example, in one of my local towns, the town of Easingwell, where I was born and brought up, 656 homes being delivered in that town, 279 homes affordable, all for rented. Only 8 are two-bedroom properties for young first-time buyers. This could change that dynamic and deliver tens of thousands of homes for first-time buyers on low incomes. The second way to cut out middlemen is through the pension system. Currently, you cannot put residential property in a pension. If we change that rule, and this is meaning lots of empty space above shops that's empty or unconverted could be changed overnight if you allowed those properties to be put in a pension, as long as the catch would be, which I think is a fair catch, those properties are made available at a social rent. We widen the pension system to allow people to buy property and and put it in a pension as long as they let it out as a social rent. It's good for the owner, tax break for the owner, great for the tenant, great for the taxpayer too, because the burden of housing benefit is reduced. Everybody wins, Mr Deputy Speaker, apart from the middleman.
Liam Byrne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was staggered to hear the Minister's complacency about homelessness. I thought it was a complacency that was wholly misplaced. In my region of the West Midlands, under a Tory mayor, homelessness, rough sleeping, is now up by 333%, and homeless people are now dying at the rate of one a fortnight. I want this House to hear, to know and to remember the names of those who have died in the last 15 months alone. Paul Williams, Laura Cairns, Steve, Daniel Hutton, Alan Simmons, Daniel Clements, Terry Taylor, Jane Simpson, Michael Hill, Peter Magua, Simon Holmes, Linda Grimes, Remy Bukhtarsi, Peter Corker, Joby Sparry, Julie, Thomas Pulham, Kane Walker, and 2 men whose names are known only to God. The homeless people that I see on the streets of Birmingham are often living in medieval conditions. I've met people in subways in their hospital gowns. I've met people with rat bites fighting and fearing sepsis. Yet the homeless people in Britain's second city, in the 6th richest economy on earth, face a health system which is rated inadequate, a mental health service where the caseload is rising 4 times faster than funding, where just 1% of the money promised for housing to the West Midlands Combined Authority has actually been paid over to build new homes. This roll of names, Mr Deputy Speaker, is a roll call of shame. I hope that in our city, if not elsewhere, we can build a permanent memorial so that we are confronted every day with the names of those who died and the names of those who we have collectively failed. But the best memorial of all, Mr Deputy Speaker, would be to end this scandal for good and sweep the disgrace of homelessness into the history books once more.
Slaughter. Mr Deputy Speaker, on no issue save housing, the chasm between the platitudes we heard from the dispatch box and the reality MPs experience every week in their constituencies more evident. 1 in 7 homes in my borough are overcrowded. Housing conditions are the worst I've seen for 30 years, particularly in the private rented sector. That's why we needed, honourable friends, the member for Westminster North Homes Fit for Human Habitation Bill to call out these absolutely disgusting and appalling standards in which families are living every day in my constituency. And affordability, well, the bottom quartile of homes, i.e. those that should be most affordable, the average price is over £500,000 in my constituency, average monthly rent over £2,000, and the ratio between earnings and house prices over 20 times. And yet, because of the way the government implements policies like the benefits caps, the reality is that people simply cannot afford to live in areas where they and their families and communities have lived for decades. And the only remedy to this is the sort of radical programme that my honourable friend, the Shadow Housing Secretary, has set out. But you can make a difference locally, and I'm just going to... we don't actually have local elections this year, but for those who do have local elections, I would just contrast what the difference between having a Labour Conservative Council had. We had a Conservative Council up to 2014. In the last 4 years, they sold off over 300 properties, empty council properties, as they became vacant. And that included 3- and 4-bedroomed houses and many 2-bedroom houses and flats, sold off on the open market, putting them out of reach of families forever and a day. And cynically, what they then did, they took a housing waiting list of over 8,000 families and reduced it to over 1,000. They simply knocked those families off, and they didn't even have, in many cases, the courtesy to tell them. That degree of cynicism and that type of social engineering that has gone on not just in my borough but in many boroughs across London and elsewhere, I think is a moral crime. It's not just bad policy here. And I contrast that now, and this is one of the reasons why Labour got elected in Hammersmith and Fulham and then got re-elected with a landslide last year. Because I'm reading from a statement this month from the council there now, the Labour Council. Hammersmith and Fulham Council has recently secured more than 1,600 genuinely affordable homes in the borough at zero cost to taxpayers after negotiating a series of deals with developers. That is the difference that Labour in local government makes. I believe that in national government, with the sort of programme of house building and the crackdown on poor landlords and poor conditions, that we can actually tackle this crisis. It's not just that this government is complacent, though clearly, as my honourable friend Birmingham Hodge-Hill said, that is the case. It's that they simply do not care to solve the housing crisis in this country.
Sean Hodgson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Land registry figures estimate in my constituency 19% of sales in 2017 involved leasehold homes. Now, that's nearly 1 in 5 home buyers who are experiencing the injustices of the leasehold process. I've received 54 responses, Mr Deputy Speaker, to a consultation I launched on this matter, and from those who responded there was an overwhelming sense of injustice and frustration with the leasehold process, in line with the findings of the Select Committee. Constituents said, "I feel stuck in a loop, being held hostage, I have nothing to leave for my children." One of the most common situations I've heard about is when homeowners wish to move homes to downsize before retirement, but no company will offer a mortgage on the property because the lease was not long enough. So they've either had to try and find someone to buy cash in hand or extend the lease. But extending the lease will then cost them at least £10,000 or more, and this is frankly not an option for many of my constituents who are wanting to use that money to live for the rest of their retirement. The Minister has stated many times that at least there is choice in the property market for those who may not wish to buy freehold, but the evidence collected by the Select Committee and the heartfelt responses I've received suggest that the so-called choice is anything but. It's not a choice if there is a lack of information about what leasehold means. When 36% of the responses to my survey said that they were unaware of what leasehold was or meant at the point of sale. It's not a choice when home buyers are not told the property is leasehold until the very day they're signing for their new home, as 3 of my constituents told me. And it's not a choice for the 13 of my constituents who told me that after saving up and wishing to buy the freehold, they found that after paying numerous administration fees in the hundreds of pounds, that the freeholder then said simply they were not willing to sell at this point. That's not a choice for those families. And another injustice I'd like to raise in the time we have left is that of leases being sold by the freeholder to third-party companies without any consultation, correspondence or notice given to the leaseholder. Where is the accountability? My constituents are telling me of their increased anxiety at the fact that their property does not feel like their own and that outside people control their destiny. Does the Minister agree with me that this is not healthy for any family to go through in the home that they've worked and saved and are paying for? I hope the Minister understands that this is not just a case of a few people feeling a little disgruntled at the system. I hope she really does take into consideration the well-researched Select Committee recommendations and specifically hope that she considers an investigation into the widespread mis-selling of leases.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I urge everybody here to have as the backdrop to every single decision we make the emergent climate change emergency that our country and our world is facing. So I'd like to, in the short time I have available, make a plea for the Minister to look more specifically into modular homes, because modular homes do offer an environmental and energy efficient solution. And I think, as the Labour Party front bench have committed to building 1 million affordable homes, we should be making sure that we build these affordable homes in a way that does not harm our environment any more than it is already harmed. So because of its affordability and its green footprint, I really think the future should be modular. I know that in my constituency I've had the pleasure of watching social housing, modular social housing, coming up just outside the office where I live. I mean, these are some of the most energy-efficient homes in the country. So not only are they providing people with a beautiful place to live, but they're also helping them save money as well. And as the Minister, I'm sure, is aware, Hull is the caravan building capital of the country. We have fantastic skills here in my constituency. We have an industrial-based knowledge that has been developed over generations. And I urge the Minister to look seriously at these businesses in Hull and to give them that secure funding stream and that stability so that the modular building companies have the capacity to develop and to invest, because these are uncertain times, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I think there is an uncertainty for business to invest. But having that promise from government that they see modular homes as the way forward and they're willing to invest in innovation would give those businesses the security that they need. So, on my final comments, I'd just like to say he's always welcome, anybody is welcome to come and see these beautiful modular social homes in my constituency, because I really think we need to look again if we are serious about protecting our planet.
Ellen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister spoke of the difficulty of quantifying government targets for different types of housing. What can be quantified is this: 1.25 million people on the waiting list for social housing, 123,000 children living in temporary accommodation, more than 99% of homes to rent in the private sector in Lambeth and Southwark, the rent for which is above the local housing allowance cap. This government is failing, as the coalition did before them, cutting the subsidy for new social housing, redefining affordable housing to make a mockery of the word affordable, penalising residents with the bedroom tax and lining the pockets of shoddy developers like Persimmon and unscrupulous private sector landlords. The government is also presiding over the disastrous relaxation of the rules on permitted development rights. And with the time left available to me, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is this policy that I would like to focus on. The expansion of permitted development rights is delivering poor quality homes in former office buildings up and down the country, resulting in children playing in industrial estate car parks, poor fire safety standards and homes which are not homes, but which are essentially hotels by the back door being let out through Airbnb and other platforms for short-term lets. And most shockingly, having introduced this major planning reform, the Government has undertaken no evaluation of its impact and is proposing further expansions which would see developers able to demolish and rebuild office buildings without planning permission. This policy is removing quality control and democratic accountability from housing delivery. Councils and communities have no say, and developers who profit from these developments are making no contribution to local community needs or the delivery of genuinely affordable housing. And in many areas, the expansion of permitted development rights is delivering the slums of tomorrow, the fire safety horrors of tomorrow. This is happening on the Minister's watch. So I urge the Minister today to do one small practical thing, to halt the expansion of permitted development rights while a full evaluation of its impact is undertaken, and restore housing delivery to the full democratic control of local authority planning departments, who can decide where their communities need new housing, where it should be built, and can secure affordable housing contributions and funding for community facilities. So we are building not the slums of tomorrow, but the high-quality, sustainable, affordable communities that we so desperately need in this country.
Justin Mathers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm sure we all welcome debating something other than Brexit, and if I was to use the issues that my constituents come and see me about in their surgeries then as a guide to what we should be talking about in here, I think housing will come at the top of the list every time, from the parent facing eviction from their private tenancy with no permanent housing options on the table, to the tenant coming back to me for the 5th time because the damp still hasn't been fixed, to the young couple whose kids have to share a box room totally unsuitable for them. It's very clear we don't have enough housing at the right price and in the right tenure. On a positive note, my local council, Cheshire West and Chester, is now building council housing, the first for nearly 40 years. But I'm delighted to see that. But we still have less council housing than we did a couple of years ago due to the huge increase in right-to-buy applications we've seen. And who can blame people for wanting to take advantage of 70% discounts? But this policy is short-term in the extreme. It is, of course, the government's stated aim that every council property sold under the right-to-buy should be replaced. But the reality is that one-for-one replacements are more like one new property for every 4 sold. The situation is clearly unsustainable. There needs to be a wholesale change in the culture and approach from developers. There seems to be general agreement across the political spectrum that we need to build more homes, but those good intentions are at risk of failing because there is an over-reliance on the market to deliver those aims. And to date, the private sector has shown themselves incapable of working in a way that challenges the needs of the country. To put it mildly, I remain to be persuaded about the altruism of the house-building industry. One only needs to look at the persimmon £100 million bonuses to see where priorities really lie. PLC house builders who help themselves to over £8 billion of taxpayers' money through the Help to Buy and then show their true colours when they rip off their own customers through fleasehold have a lot to answer for. The reliance on a small group of developers has been a very poor deal for the taxpayer, and that was the backdrop against which the leasehold scandal emerged. And I look forward to seeing the government's response to the excellent Select Committee report into this, and I do hope that we see concrete action soon. And I know there has been an industry pledge about moving away from onerous leases that has been signed by many in the industry, but I'll be frank, I think that's only happened because there's been so much bad publicity against the people guilty of this wholesale scam over the years. And the pledge does feel a little hollow to my constituents who have just received notification in the last couple of weeks that their freehold has changed hands again from one opaque company based in Guernsey to another opaque company based in Guernsey. The industry pledge intends to make the whole process, and I quote, cheaper, easier and more transparent. But these actions, such as we've just seen in my constituency, will make it more expensive, more difficult and less transparent for people to buy out the freeholds. The only way these rapacious people will be brought to order is through changes to the law, and the sooner that government get onto that, the better. So, in conclusion, the biggest developers in the country haven't just ripped off millions of homeowners, they've ripped off all of us, and we shouldn't rely on them to solve the crisis we face. The housing market is broke and it needs radical intervention, and it certainly needs a Labour government.
Deputy Speaker, I was delighted to hear my honourable friend, the member for Glasgow Central, speak about the right to buy and the damage that caused in Scotland. So I won't focus on that in the course of this short speech, but instead focus on investment in new socially-oriented stock, because after years of underinvestment in social house building, work is now underway to deliver 50,000 affordable homes in Scotland by 2021. And people around the East End can now see the tangible results of this investment, whether it's Cranhill's Belrock Street, Easterhouse's Auchinleigh Road or Shettleston's Wellshot Road, because work is underway to invest in new housing which will go some way to meeting the demand that we face. From my point of view, though, the 50,000 target should only be a starting point, and I've been very clear with the Housing Minister, Kevin Stewart, that we need to keep up our investment in new build social housing, and I was really encouraged to hear him say at a recent Tollcross Housing Association event that for so long as associations can keep up the house building, he'll be happy to sign the cheques. However, there is a reality that we will quickly be running out of space to build these new properties, and that's why I would argue that we must also protect and preserve our existing tenement stock housing. Because as the MP for Glasgow East, I'm acutely aware that about 1/3 of my housing stock is made up of tenement properties, and a quick drive along Tollcross Road, Baillieston Main Street or Westmuir Street will demonstrate that. The fact is that Glasgow's tenements have become a rich part of the city's architectural heritage, and my local housing associations genuinely understand the importance of maintaining these to meet the demands of their waiting lists. Now, I know that they want to invest and preserve these buildings for generations to come, but that comes at a great cost, and there is a role for the British Government to assist with that. One suggestion that I raised with the Chancellor of the Exchequer this morning was to reduce VAT on tenement repair work. Currently, an association wishing to undertake costly works to preserve tenement properties will see a 20% VAT charge slapped onto the invoice. So, if the Chancellor was willing to look sympathetically at a reduction in VAT for this type of work, then it would simultaneously allow associations to invest in tenement stock as well as provide a fiscal stimulus for the construction industry. I'm very happy to give it, Honourable Friend.
Thank Honourable Friend for giving way. In Glasgow, the City Council, Scottish Canals and housing associations are also working together to promote self-build, not least along the banks of the Forth and Clyde canal, and again that would be affordable self-build at that, and that would be another way of helping to stimulate investment in the local economy as well as provide suitable housing.
Absolutely, and Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious of constraints in time, so I would just conclude by saying that in Glasgow we are a city that is bursting with ideas about how we progress housing, how we meet these challenges head on, so I would absolutely urge him to take that forward, and for the Minister, in summing up, to touch on this point of reducing VAT, particularly in respect of tenement properties.
Rachel Musk.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. When, on average, house prices are 10 times wages, we know that it skews our local economy, but it also drives housing poverty, damaging to my city of York. The Lib Dem Tory Council has presided over this housing failure and has seen a fall in social housing when there is such desperate need, whilst at the same time developers have made their millions building luxury apartments our city just does not need. York's Council should get to grips with what is happening in housing, but has failed. And I'm glad that the government has also rejected their local plan. But just last Monday, the council failed again when it signed off the 72-acre brownfield site, building over 2,000 luxury apartments our city doesn't need. I juxtapose that against the 11 homeless people that lost their lives in our city last year, against the people I see in my surgeries who are living in box bedrooms, whole families in that situation, and people, children, sleeping on sofas. That's the reality of York, which so many people know as they exist in housing poverty. But not only that, the council handed over its influence over the future of the site too, on the commercial agreement, whilst contributing £35 million to this site. It must be stopped and reviewed. Residents are rightfully angry. They're being driven into deeper housing poverty while the elite move in on their space. They're being driven out of our city and they're being ignored. While people invest in their assets and purchase their commuter and second homes, my families are cooped up in unsuitable, cramped and damp housing. York, which calls itself a human rights city, is the most inequitable city outside of London, and this latest development will simply make it worse. The Tory Lib Dem Council's plan just supports corporate greed over local need. It must be changed. It will start with a Labour Council who will build the housing that our city desperately needs, which will put right the local economy by ensuring that we have got the skills that our city needs 500 people we need in the NHS who can't afford to live in our city, not to mention the care workforce. And we will relive the dream which Joseph Rowntree planted in our city as he built the houses fit for heroes, as he built the housing developments which set the whole agenda around garden villages forward, sustainable green homes, and ensured that people across our city could live and enjoy our city. Labour will make the difference in York. It's time for change.
Jones.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, this has been a short but good debate. Quality, not quantity. And we've heard from members across the country, from Truro and Falmouth to Glasgow Central. Just to pick out a couple, the member for Sheffield South East, as always, spoke with great authority about the need for real revenue funding and for a substantial change in the private rented sector. The member for Thirst and Moulton, absolutely right that we should look at locked-in discounts for first-time buyers. He'll be pleased to hear this is indeed a Labour policy, and if he votes Labour at the next election, his idea may well come to fruition. My friend, the honourable member for Kingston upon Hull West and Hessel, I can't read my own writing, talked about the need to tackle climate change through housing and the role of modular housing and how important that is. Mr Deputy Speaker, this government is not just failing to address the housing crisis, this government is actively making it worse. Now, I don't know whether it's incompetence, mismanagement, complacency or deliberate policy, but this government is wilfully exacerbating the housing crisis, whether it's homelessness, private renting, leasehold, home ownership or fire safety. The story is always the same. Things are getting worse, not better. The problems can be traced to bad government policies. Labour in government managed to successfully tackle these issues, and as a government in waiting, Labour is the party with the answers to solve these problems. Things are getting worse, not better. Rough sleeping has doubled, and we heard from my friend, the honourable member for Birmingham Hodge Hill, talk about rough sleeping going up by 333% and people dying once a fortnight. Only 6,500 homes for social rent built last year. And home ownership, which is supposed to be the thing that the party opposite cares about, has young people not able, 1 million nearly young people, not able to access home ownership. My friend, the honourable member for Washington and Sunderland, was absolutely right to talk about the overwhelming sense of injustice felt by leaseholders, and my friend, the member for Dulwich and West Norwood, so eloquently talking about the plight of permitted development, something that this government wants to increase. The problem can be traced right back to the government. Ministers have stretched the term affordable housing to breaking point, to include homes let up to 80% of market rents. We are building the wrong homes, as my friend, the member for York Central, said. The government has repeatedly ignored fire safety advice that sprinklers are essential, and has ignored advice from the Lakanal House and the Grenfell Tower fires, and refused to intervene in private blocks with ACM cladding. And we have 40,000 people still trapped in deadly buildings. We've lost over 170,000 affordable council homes through poorly designed policies. Labour in government managed to successfully tackle these issues, and as a government in waiting, Labour is the party with the answers to solve these problems and the ability to deliver the change we need. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is the government's job to solve the housing crisis, and it is the government's shame that it has failed. This country has a right to expect better, which it will get under a Labour government.
Minister Heather Wheeler.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, this has been a really excellent debate. I've got this wonderful speech here that's obviously way too long, so we're not going to worry about that one. I think the contributions made by so many people in this House make it clear why housing is the #1 domestic priority for this government. We all want Brexit done, so please vote for the deal. Then we can get on with doing this stuff. So the important thing to me is talking about the Community Land Trust, like my friend from Truro and Falmouth did. Issues about sorting out what we're going to do in the private rented sector. So the changes about the electrical standards and the carbon monoxide... I beg your pardon? Well, that's why it's important that it's coming through, and it's very that we're going to enter to it. The important thing here is that the guidance is coming through now, and there's been great respect for that, which I'm very pleased about. I'm equally appalled, frankly, at the way that issues are turned into political footballs. There is no stronger department that is trying to deal with these issues one by one in a logical way so that nobody ends up sleeping rough, so that nobody ends up dying on our streets. The important thing is that the government totally gets this. We're spending an awful lot of money to change things around because that's what's important. People out there realise that changes are made in the private rented sector, changes are made for tenants, changes are made professionalising the professional services, the letting agents and managing agents, changes are on the way about leasehold changes, all sorts of things where these issues are with us in our country. They are wrong, they need to change, and it is this government that is going to do it. I'm delighted that our ministerial team is on the case, looking at how many houses we need to build in the year, looking at allowing councils, giving them the freedoms to build more council houses, encouraging social housing to grow, encouraging first-time buyers, encouraging veterans to get on the housing ladder once they leave the armed forces, making sure that veterans shouldn't be sleeping rough, making sure that they get the help that they need, looking after people in Scotland who've got innovative ideas, and indeed the rough sleeping issues and Housing First that I looked up in Glasgow. All of these ideas are very important to this government. No one should be left under any illusions that it is only this government that are making the changes that are going to get this right. It's people's lives at risk, it's people's happiness at risk, it's people's fairness that we want to make sure is sorted out for the future. I pay huge tribute to the civil servants, the HAS teams that are going around the country, making sure that people get the help that they need. Medway, 40%, Cornwall, 40% reduction in rough sleepers. These are huge changes, and I'm very proud of what this government is doing on this behalf. Mr Deputy Speaker.
Order, order. We now come to the motion number 8 relating to the sittings in Westminster Hall. To move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move this House to now adjourn.
The question is, this House to now adjourn. Ruth George.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I applied for this debate because of the cases of young people struggling to receive mental health support in my own constituency of High Peak and County of Derbyshire. But since last week, when the debate was announced, hundreds of parents, support workers, teachers and young people themselves have contacted me from across the country with heartbreaking stories of young people suffering with little or no support. And their families suffer too. Like the mum of an 11-year-old boy in my own constituency who's been severely mentally ill since last September. He suffers from panic attacks, and his mum says he hardly eats, hardly sleeps. He's unable to leave the house. He's very depressed and anxious all the time, and has been destructive and suicidal on many occasions. Mental health services won't support him, in spite of a referral from the GP, because they won't do home visits for a boy who's too ill to leave the house. And a 6-year-old who's at risk of being excluded from school due to his behaviour. He's got suspected ADHD or ASD, but 18 months after referral, the family is still waiting. And without a diagnosis, he can't get either the health or education support he so desperately needs. His mum is trying online courses in child behaviour psychology herself, but she can't help him without a diagnosis to access the medication and or therapy that he needs. The stories are similar from around the country, and I'd like to thank all of the people who've contacted me on this issue. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Can I thank my honourable friend for giving way? Does she agree with me that young people with autism and their families who have mental health problems have particular challenges in accessing appropriate services? And does she agree that ministers really need to look at this specifically, the needs of young people with autism who also have mental health problems? My experience in my constituency is access to emergency support when there's a real crisis is often non-existent or inappropriate. And then there's the question of transition for those young people from being a teenager to being an adult. Does the honourable friend agree this needs a distinct approach?
Absolutely, I agree with my honourable friend. There are so many areas of children's mental health and support that are needed, but with ASD then a diagnosis is needed as well, which can delay support that they so desperately need.
Will my honourable friend give way just on that point?
I'll give way to the honourable member.
I thank the honourable lady for giving way, and I did seek her permission to do so beforehand, and I congratulate her on bringing this issue to the House tonight for the adjournment debate. It's a really critical issue, and we all are very aware of it. Does the honourable member agree that the world that young people face today, in which they have little privacy and so much exposure, is just so difficult, and there's no place to go to get out of the reach of bullies, but also away from social media, and that this pressure is seeing so many young people struggling with self-esteem, self-worth, and there must be more early intervention support for these young people to provide affirmation and tools for parents to help at an early stage, and not when self-harming or suicidal thoughts begin?
I absolutely agree with the honourable member, and I will come on to some of the additional stresses that young people are facing at the moment.
I'll make it very quick. I met with Teenage Cancer Trust, and they talk about young cancer victims, and they also get mental health problems, but not enough support coming to them. So I thank you for this adjournment.
Thank you very much, and I agree. I have personal family experience of this, as does my honourable friend.
I thank you for that. And would you agree with me that we can't just treat the physical illness with cancer, we need to treat the mental side of actually dealing with it, and it needs to be part and parcel of it, not just some sort of add-on that you try to seek afterwards?
I absolutely agree with both of my honourable friends, and know that even long after the physical experience of cancer has left both young people, children and adults, that the mental scars can linger, and particularly on families as well. But the number of children and young people overall with a mental health disorder has increased to nearly 1 in 8 from the Children and Young People's Prevalence Survey in November. That's around 1.25 million young people. Yet only 1 in 4 young people with a mental disorder are seen by a mental health specialist. And over 400,000 children and young people are not getting any professional help at all in England. That's almost 1,000 young people and their families suffering in every one of our constituencies. And that lack of support leads to their condition worsening. In 2017, 46.8% of young people with a disorder, a mental health disorder, had self-harmed or attempted suicide at some point, and over a quarter of 11 to 16-year-olds. The threshold to access children and adolescent mental health services, or CAMS, has become so high that local teachers in my constituency are asked to evidence that a child has sought to take their own life before a referral will be accepted. Not just being told that they've tried to take their own life, CAMS want evidence, and these are schools with children up to the age of 16. But even when young people are accepted, the waiting lists for treatment for CAMS in my constituency are over 12 months, sometimes 18 months, and that's not unusual. It's no wonder that children are driven to more and more desperate measures just to get heard. I'll give way across.
I'm very grateful she's making some very powerful points, a very powerful speech. I speak as a father of 4 children, ranging between 22 and 11, and I think any family in the modern era does have to face these problems. Does she agree that parents ourselves need more support to understand these issues and learn how to deal with them more effectively to try and help our children?
Thank you. And as a parent of 4 children aged between 9 and 27, then I agree there are strains on modern life, but also that where parents need support, then they find it far too difficult to access. Yes.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend giving way there. The waiting times in York are also horrendous, but the funding, which in fact has gone down in the last year, is just £40 per child. Isn't this so insufficient to match need?
Absolutely, and it won't surprise my honourable friend to hear that I will be coming to the issue of funding later. But that's just a chronic figure for the number of young people and children who are suffering. And the number of suicides of teenagers has risen by 2/3 since 2010. I pay tribute to my constituent who says she's too scared to leave her 14-year-old daughter alone anymore. Having seen her try to take her own life using paracetamol, my constituents campaigning for the sale of paracetamol to under 16-year-olds to be banned, and I would ask the Minister to look into that. We should do what we can to prevent the means for young people to take their own lives, but even more, we should be looking at stemming the reasons that they are driven to such desperation and making sure that treatment can reach them far earlier. Our children are suffering under a weight of demands at the same time as the people who've always been there to support them are disappearing. From exam pressure driven by school league tables, and an 11-year-old in my constituency who's always been perfectly happy, incredibly intelligent, had a panic attack before his SATs exams because he said that their children knew that if they didn't do well in their exams, then their small village school could be driven to closure by lack of parents applying. And the sort of pressures on children at the ages of 10 and 11 are just too much. My secondary schools say that children come to them in Year 7 bearing such a weight of emotional stress that it's almost impossible for them to support. And there are higher numbers of children with special needs at our schools and less support for those children as school cuts bite. Exclusions from school and thousands of children taken off the roll. And with fewer support staff in our schools, there's more opportunity for bullying. And as my honourable friend said, social media enabling the continuation of that bullying throughout the day and the night.
I'm very grateful to, on the topic of social media, should be aware of the work that I've been doing, indeed with the Minister, on social media and the need for more research and have an understanding. And when she talked about the data of increased levels of self-harm and of suicide, one of the other correlations is that over the course of the last decade, social media use has rocketed, and that is having an impact on our young people. And what does need to happen from this government and from the devolved administrations is more research into the impact of social media so that we can look at early intervention and, where possible, prevention for supporting young people who are addicted to the social media platforms.
Ruth George.
Absolutely, and I pay tribute to my honourable friend for the work that he's done on this, and I hope that the government will be taking up the recommendations in the report that his all-party group have produced. We're not just seeing online bullying, but physical bullying, rising violent crime, especially among young people. Talking to teenagers at a college yesterday, I was told that they're actually scared of the gangs of 13 and 14-year-olds who roam the streets in my area. And of course, young people are more likely to be victims of violent crime than anyone else. We're also seeing, even in quiet rural areas of the country like mine, county lines gangs putting pressure on more and more teenagers to become involved in crime. Visiting my local youth centre and talking to the teenagers there, they said that for one night a week is the one place where they can go to escape from the gangs and from their peers, putting pressure on them to get involved in drugs at just age 13 and 14. I really need to make some progress, but thank you. But at the same time, we see more parents working, longer hours of work, more time spent travelling to work. We have the longest commuting times in Europe, and these parents have less time to spend with their children. There are more demands for flexibility from employers, especially at weekends and evenings and in school holidays, the times that parents most need to spend with their children. And new demands from the state for parents to be in full-time work, whether to access free childcare places from age 3 or through the demands of universal credit from the age of 12. At the same time as parents are working longer and harder, we are seeing an increase in child and family poverty, rising numbers of parents facing money worries and debt, having to visit food banks, and strains which their children see all too often. Alongside all these pressures on families and on our young people, the professionals who are there to support them are reducing. Class sizes in schools are rising and there are fewer teaching assistants, so school staff have less time for each child and growing pressures to prove academic achievement. Our schools do a fantastic job, and I pay tribute to the staff in them who go above and beyond to support the young people in their care. But they can't help with the sustained one-to-one counselling and professional support so often needed. And CAMS, that support service, faces huge waiting lists and still underfunding. Our clinical commissioning groups spend 14% of their budget on mental health, but just 0.9% on children's mental health. And even when the government put additional funding into CCGs, it wasn't ring-fenced, and too often it wasn't spent. Of the £250 million a year for CAMS that was put in the first year, only 36% of CCGs increased their spending by as much as the budget allocated. In the next year, 2016-17, only half of them did so. In the next year, last year, 2017-18, the spending stayed roughly the same. And in 2018-19, it increased by just £50 million. So only a small fraction of that £1.25 billion that the government put in to children's mental health services and CAMS actually reached the front line. Our CCGs are under huge pressures. Mine have had to cut their spending by £51 million this year, and in spite of the promised additional £20 billion for the NHS, Derbyshire CCG will be facing further spending cuts of £270 million over the next 4 years. Mental health services are on the target list for cuts. And the number of psychiatrists at all levels working in CAMS has fallen by 3.7% between 2011 and 2018, although referrals have almost doubled, as have the number of children admitted to A&E for a mental health problem. At the same time as CAMS are seeing cuts, then our councils are cutting their spending. School nurses spend a lot of their time supporting families and young people on the waiting list for CAMS while they are going through those agonising 12 to 18 months of waiting whilst experiencing suicidal thoughts. But our school nurses are being cut because of public health spending cuts. We're seeing half of our school nurses going in Derbyshire. Early help support for families. 200 staff in Derbyshire are being made redundant, and there is nowhere for families to turn for support. So we're seeing support services at all levels under funding. The government has made a commitment to additional counsellors in schools, which is often the right place, so children can access support. But with a target of just a quarter of schools to be supported to do this in 5 years' time is just not good enough. Our children are being failed, and their families are being failed. Investment in mental health support for young people will actually save government money, not just in the health service in later years, if they can nip those mental health problems in the bud, but also in education, in social services and in the criminal justice sectors. Our young people are crying out for help. The government has some laudable aims in the 10-year plan, but there's not enough concrete plans to put those aims into place, or to fund CCGs to deliver them, or to invest in the training for the staff who will be the ones on the front line. The huge number of people contacting Parliament about this debate, and me personally, shows that there is so much concern out there. The terrible cases of young people being driven past the point of despair, and families whose lives are turned upside down. This, Minister, is a cry for help on behalf of all of them. Please listen and tell us how this government will act. Thank you.
Minister Jackie Doyle.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for her speech, and she spoke with her characteristic passion and sincerity on what is an important issue that concerns so many members, and which is why there are so many here tonight, a number of whom I've engaged personally on these issues. And, I will say to her from the outset, I am not complacent about the challenge we face with regard to children's mental health. It is the case that many young people do find it difficult to access help when they need it. I think we would readily acknowledge that we are facing the challenge of decades of underfunding of mental ill health and treatment, added to societal challenges which have made these more acute. And this is clearly a priority for this government. It is also one that, unfortunately, we can't just solve with the click of the fingers. We need to invest in the services, invest in the workforce to be able to deliver those services. But I hope to give her some reassurance on the direction of travel tonight, and to hopefully reassure her that we will both tackle those with most acute need, whilst at the same time making sure that we are investing in that upfront prevention, which, as she's rightly pointed out, will save government money, not only within the NHS, because we will have less acute demand for acute mental health services, but she's right to highlight things like crime and criminal justice system and the savings that would occur there. So for me, it runs to the heart of my approach that we must do whatever we can to achieve the earliest of early interventions if we are really going to make a difference, not just for those people that need it, but also for society.
But would you not agree with me, and I've heard exactly the same thing, that young people actually have to try to kill themselves before they can become a priority, and that must surely be wrong. Early intervention is the key to this, not to the point that we intervene when young people are at that terrible stage.
Minister. Well, I'm sure he'll be reassured that I don't think that's good enough. I've heard anecdotal evidence of that being said to a number of people. Clearly, it is a matter of clinical judgment when people need to be referred to mental health services. And we just need to make sure that happens. And, frankly, if there are specific examples of that, then I'd be happy to investigate them.
You want my friend give way?
Sorry, yeah.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Mental health has been an issue that's raised time and time again with my constituents, young people and parents in Clackmannanshire and in Perth and Kinross. But can my honourable friend just explain to the House and explain how we can help champion the 111 crisis line that is available UK-wide that can be preemptive, because a young person can just dial it on the mobile phone and get immediate support and help, and sometimes that's the pressure release valve, which is exactly the thing they need.
Well, my honourable friend actually highlights a very important point in terms of going forward, because we have to have, just as we have the 999 service for physical emergencies, we need to have the same provision for mental emergencies, and that's what we intend to deliver through the 111 service. And obviously that's a clear ambition articulated in the forward plan.
I thank the Minister for giving way. The Minister said that this is a matter of clinical judgment, but when you don't have the resources and you don't have the staff, clinicians are not being able to make those choices.
Well, I come back to that. There will be a case where it comes down to clinical decisions as to whether there needs to be a referral to a mental health professional. We need to make sure, however, that mental well-being is embedded throughout our health services. Could I, if I'd like to make some progress?
Thank you. Thank you very much. In my area, then, CAMHS are supposed to accept referrals from some of the young people who are on level 2, level of need, and all on level 3 and level 4. As it is, they don't have the time to accept even the children who are on level 4, level of need, which is the highest priority. And that is not clinical judgment, that is resources.
Well, my advice, I would say to the Honourable Lady, is that that's not borne out by the figures from Derby and Derbyshire CCG, which do show that 31% of children and young people with mental health needs were seen by NHS-funded mental health services. But I come back to the point. It is not acceptable for children to be told they're not yet ill enough to receive treatment, and that's why we are investing in more provision. And we expect at least an additional 345,000 children and young people aged 0 to 25 will be able to access more direct support.
Can I thank the Minister for giving way? I have to say to the Minister, this is an area where there's a massive gap between rhetoric and reality on the front line. And one of the things I would urge the Minister to reconsider is the whole concept of ring-fencing resources. When you have Cinderella services, such as young people's mental health services, unless the government decides to ring-fence those funding and insist that commissioners at a local level put that funding to those frontline services, you will never achieve the change that you're seeking to achieve.
Minister. Well, I'll say to the Honourable Gentleman, in the past we have treated ring fences as a ceiling, and we have set CCGs a very clear objective that they need to be increasing investment in children's mental health services by more than what we've been giving them. But accepting what the Honourable Lady from Worsley and Eccles has just said from a sedentary position, we will look at what more control we can give, and NHS England are keeping a very close eye on how that money is being spent. So I just say in answer to the Honourable Gentleman's point, as I said at the outset, I am not complacent about the challenge we face here. I have to say we are on it, but we have to. The direction of travel is one thing, but we need to make sure that we are not managing expectations and making sure we can deliver the services that people expect, and that includes investment in the workforce to deliver very clear expectations. Thank you.
Your friend is being characteristically very generous, and I would just like to feed back from Cornwall, where our CCG is spending more money on mental health services, and I'm seeing mental health services grow. But would she agree with me that sometimes some simple organisational changes? I have 2 universities in my constituency, Exeter and Falmouth. When young people are leaving home for the first time and arriving there, it can take months for the NHS to get the records and the services sorted out. And for those young people with existing conditions, poor mental health, they need those services to be there when they arrive.
My honourable friend makes a very good point, and transition is clearly an area that we do need to address, and she's right to highlight the importance of universities. There are a number of other points made in the Honourable Lady's speech, and she referred to people with ADHD and ASD. I couldn't agree with her more. I think there is a real issue with the failure to diagnose people with ASD and ADHD early enough, and we know that those people with those conditions are more likely to suffer from mental ill health. So the need for early diagnosis is absolutely crucial so that we can equip those young people with the tools to look after themselves. And I'm very pleased that that's been a target in the forward plan that we will roll out. She also rightly highlighted the issues surrounding county lines and knife crime. And there is no doubt at all that the increased incidence of trauma on communities will also bring with it more demand for mental health services, and that's something that we are very much tackling as part of the Prime Minister's summit, which took place just last week. And the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Ogmore, I've been very pleased to work with him and welcome his all-party group's report on the impact of social media. I think that the whole impact of social media is bringing itself a whole new set of pressures on children and young people's mental ill health. because the intensity that brings to relationships. You know, we think our children are safe in their bedrooms, but actually they're not necessarily, and we need to be very vigilant about how we hold social media providers and internet providers for the content that they host on their sites. Very briefly,
very quickly, Minister, the Childline charity have had a 30% increase in the last year in referrals. That's an indication of the pressure upon our children. Has the Minister had an opportunity to speak to the Childline charity?
Minister. I have not had the opportunity yet, but I'm sure I will. I haven't very much time remaining, Mr Deputy Speaker. I could say an awful lot more, but I think what's clear from this debate and from the contributions of all honourable members is that all of us recognise that this is perhaps one of the biggest challenges facing our young people right now. What is heartening is to see that so many people are really seizing those challenges, and whether they're demanding better services or changes to government policy to deal with some of those threats. That is all very welcome, and I have no doubt that all members will continue to give me challenge on this very important issue.
The question is, this House does no stand adjourned. Does many of that opinion say aye? Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.